Don't say that we are lightly reluctant to marry him. It is us, and we don't want to ruin our light life. Yin Munin touched the deeper and deeper wrinkles on his face. It was the first time Zhou Hao saw the appearance of the second uncle. In his impression, although Yin Munin was not the kind of heroic who was so shocking, he was also the pillar of the family, supporting the entire Yin family with Yin Mudong. But now, for the sake of his daughter, he also showed such a weak and helpless look, which really makes people feel very embarrassed. Yin Mudong sighed. The 15,000 yuan, we won't be able to pay it back in a few years, and Old Wei is still the village head. Yin Qingxi was sitting next to her mother, leaning on Lu Guifang's shoulder, but her pretty face was covered with a deep depression. Lu Guifang shook her hand and said to Zhou Hao and Yin Tong, "We have told the Old Wei family before that we can pay back the money slowly, but gently. We really can't marry that Aji." But Old Wei the family stopped working. They said that if they didn't marry Aji lightly, they would take our house to pay off the debt. So your two dead dogs in the yard just now were their warnings? Zhou Hao asked. Yin Munin nodded. Old Wei said, "Let us marry his son AG in March this year." Zhou Hao said, but not only did the cousin Xiaoming have not reached the legal age for marriage, she was not even 18 years old. Yin Mudong shook his head and said, "We don't talk about this in our village. Many girls can marry at the age of 16 or 17. Besides, Old Wei is the head of the village, so he can do it." Grandma also shed old tears. Why is our Yin family's daughter so fate? She knew that her daughter Yin Tong had been entrusted with inhumanity, and now her granddaughter Yin Qing had encountered such a thing again. It broke her heart. Zhou Hao coldly snorted. He said that he would do it? He really regards himself as the Earth Emperor here? What they do is no different from robbing people. They are so courageous. He has completely understood now. Now, the reason why Yin Qing in his previous life married a man like Wei Quanji is because of this reason. In the previous life, because Zhou Hao did not intervene, Zhou Hao did not have the strength to intervene. So in the end, Yin Qing still succumbed to the prostitution of the Wei family and married Wei Quanji, so that he was later by Wei Quanji. And life is devastated beyond words. Zhou Hao slapped the armrest of the chair fiercely. With him here this time, Wei Quanji would never succeed. Just listen to him saying to Yin Mudong and Yin Munin, "Uncle and uncle, you don't have to be afraid. It's only 15,000 yuan. Even the US dollar is fine. I will help you return them." Yin Mudong and Yin Munin were stunned by Zhou Hao's words. Hearing Zhou Hao's tone, it seemed that it was not 15,000 yuan, but a piece of 5 cents. Especially Zhou Hao said that even US dollars would be fine, which surprised them even more. Although Yin Tong said that she made some money by driving, Yin Mudong and others did not know how much money Yin Tong made. At this time, Yin Tong also agreed with Zhou Hao's words. Yes, big brother and second brother, even if we don't have money, we can't stand by and watch this matter. Besides, we can really help now. She took out 2 passbooks from her bag. Big brother and second brother, I actually wanted to give it to you before, but it was too busy at that time, so I can't give it to you until I go home today. What? Yin Mudong and Yin Munin asked in confusion. Zhou Hao took the 2 passbooks and handed them to them separately. Uncle and uncle, we opened these 2 bank accounts for you too, each of which contains 1 million yuan, which we gave to you. How does this work? Yin Munin was shocked when he heard that there were 1 million in the passbook. In these years, 1 million, not to mention the villagers, is a very large number among urban residents. But Lu Guifang said in astonishment, "Atong, why? Why do you have so much money?" Even Yin Qingqing stared at Zhou Hao dumbfounded, only to hear Zhou Hao smile. "Uncle, aunt, in fact, we have more than 1 store. Now we have more than 10 stores in total, and in the future there will be more." Speaking of this, he cast a grateful look at Yin Munin and others. When our family was in difficulties before, the eldest uncle and the second uncle often helped us. Now it's your turn to have difficulties. How can we stand by and watch? Indeed, in the past, even if Yin Mudong and Yin Munin's own conditions were not very good, they often helped Zhou Hao's mother and son. Although the number was not large, the intention was extremely heavy, enough to make Zhou Hao grateful for life. But it's too much, Atong, Xiao Hao, we can't ask for it, Yin Mudong said. Zhou Hao smiled. Uncle, you don't have to refuse, you are all your family members. don't care about so much. And with this money, they can pay off the debts of the Wei family. I think they dare not push it. Cousin married that bastard. Yin Mudong and Yin Munin were grateful for the help of Zhou Hao's mother and son, and, as Zhou Hao said, they were all his own family members, so they really didn't need to care about so much. It would seem hypocritical if he refuses anymore. Cousin Gentle, you said you didn't want to go to the city to help us. Actually, it was for the Wei family. Zhou Hao said softly to Yin at this time. Yin lightly bit his lip and nodded, and then heard Zhou Hao say, "Then things have been solved now. Would you still refuse?" Yin Qingqing did not speak, but looked at Yin Munin and Lu Guifang. Yin Munin quickly asked Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, what do you mean when you ask me to come to the city to help?" Although Zhou Hao hadn't told Yin Tong before, but knowing his son, Yin Tong immediately guessed Zhou Hao's thoughts and smiled at his second brother. "We mean let's go to the city to help us take care of the shop. Business." Really, Lu Guifang was very happy when she heard it. She herself didn't want her daughter to stay in the village forever. Of course it is true. If the eldest brother and the second brother are interested, they can also come to the city to help us. Yin Tong smiled. Yin Mudong said, "We will not go anymore. We are used to life in the village, and we know nothing but farming. With this money, we want to contract some land to grow fruit trees. Let's go lightly. Young, I should go out and see." Yin Tong and their elders were discussing. Zhou Hao looked at Yin Qingqing with a smile on his face. Yin Qing touched Zhou Hao's warm gaze. His face blushed secretly, and he lowered his head to avoid it. At this time, Zhou Hao said to Yin Mudong and Yin Munin, "Uncle and uncle, I actually agree with your opinions. I think the lychees and longan grown in the village are better than those in our city. If they can be grown in large quantities, they should be sold. No problem. By the way, there are pomegranates. I remember the pomegranates in the village are big and sweet." Untied his knot, Yin Munin was also more cheerful. He chuckled and said, "That's because there are mountain springs in our village. The water is clear and sweet. You can drink it without boiling it. Use those spring waters. The lychee and longan grown are also very delicious." Mountain spring water? Hearing this, Zhou Hao really moved in his heart. If there really is natural mountain spring water here, instead of planting fruit trees and selling fruits, it is better to use those fruits to process and produce juice. This kind of profit is more than simple. The fruit is much taller. At this time, I heard Yin Mudong say, "Isn't it said that a Taiwanese came here some time ago and wanted to buy our mountain spring, but then he saw that our place was too remote and there were no roads, so he finally gave up and made the village happy. It's a game." Zhou Hao thought to himself that traffic is not a problem. To build a road from Huayu village to the outside, it will take more than 10 kilometers at most, and a few 100 million can be taken. After half a year, let alone hundreds of millions, even billions of weeks. How wouldn't care? And because of Zhou Hao's relationship with the government, it is not difficult to build a highway. The most important thing now is to quickly take down the ownership of that mountain spring. But at this moment, there was a rude slap on the door and a very unpleasant hoarse male voice. "Old man, open the door. It's me, Aji, old man." "That guy is here," Yin Munin said. Hearing Wei Quanji yelling, "Lao Zhongren," Yin Qing's cheeks were slightly red, and he cursed a little annoyed. "Smelly shameless." So Yin Mudong, Yin Munin, and Zhou Hao walked out of the house. Yin Munin opened the door of the yard and saw 3 men standing outside. The headed man was of medium stature and a little thin, about 25 or 26 years old. His face was very sallow. He stood there with his hips akimbo, and Yin Munin grinned and said, "I said, Lao Zhongren, where's my daughter-in-law? Are you hiding her?" Hearing what the man said, Zhou Hao immediately guessed that this man should be Wei Quanji. In his previous life, Zhou Hao had never seen his cousin, so today is actually the first time he saw Wei Quanji. Yin Munin shook his head and said, "I didn't hide her, but you don't want to call me old man. We won't marry you gently." As soon as Wei Quanji heard Yin Munin's words, the smile on his face disappeared. He turned to show a fierce expression and grabbed Yin Munin by the collar and shouted, "Don't marry me? What about the money you owe my family? If there is a kind of thing, you pay it off right away. Don't let me shout here." Seeing this abominable man who ruined Yin Qing's life in his previous life, and now wants to occupy Yin Qing's life, Zhou Hao's heart was steaming with anger. He stepped forward and grabbed Wei Quanji's wrist, staring at him coldly, and said, "I will pay you the money they owe your family." Zhou Hao's 5 fingers pressed slightly. Wei Quanji immediately yelled, and quickly let go of Yin Yunin's collar. "Let it go, you let it go." Wei Quanji felt his wrist was about to be crushed. His facial features were twisted in pain. Zhou Hao snorted and shook his hand away. Wei Quanji rubbed his wrist and opened his sleeve to see that his wrist was already purple. He looked up and down at Zhou Hao, gritted his teeth, and said, "Smelly boy, who are you?" "He is my nephew, Zhou Hao," Yin Munin said to Wei Quanji. At this time, Yin Tong also walked out and took out 2 stacks of brand new 100 yuan bills from the bag he carried with him. Zhou Hao counted out 15,000 yuan and handed it to Wei Quanji. "Here, this is the 15,000 yuan my uncle owes your family. You quickly get the IOU, and the money will be returned to you." Seeing Zhou Hao put out so much money at once, both Yin Mudong and Yin Munin were dumbfounded. Although Zhou Hao's mother and son gave them 1 million in the passbook, it is not intuitive after all, but it is a red piece. That's it. But now that more than 10,000 yuan appeared in front of them, the two were still very surprised. When Wei Quanji saw the money in Zhou Hao's hand, the expression on his face changed rapidly. In fact, he didn't care about the 10,000 yuan. What he really cared about was Yin Qingqing. The 15,000 yuan that Yin Mudong owed him was his biggest murder. He originally wanted to use it as a threat to let Yin Qingqing marry him. In fact, Yin Qingming was not so good when she was a child, but with the development of the past 2 years, Yin Qingming has become more and more slim. There is no girl in Huayu village who can compare with her. As a result, Wei Quanji, the only son of the village chief, fell in love with such a delicate flower and vowed that he would never give up until Yin Qing was married. But now, Zhou Hao's sudden appearance has ruined his plan, and Zhou Hao repaid the Yin family the 5,000 yuan, which is to eliminate Wei Quanji's biggest murder, which made Wei Quanji. How willing. He looked at Zhou Hao sullenly. "Who is your kid? I warn you. You'd better not be nosy." "Huh. Is it nosy for me to pay my uncle's debt now? Besides, you don't even charge someone to pay back? What's the reason? Or does it mean you have another purpose?" Zhou Hao stared at Wei closely. "Leniency. You'd better get me back the IOU immediately and take the money to me as far as you can. Otherwise, don't blame me for being polite." Zhou Hao had already had a lot of blood on his hands, so he was no longer a kind person, and he naturally had a deterrent when speaking. Reaching Zhou Hao's gloomy and cruel gaze, Wei Quanji took 2 steps back subconsciously. However, he has been rampant in Huayu village for more than 10 years. How can he be scared in his own territory? Moreover, he also saw Yin Qing in the room, looking softly at Zhou Hao's back, which made him even more jealous. "You two taught me this, kid. Let him know that this is where." Wei Quanji said to the 2 companions beside him. The 2 men immediately stepped forward and walked towards Zhou Hao. Yin Munin and Yin Mudong hurriedly pulled Zhou Hao back inside. "Xiao Hao, be careful." Zhou Hao let go of Yin Mudong and Yin Munin and smiled at them. "Uncle and uncle, don't worry. You can't make a climate for such a small bastard." Then he took a step forward and didn't need to do anything. Lifting his left foot and sweeping, he hit the 2 men in the face one after another, kicked them out of the door at the same time, and fell heavily on the ground in front of Wei Quanji. Wei Quanji walked outside the door. Zhou Hao said in a cold voice, "I know you are thinking, if a strong dragon does not suppress a snake, it will not end well against you. But what I want to say is that it is not the raptors, but Jiang. Even if you use all the means you can use, I will follow them all and see if you will win in the end or if I will win." Hearing Zhou Hao's words and seeing more and more villagers around him, Wei Quanji gritted his teeth and turned and left. The 2 men who had been knocked down by Zhou Hao also got up and fled in embarrassment. The villagers who watched outside the door clapped their palms and talked about Zhou Hao, guessing who he was. Even the village chief's son was not afraid. Back in the room, Zhou Hao smiled gently at Yin. "Cousin Qing, you helped me beat the big yellow dog when I was a kid. Now, it's my turn to help you get rid of that nasty big yellow dog." Because Wei Quanji's face was sallow and he looked a bit like a big yellow dog, Yin Qing heard Zhou Hao's words, and he was amused to become petite, and Zhou Hao's natural tenderness was also seen by him. Lost for a while. "Fool, what are you looking at?" Yin Gentle noticed that Zhou Hao's eyes were different, and the pretty face blushed before taking a bite and ran back to the house. Zhou Hao came back to his senses and quickly said, "Civil sins." But another thought came into his mind. "However, I remember that Huayu village doesn't seem to oppose the marriage of cousins." He was right there as soon as the thought came up. He patted his face twice. "Damn, what am I thinking? It's so evil." Back in the room, Yanqing was still sitting next to Lu Guifeng, but there was still a bit of shyness on his face, and he did not dare to look at Zhou Hao. And Yin Mudong said to Zhou Hao with concern, "Xiao Hao, Old Wei is the village head after all, so I am afraid it is a bit wrong for you to do this." "What's wrong? Now it's a society under the rule of law. Can it be caused by them?" Zhou Hao said with a curled mouth. However, he himself knew that although it is now a society under the rule of law, in some remote places, the so-called emperor is far away. The county official and village chief are undoubtedly the local emperor, and no one dares to defy, even if he does whatever he wants. Zhou Hao said, "I doubt now. Uncle, the fish in your fish pond and the rice in the ground are all because the Wei family moved their hands and feet to make things like that happen, just to make you owe them money. Let them be able to force Qing's cousin to marry that Wei Quanji." "What? Is this possible?" Yin Munin couldn't believe it. Both of their brothers grew up in the countryside, and their thinking is far less complex than those in the city, so they never thought that this matter might have been directed by Wei Quanji. "They must have been calculating how to deal with us now." Zhou Hao sneered. Yin Mudong said nervously, "Then, what should I do? Fortunately, I have a way too." Zhou Hao smiled and took out a Big Brother. It was the first time for Yin Munin and others to see Big Brother. They only saw it on TV. They couldn't help but watch. I saw Zhou Hao dialing Zhao Dingzhou's phone. "Fortunately, although it is remote, at least I can still talk on the phone. Brother Zhao, Happy New Year, Happy New Year." "You kid again. Why do you want to come to Guangzhou to accompany me for the New Year?" Zhao Dingzhou said with a smile. "No, I'm at my grandmother's house now." Zhou Hao also smiled. "I have something to do with Brother Zhao this time, and want your help." Zhao Dingzhou said, "Let's talk about it. You know it's okay for your kid to call." The relationship between him and Zhou Hao was very good. Although the two are nearly 30 years old, they can talk very well. A pair of acquaintances, and because the black jade ointment provided by Zhou Hao has made great contributions to the army and the country, Zhao Dingzhou also attaches great importance to Zhou Hao and hopes that he can provide more prescriptions in the future. "It's nothing. I met a bully here with my grandmother." "Brother Zhao, you know, how can I deal with the bully who is single and weak? So I want to send some troops to you. It's good for the people. Just your martial arts dare to say that you are single and weak." Zhao Dingzhou smiled and cursed on the phone. "Forget it. You are there. I will send some people over there to help you." In fact, he knows Zhou Hao's skill, let alone an ordinary bully, can hardly be dealt with by a regular army, and asking himself to help is just to use the military's name to deal with others. It just so happened that there was a military camp near Huayu village, and upon receiving the order of the highest commander of the Zhao Dingzhou military district, the battalion commander there immediately said that he would bring people to help Zhou Hao himself. After thanking him, Zhou Hao put down the phone and smiled at Yin Munin and the others. "No problem. It's all done." Yin Tong knew that his son was looking for help from the army, and said, "Xiao Hao, let someone from the army come and help." "Okay." "The army? Xiao Hao, do you know the people from the army?" Yin Mudong said in surprise. At this time, Zhou Hao heard the intensive footsteps coming from outside, and the people in the barracks should not have arrived so soon. So it must be the person Wei Quanji had found. Zhou Hao said to Yin Qing and them, "Auntie, cousin Qing, you stay here. I'll go out and have a look." So Zhou Hao went out with Yin Mudong and Yin Munin, and saw that 20 or 30 people had already arrived outside, all of whom were helpers called by Wei Quanji, and not only Wei Quanji, but also his village chief. "Dad Wei Qishou is here." Zhou Hao looked at the Wei family father and son coldly. "Why? Did you bring the IOU?" Wei Quanji smiled and said, "Bring it." Then he took out 3 blank papers, which were Yin Mudong and Yin Munin's owed bills, and there were 2 signatures on them. However, Zhou Hao saw that the amount written on the 3 signing slips was not 5,000 yuan, but 50,000 yuan, and the total amount was 150,000 yuan. And Wei Quanji also sneered. "Did you see? Your 2 uncles owe our family 150,000 yuan hum." Give it back to us. If you have the kind, give it back to us immediately. Yin Munen's eyes widened, and at the same time he shouted, when do we owe you 150,000 yuan? Isn't it 15,000 yuan? What is 15,000 yuan? You asked us to borrow 3 times, 50,000 yuan each time, a total of 150,000 yuan. Wei Qishou, who is in his 50s, smiled gloomily. What? I want to relinquish the bill. But Zhou Hao said, well, 150,000 is 150,000. We will give it to you. Wei Quanji and his son changed their expressions because they originally wanted to tamper with the amount on the owed bill, so that Yin Mudong and Yin Munin could not even pay, so they could take the opportunity to make trouble. 150,000 is 150,000. We pay it back. Zhou Hao's words shocked everyone, including Yin Mudong and Yin Munin. Yin Mudong took Zhou Hao's hand and said, Xiao Hao. No, we don't owe them at all. So much money. Zhou Hao patted Yin Mudong's hand and said to Wei Quanji and his son, but we don't have that much cash. Seeing that Wei Quanji and Wei Qishou both showed their glamour, he smiled again. However, the car has just been bought, and it was bought for 450,000 yuan. So how about using it as collateral? Wei Qishou is a well-informed person in the village. Naturally, he can see that Zhou Hao's Audi car is worth a lot of money, but he still bluntly said, you said that it is worth 45,000. Juan, no, I don't trust you. Zhou Hao held up his hand, squinted at Wei Qishou, and said with a smile, then what do you want? Wei Qishou snorted. Otherwise, you should pay back the money immediately, 150,000, no one less. Otherwise, you can let Yin Qingqing marry my son and get the marriage certificate today. Then you owe me the money was written off. I think this is your real goal. The smile on Zhou Hao's face seemed to grow thicker. I saw that Wei Qishou also had a smile on his face. So what? I'll tell you honestly. If you are wise, let Yin Qingyin marry my son, otherwise I will never give up. Be careful that I treat you all sent to jail. In fact, he was so enthusiastic to let Yin Qingwen marry Wei Quanji. He might not be ambitious if he didn't have Yin Qingqing. Now that things have been cleared up, Zhou Hao no longer talks to them. You don't have to be paranoid. My cousin will never marry this yellow dog. Then he moved forward to Wei Quan. Plan to go. Wei Quanji had seen Zhou Hao's skills, but now he was not afraid. Instead, he showed a sneer and suddenly took out a gun from his waist, and the muzzle was pressed against Zhou Hao's chin. Hee, aren't you great? Try hitting me again if you have one. I think it's your fist or my bullet. Zhou Hao saw that the handgun Wei Quanji had was not a regular pistol, but a homemade gun. However, even though the earth gun was not made with precision, it could still kill people at such a close distance. However, Wei Quanji would never know. In fact, Zhou Hao is really not afraid of bullets. His body is protected by infuriating energy, and he has been modified by ambergris. Even the desert eagle is hardly hurt, let alone him. This crude gun is gone. However, Zhou Hao deliberately stopped and showed a slightly scared expression, which made Wei Quanji very proud. Wei Qishou, who was next to him, frowned. Aji, there are so many people. Don't be so presumptuous. What that I am afraid of is my own. No one will tell you, don't you? Wei Quanji turned his head and shouted to the 24 people behind him. Yes. These people are usually embarrassed with Wei Quanji, so naturally they are angry with him. Yin Mudong and Yin Munin over there quickly shouted, Village Chief, Aji, don't hurt Xiao Hao. Yin Xingming, who came to the door, saw that Zhou Hao was pointed at by Wei Quanji's gun, and he was also very upset. He immediately pleaded with Wei Quanji. No, don't hurt Xiao Hao. Wei Quanji stared at Yin Qingqing. Tell me to let him go? Humph. It's the good thing that this, who doesn't know good or bad, broke me. You can let him go. Marry me. Marry me. I will spare his life. Yin Qing did not hesitate, gritted his teeth, and nodded. I promised you. I promised to marry you. Let Xiao Hao go. Tears have also spread on his face. Ha! Hearing Yin Qing's words, Wei Quanji laughed triumphantly and patted Zhou Hao's face arrogantly. Have you heard that? Now your cousin is begging to marry me. I see what you can do with Jianglong. But Zhou Hao's mouth suddenly turned upwards, but his smile looked unusually cold. He only heard him say in a voice that only he and Wei Quanji could hear. What can I do for you? I see. I just wanted to teach you a lesson, But if you made my cousin so sad, I can't let you go. What the are you talking about? How dare you make my mouth hard? Wei Quanji said angrily. At this moment, a few large army green trucks and off-road vehicles drove over, and dozens of hundreds of soldiers got out of the vehicles one after another, surrounding Wei Quanji and the 20-odd people. Moreover, each soldier is armed with live ammunition. Wei Qishou and the others were stunned when they saw so many soldiers suddenly coming, and the battalion commander quickly walked forward. Seeing Wei Quanji and Zhou Hao, who was pointed at by his gun, he frowned and said, "Excuse me. Here, who is Mr. Zhou Hao?" Zhou Hao, who was also held up by Wei Quanji's gun against his chin, slightly raised his hand and said with a smile, "That's it." The battalion commander was immediately taken aback, because Zhao Dingzhou had specifically instructed him to help Zhou Hao. For an ordinary battalion commander like him, Zhao Dingzhou is a general who may not be in contact for a lifetime, so he naturally attaches great importance to Zhao Dingzhou's orders. And he also knows that Zhou Hao's relationship with Zhao Dingzhou is definitely not shallow. However, now this person who had a lot of friendship with General Zhao was pointed at by a gun by Wei Quanji, and his life was at stake. How could this battalion commander be alarmed? He immediately took out his gun and aimed at Wei Quanji and shouted loudly, "Quickly put the money down. Let go of Mr. Zhou." In this way, Wei Qishou and others knew that these soldiers were called by Zhou Hao, and they were surprised by Zhou Hao's energy. Wei Quanji was also shocked and subconsciously put away his soil gun. Seeing Zhou Hao secretly pointed at him, his acupuncture path was sealed in the air so that he could not move any minute of his body, and the earth gun was held against Zhou Hao's chin. Seeing that his son hadn't put the gun down, Wei Qishou hurriedly shouted, "Aji, can't you hear me? Put the gun down for me." But Wei Quanji's dumb acupoints were sealed by Zhou Hao, and he couldn't even speak. Only the eyeballs could move up and down all over his body. He didn't know what was going on. He could only keep rolling his eyes full of tension and panic. But in the eyes of others, such Wei Quanji looked more like a murderer who refused to surrender. The more than 20 people brought by the Wei family and his sons had been controlled by the soldiers. When Wei Qishou saw that his son was still holding Zhou Hao stubbornly, he wanted to go up and pull him away. But how dare the battalion commander let him over again, and immediately let the two soldiers arrest Wei Qishou. As a result, a place was vacated around Wei Quanji and Zhou Hao, who was hidden by him, while the soldiers were tightly surrounded, all guns aimed at Wei Quanji. At this time, Zhou Hao raised his hands and asked the battalion commander for help. "This commander, save me." The battalion commander wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He had previously received an order from Zhao Dingzhou to help Zhou Hao. He also thought about taking this opportunity to go up one level. But now, if General Zhao knew that Zhou Hao died in front of him, his future would be completely ruined. He shouted to Wei Quanji, "Hurry up and put down the gun. We will mitigate your crime as appropriate before causing any casualties." Everyone was caught in a tense atmosphere, and more villagers were watching outside, and they all knew that the village chief's son had even held the Yin family's nephew at gunpoint. Yin gently covered his mouth, looking at Zhou Hao, who was hijacked by Wei Quanji, with tears streaming down his face, begging God not to let Zhou Hao accident. Among all the people, the most inexplicable and feared is Wei Quanji himself. He wanted to put down the gun, but his body didn't listen at all. He couldn't even speak, and he was so scared that tears flowed out. However, his tears make people look more like a gangster who wants to make a final fight and die with the hostages. Boom, boom. Two voices sounded almost at the same time. Everyone around them exclaimed, and Yin Qing also fainted in darkness. Under the gaze of the surrounding soldiers, Wei Quanji fell straight down. There was a bullet hole spilling blood on the left temple, while Zhou Hao was still standing there without any injuries. As Zhou Hao and Wei Quanji were surrounded by soldiers, the villagers outside had no idea what was happening. Only 2 gunshots were heard. In fact, the first sound came from Zhou Hao's own mouth, and this sudden sound made the battalion commander, who was in a highly nervous state, think that Wei Quanji was about to shoot Zhou Hao, so he immediately went to Wei Quanji's head. The department fired a shot. Therefore, of those 2 sounds, only the second one was the real gunshot, and it was fired by the battalion commander. The battalion commander immediately walked over to Zhou Hao and asked, "Mr. Zhou, are you okay?" "It's okay." Zhou Hao shook his head. "Battalion commander, you have done a great job by shooting the hostage heroically. But just now." The battalion commander now understands that Zhou Hao made the sound just now. But Zhou Hao smiled and said, "It's okay. Anyway, this guy broke the law first. No one can say anything." Indeed, these soldiers are battalion commanders, so they naturally know what to say and what not to say. What's more, even if it is really known, no one can take Zhou Hao and the battalion commander. After all, Zhou Hao's behavior just now was not considered illegal, and the battalion commander did nothing wrong in killing Wei Quanji. Zhou Hao patted the battalion commander on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I will say something nice to you in front of General Zhao." The battalion commander was overjoyed upon hearing this. Mr. Zhou is polite. Apart from the battalion commander and the soldiers, only Wei Qisho witnessed what happened. He immediately yelled at Zhou Hao, "You bastard, you killed my son. I will definitely not let you go. I will let you go." Zhou Hao walked up to Wei Qisho in a few steps, and Wei Qisho watched the murderous enemy in front of him and breathed fire in his eyes, wishing to eat his flesh and blood, but his arms were clamped tightly by the soldiers, and he couldn't help Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao sneered at him. "You said I killed your son? Fart." He scolded Wei Qisho ruthlessly. "Everyone saw that your son held me with a gun. The commander wanted to save me. I shot your son to death. You now say that I killed your son? I tell you, your son is self-inflicted." Wei Qisho was suffocated by Zhou Hao. Indeed, everyone watched Wei Quanji holding Zhou Hao with a gun. Although Zhou Hao deliberately imitated the sound of gunshots and caused the battalion commander to shoot Wei Quanji under stress, even the 24 people brought by their father and son were controlled by soldiers. Except for the battalion commander and these soldiers, no one saw what happened at that time, and no one believed Wei Qisho's one-sided words. What's more, even if others believed it, Zhou Hao couldn't help it. At this time, I heard Zhou Hao say to the battalion commander, "Battalion commander, do you know the person in charge of the police station in this district?" The battalion commander nodded immediately. "I know. This is under the jurisdiction of Donghua Town. I am good friends with the director of the Donghua Town police station. This guy has been doing evil here for many years, and I think it's time to kill the people," Zhou Hao said calmly. The battalion commander understood Zhou Hao's meaning right now. Since his son was calculated to die by him, Wei Qisho naturally couldn't let go of this in order to avoid disasters in the future. So Zhou Hao meant that even Wei Qisho would not let it go. It is also very easy to deal with Wei Qisho. His son can take hostages with his homemade guns, and his father will naturally not be clean. The subsequent development was as expected by Zhou Hao. After the battalion commander sent Wei Qisho to the police station in Donghua Town and greeted the director there, the director immediately investigated Wei Qisho's crime and collected evidence. Wei Qisho has been the village head of Huayu village for so many years, and the evil facts he has committed are countless. But the villagers dare not report it that made him get away with it. Now that Wei Qisho has been arrested, the villagers of Huayu village are in Zhou Hao's encouraging him to report all the crimes of the Wei family. In fact, the things committed by the Wei family over the years have surprised the people at the Donghua Town police station. The occupation of farmland and orchards is a trivial matter. The Wei family and his sons have done a lot of forcibly robbing people's daughters. Once a villager's son and daughter-in-law came to visit him in Huayu village from another county. She was arrested back, and her father and son were gang raped many times. Later, the villager's son learned about it, and he was going to the county to sue them. Who knows that the Wei family's father and son were so guilty that they were beaten to death by the couple. Then they insisted that they stumbled and fell from the mountain. And dead. The villager had no way to file a lawsuit, and finally died of illness due to his anger. Therefore, Wei Quanji's previous poisoning of fish in Yan's fish ponds and pesticides to death of rice in Yan's fields were just the tip of the iceberg of the evil they committed. With these materials, even if Wei Qisho is not sentenced to death, he will never get out of it. After sending soldiers to send Wei Qisho to the county police station, Yin Mudong and Yin Munin immediately invited the battalion commander into the house and greeted them with good tea and smoke. But the two had not seen Zhou Hao kill Wei with a trick. In the case of forgiveness, I thought it was the battalion commander who rescued Zhou Hao. and the people of the Yin family were so grateful for him. Naturally, the battalion commander would not expose Zhou Hao, but he knew a little bit about Zhou Hao's scheming. No wonder he could have such friendship with General Zhao. And if he used his brain casually, he killed a man. Compared with himself, he really took a gun. Living people are even scarier. At this time, Zhou Hao took out 20,000 yuan in cash to the battalion commander and said with a smile, "For those of you who are celebrating the new year, you still have to stay in the barracks and cannot go home. These are the red envelopes I sealed to everyone." The battalion commander looked at the 2 new stacks of 100 yuan bills, and his eyes lit up. They guard in such remote places, except for sometimes hunting and eating game. There is really nothing to fish for. He wanted to accept this red envelope, but Zhou Hao was a friend of General Zhao. If General Zhao knew about it, his future would be over. Zhou Hao naturally knew what he was thinking and said, "Don't worry, I will speak nicely to you in front of General Zhao." After that, he put the money in the hands of the camp commander. In fact, the money was originally used to pay off the debt to Yin Madong and Yin Munin, but now that the Wei family is about to be destroyed, the debt will naturally cease to exist, and Zhou Hao is also happy to use it to borrow flowers to offer Buddha. The battalion commander quickly accepted the money and secretly praised Zhou Hao for his beautiful methods. Even the 2 men behind him looked at Zhou Hao more respectfully. After being polite, the battalion commander also declined the Yin family's kindness to leave him for dinner and left Huayu village happily with the soldiers. And the police station in Donghua town has also sent the police to investigate the Wei family. Yin Madong said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, I didn't expect you to know someone from the army. This time we arrested Old Wei and paid it back to the village." A blue sky. Grandpa and grandmother also praised Zhou Hao, and I was so scared to pass out just now when I heard that he was held hostage by Wei Quanji. At this time, Yin Qing, who had fainted before, also woke up. She was also fooled by Zhou Hao's imitated gunshot just now, thinking that Wei Quanji shot Zhou Hao. Excited, she fainted, and Yin Munin quickly carried her back to rest on the bed. Just opening his eyes, Yin Qingjing shouted nervously, "Xiao Hao! Xiao Hao!" His hands were still waving vigorously to grab something. Zhou Hao quickly shook her hand. "Cousin, I am here. I am here." Seeing Zhou Hao sitting by the bed, Yin Qing immediately sat up and grabbed Zhou Hao's shoulders. "Xiao Hao, are you okay? I heard Wei Quanji shot and thought you. I thought you." As she spoke, she shed tears again when she recalled the critical situation just now. In Yin Qing's opinion, Zhou Hao was held hostage by Wei Quanji because of his own affairs. She had been thinking before that if something happened to Zhou Hao, she would go with Zhou Hao resolutely and would never live alone in the world. Zhou Hao smiled and comforted her. "I'm fine. It turns out that Wei Quanji's gun is empty, and there is no bullet at all. He couldn't say that he calculated Wei Quanji by himself, so he made up such a lie." "Really?" Yin Qing gripped Zhou Hao's shoulder tightly, for fear that this was just his own illusion. Zhou Hao would disappear as soon as he let go. When she finally determined that Zhou Hao was really safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's really great if you're fine, and it scares me to death." Zhou Hao smoothed Yan's slightly messy hair and smiled softly. "It's okay, and Wei Quanji has been shot to death. Wei Qishou has also been arrested to the police station. No one can bully our family in the future." After hearing Zhou Hao's gentle voice, Yin Qing responded softly, and his mood relaxed. Before, the Yin family had been trapped in the haze of owing money to the Wei family and his sons. Now all the problems have been solved, and Zhou Hao has also given Yin Madong and Yin Munin a total of 2 million, and the Yin family's life will get better and better in the future. Xiao Hao, is it true that you asked me to help in the city?" Yin gently lay on the bed, looking at Zhou Hao with beautiful eyes. "Of course it is true. Ever since I was young, have I lied to my cousin once?" Zhou Hao smiled. But when Yin Qingyin glanced at him a little, "You said no. When you were a kid, you tried to let me eat that candy, and you lied to me that it was chocolate. In fact, it was just a little stone you wrapped in candy paper." Zhou Hao scratched his head. "Is there such a thing? I don't remember it anymore. You broke down when you were a kid." Recalling the childhood memories with Zhou Hao, Yin Qing also smiled. "When you were a kid, you were afraid of the dark, so you refused to sleep alone at night and insisted that I accompany you to a bed. You don't be honest when you fall asleep. You often touch me." Yin Qingqing suddenly realized that neither of them are children anymore, and it is not appropriate to talk about this, and his face is slightly red. Zhou Hao was also embarrassed by Yin Qing's remarks, so he could only smile and said, "I was asleep at the time. How did I know these things?" In fact, he didn't fall asleep at all at that time, and he touched Yin Qing's body on purpose. I felt very comfortable holding Yin Qing's soft body. It's just that this kind of thing can't be said, of course, so for a while, the two have a vague and ambiguous atmosphere. Xiao Hao, I'm afraid when I get to the city. In order to divert this embarrassing topic, Yin said gently, I don't understand anything. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. On the contrary, it will drag you back. Zhou Hao smiled and said, what is there to worry about? No one understands everything from the beginning. I know that, cousin. You are so smart, and you can definitely learn it quickly. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Yin Qing slightly relieved. Then when will I go back with you? I also want to go with my uncle and the others to see the fruit trees and the mountain spring. Well, tomorrow afternoon, Zhou Hao said. After coming out of Yin Qingqing's room, Zhou Hao saw Yin Madong approaching with a smile on his face. Xiao Hao. Now the village is talking about Lao Wei, saying that Lao Wei has been arrested, and the village will be peaceful from now on. As he was talking, Zhou Hao also heard bursts of firecrackers coming from outside, showing that the villagers hated Wei Qisho and his son. Also, Xiao Hao, the people in the village said that although Lao Wei was arrested, the village cannot be without the village chief. Yin Madong said. They said they would choose me or Munin as the village chief. Choose your uncle as the village chief? Zhou Hao asked in surprise, but he was relieved immediately. In fact, the villagers of Huayu village wanted to choose one of Yin Madong and Yin Munin to be the village head for two reasons. The first one was the Wei family, which was domineering in Huayu village. The biggest cause of its destruction was the Yin family, especially when the villagers saw that the Yin family had a good relationship with the troops and used it as a backing. Yin Madong, or after Yin Munin became the village head, it would be extremely beneficial to the village. Another reason is that both Yin Madong and Yin Munin are very upright and honest, unlike Wei Qisho, who have a good reputation in Huayu village. Now, the entire Huayu village knows that the Yin family is promising. Even the Emperor of the Earth, Wei family, has been defeated, and the Yin family's reputation in Huayu village has reached a very high level. When Zhou Hao wanted to come, it would be beneficial for his two uncles to be the village heads of Huayu village, especially in the management of the orchard and the ownership of the spring. However, the success of this matter depends on whether the two uncles have this heart. So Zhou Hao asked, Uncle, what is your opinion with the second uncle? Munin said he didn't want to be. Yin Madong said with a smile. He said that Yin Munin didn't want to be the village head, which indirectly indicated that he was interested in this position. However, Zhou Hao is still very optimistic about his uncle, because the village chief of Huayu village is not a staff member, so he is not an official. There is no need to be like the people in the Xiangqing government, who often have to struggle in the officialdom. As long as the village chief of Huayu village can manage the affairs of Huayu village, Yin Madong and Yin Munin have also been bullied by Wei Qisho, so he knows that being the village head can never bully the villagers. If your uncle is interested, I am very supportive. After all, you are much better than Wei Qisho. Zhou Hao smiled and said, do you need any formalities to elect the village head? Hearing Zhou Hao said that he would support him, Yin Madong was also very happy. After all, he already knew that his nephew was promising, and he was more proficient in dealing with people than his two brothers. Just listen to him. It's very simple. Just get the support of more than half of the villagers, and then notify the people of the town government, and wait for them to submit the documents. Zhou Hao nodded. It's really simple. With the current situation, it is not difficult for Yin Madong to get the support of more than half of the villagers, and the town government, as long as it spends some money to clear it, will not be a problem. Zhou Hao said, well, uncle, just go and fight for it. I'll do the rest for you. Then, with Zhou Hao's support, the news that Yin Madong wanted to elect the village chief spread in Huayu village. Zhou Hao asked Yin Madong to place a banquet of 100 tables in the ancestral hall of Huayu village, and invited all the villagers. Grandpa and grandmother are also very happy to know that Yin Madong is going to elect the village head. Although becoming a village head will not be paid like a civil servant, it can be regarded as promising in the village. The villagers are also very supportive of Yin Mudong. After all, it was their Yin family who eliminated the evil of the Wei family father and son from turning the Jade village. The villagers signed their names on the consent form, and Zhou Hao deliberately went to the bank outside to withdraw some cash. As long as the villagers agreed to Yin Mudong as the village head, Zhou Hao would give them a red envelope of 100 yuan. In Huayu village, 100 yuan is a lot of money, not to mention that the villagers still support Yin Mudong sincerely. At this moment, everyone knows that the Yin family's daughter Yin Tong has made a lot of money back, especially after seeing the tall and handsome Zhou Hao. Many matchmakers in the village have their eyes bright, and the girls who are waiting to be married are also focused on Zhou Hao. Then, with the help of the battalion commander, Zhou Hao allowed the town government to pass the relevant documents as soon as possible so that the village chief, Yin Mudong, could implement it. Within a day, Yin Mudong changed from an ordinary villager who still owed Wei Qishou money to Wei Qishou and became the upright village head of Huayu village. The rapid change made him doubt in his dream. It cost Zhou Hao more than 300,000 yuan to set up 100 tables of banquets in the ancestral hall and distribute red envelopes to the villagers. Yin Mudong originally wanted to deduct the money from Zhou Hao's passbook to Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao was refused. "Xiao Hao, you saved me $1 million and I don't know how to thank you anymore. Now you have spent so much money to get me elected. What should I do?" Yin Mudong said to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I said I would support your uncle when you become the village head, so you don't have to pay any money back, uncle. If you don't see others like this, you won't regard Xiao Hao as your family member." Seeing that Zhou Hao had said so, Yin Mudong had no choice but to say no more. However, he knew that Zhou Hao was interested in the fruit trees in the village and the mountain spring, so he personally took Zhou Hao to the mountains around Huayu village. In fact, the area of Huayu village is very large, plus the surrounding mountains. It has a radius of more than 10 kilometers, but the villagers live on this flat land surrounded by mountains, so that people outside think that Huayu village is just this area. It's just a large building complex. The villagers only developed the eastern mountain and planted some lychee, longan, and pomegranate trees on it. However, due to the inconvenience of transportation, these fruits were not transported and sold. They were only digested by the villagers. The fruit farmers only gave the village some money as a contract fee, but in the past these contract fees were directly put into Wei Qishou's bag. After walking around the mountain, Zhou Hao found that the lychees, longan, and pomegranate here are all growing well, indicating that the climate and land conditions in Huayu village are very suitable for their growth. Looking at the rolling hills in the distance, Zhou Hao said to Yin Mudong, "If the mountains in the village are planted with lychee and longan, the annual output is also very considerable, especially now that the cities in Guangdong have a lot of demand for these two fruits. The market prospects in the next few years are very good. However, there is no road between our village and the outside. It is very troublesome to transport it out." Yin Mudong also knows that the biggest development problem of Huayu village is transportation. The so-called road linking to Kaitong, without convenient transportation, is very difficult to develop. Hard. But Zhou Hao said, "This is okay. I can discuss with the town government here. This road should be completed within half a year." He turned to look at Yin Mudong. "Uncle, now your task it is to mobilize the villagers in Huayu village to develop the surrounding land to plant lychee and longan. If the villagers don't have enough funds, we will lend them to them. Contract fees and saplings can be loaned to them, and we can also sign a contract with them, and after the fruits are ripe, we can purchase them at a fixed price to guarantee their income." "Buy all the villagers' fruits?" Yin Mudong asked. "Yes, I will set up a fruit trading company and buy it under the name of this company." Zhou Hao said, "This company will be established in partnership with Yin Mudong and Yin Munin. If the mountains of Huayu village are planted with lychee and longan and then shipped to various cities to buy, the annual profit should be 20 to 30 million. Moreover, lychee and longanate can also be processed into dry goods." However, Zhou Hao is most concerned about the mountain spring. When Yin Mudong brought him to the mountain spring in Huayu village, Zhou Hao was really taken aback because the water volume of this mountain spring was really very rich. A small lake was formed directly on the mountainside, and the spring water was not sourced. It definitely flows down the mountain, forming a small river. He took a sip of water and drank it, and I felt that the spring water was cool and sweet and very delicious, much stronger than the bottled mountain spring water Zhou Hao had drunk in his previous life. Because this mountain is far away from the place where the villagers live, Zhou Hao never visited it when he was a child, so he didn't know its existence. But now, after seeing the water volume and quality of this mountain spring, Zhou Hao made up his mind to take down its development rights. You know, the Nongfu Spring Company, which will be well known throughout the country, was just established last year and is still busy occupying the drinking water market in Shanghai. The 550 milliliters bottled water will not be officially launched in June this year. Zhou Hao can rush they have seized this market before. Moreover, Zhou Hao wanted not only the drinking water market, but also the juice beverage market, because the domestic juice beverage market has not yet formally developed. The Unification and Master Kong from Taiwan have also made major battles, vigorously hit in the instant noodle market. So Zhou Hao didn't want to let it slip past his mouth for the mouth-watering big cake of fruit drinks. To set up a mountain spring water company, the required production line equipment and other publicity costs are more than 300 million yuan. As for Zhou Hao's money in the Hong Kong stock market and the international futures market, the sum has now reached more than 5 billion yuan, and it would be effortless to set aside some to develop the company. For these, Zhou Hao can only set up a general development route. As for the specific implementation operations, fortunately, he has Zhao Yuqin, a strong woman in the mall, to help. Even if Zhao Yuqin can't handle it, she can use her relationship to find enough professional management and production personnel to develop the company. Although Zhou Hao can only set a general development route, he knows the future trend of the domestic beverage market, and this advantage alone can make Zhou Hao's company invincible. After inspecting the environment of the mountain spring, Zhou Hao and Yin Madong returned to the village, but as soon as he stepped into the door, Zhou Hao saw that the house was filled with middle-aged women. They were introducing the village to Yin Tong, Grandma and others. The girl in the boudoir to be married. Why are there so many matchmakers suddenly? Zhou Hao said with a start. The house of Yan's house is very lively now. Those matchmakers, ranging in age from 40 to 80, are surrounded by Yin Tong, grandmother and two aunts, rushing to recommend what they know. Unmarried girls. I heard from them that only the girls they introduced can be worthy of Zhou Hao last year. It really smells like a yellow woman selling melons. After seeing Zhou Hao and Yin Madong coming back, these matchmakers who looked like Red fans all smiled. One of them, a matchmaker in his 70s or 80s with decades of experience as a matchmaker, came to Zhou Hao at a vigorous pace and stretched out her withered hands to touch Zhou Hao's face. Yo-yo, Atong, your son, is really good-looking. Xiao Hao, do you have a sweetheart? Listen to Liupa. The daughter of Lu Laojian in the village is fine. She looks like a fairy, and you will definitely like her. Or I will let you two see each other, and if you like it, I will give the bride price. Zhou Hao was taken aback by the matchmaker who claimed to be Lu Pe, and he had to pay the bride price only when he met. It was too fast. Moreover, if the girl is really beautiful, you don't need to be a matchmaker. Lu Pe, I appreciate your kindness, but I am still young, and I am still far from the age of marriage. Zhou Hao said quickly, and by the way expressed his attitude to the over-enthusiastic matchmakers in the house. In fact, Yin Tong and the others are also very helpless, but these are all villagers from the same village after all, so it's hard to get them all out. Besides, so many matchmakers come to talk to Zhou Hao. Don't they prove Zhou Hao's excellence? Zhou Hao can calmly face old treacherous cunning like Park Changshu, and cruelly calculating bullies like Wei Quan and Wei Qishou. But facing these annoying matchmakers, he can't scold or fight, but Zhou Hao is at a loss. After finally getting out, Zhou Hao hurriedly fled into Yan Qing's room and immediately closed the door tightly. With his back leaning against the door, he patted his chest and sighed. It's terrible. Compared to them, I think Wei Qishou and the others are more kind. But as soon as he looked up, he instantly stiffened like a stone statue, because he saw his cousin Yin gently standing in front of the closet on the other side of the room, wearing only a pair of trousers, but her upper body was half naked, revealing her white skin and the pair on her chest, in harmony. Moreover, Yin Qing held a little white shirt that he was about to wear on her body. Yin Qing was originally changing clothes in the room, but when Zhou Hao suddenly hurriedly pushed the door in, she was also frightened. She looked at Zhou Hao with her back against the door in a daze. 2 or 3 seconds later, Yin Qing reacted, and he was about to yell when he opened his mouth. But Zhou Hao was faster than her. Feishan rushed over, covered her mouth, hurriedly said, "Cousin, don't call. I didn't mean it." The reason why Yin Qingqing wanted to yell was just an instinctive reaction. Now Zhou Hao covers her mouth, and she also understands that if she really yelled, she would start Yin Tong and Yin Munin, and they would not know what to do. How to explain? Therefore, Yin Qingjing blinked at Zhou Hao, indicating that he would not yell out. Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief and let go of Yin Qingqing. But when he covered her mouth just now, Zhou Hao's palm also felt Yin Qing's tender lips. At the same time, Zhou Hao, who lowered his head slightly, also saw Yin Qing's tender jade peak that had begun to take shape, and his eyes were immediately dull. Yin gently felt his upper body cool, and when he saw Zhou Hao's eyes, he exclaimed, hugged Zhou Hao, and pressed his chest against Zhou Hao's body to cover the spring light. She yelled at Zhou Hao with red cheeks, "Don't look, close your eyes." Oh. Zhou Hao quickly agreed and closed his eyes. However, because Yin Qing was close to himself, the soft feeling on his chest also made Zhou Hao's heart ripples involuntarily. Yin Qing deliberately stretched out his hand and shook it before Zhou Hao's eyes. "Don't open your eyes." Oh, although I couldn't see it, the soft feeling on his chest was too irritating, and Zhou Hao's throat was a little dry. After making sure that Zhou Hao couldn't see it, Yin Qingqing slowly let go of him and immediately put on the close-fitting shirt on her body, plus a sweater and a coat, and he said to Zhou Hao in relief, "Okay, you can open your eyes." Zhou Hao tentatively opened one eye and saw that Yin Qing was already dressed before opening the other eye. However, after such embarrassment, Zhou Hao didn't know what to say. Yin Qing said angrily, "You don't knock on the door when you enter someone's room. You are still so careless." Zhou Hao was also very strange to himself. It was the same with Yang Jiabao last time. He broke in because he forgot to knock on the door for a while and saw that Yang Jiabao was masturbating, and the object of fantasy was himself. Unexpectedly, it was because of recklessness that he broke into Yin Qing's room this time. But the beautiful scenery of Yin Qing just now still lingered in Zhou Hao's mind, making him unconsciously a little aftertaste. Why in such a hurry? Is there another yellow dog chasing you outside? Yin Qing joked in order to forget the embarrassment just now. No, but it's scarier than a yellow dog. Zhou Hao said. Yin gently covered his mouth and smiled. You mean those matchmakers, haha. Now you are well known in the village, and all the girls want to marry you. No, don't people in the village want to marry so much? Zhou Hao said with his head tilted. No way. When a girl reaches age, there is only one way left to marry. If it weren't for you and my aunt for help, I'm afraid I would marry Wei Quanji too. Yin Qingqing still feels very much now. Fortunately, I feel that Zhou Hao has simply saved his life. In fact, she was not wrong to think so. In order to avoid the entanglement of those matchmakers, Zhou Hao hid in Yin Qing's room all the time. The two chatted about many interesting things about their childhood, and they didn't feel that time was sad. Slowly, the sky outside had darkened, and there was only a dim light bulb in Yin Qing's room, immersing the room in darkness. At this time, there were no voices of matchmakers outside, and Zhou Hao dared to open the door and walk out. Seeing that the matchmakers had left, Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and Yin Tong smiled and cursed at him. You kid, even if you don't want to meet those girls, you don't have to be so rude to others. The grandmother next to Yin Tong grabbed Yin Tong's hand and smiled. No wonder Xiao Hao. So many matchmakers come to talk to each other at the same time. This is the first time in our village. I was scared by them just now. Yin Qingqing also snickered on the side, quite a little gloating. Let Zhou Hao see if her eyes were fierce. The next day, people from the Donghua Township government came to Huayu Village and sent relevant documents from Yin Mudong as the village head of Huayu Village. Zhou Hao also formally proposed to the Donghua Township government to buy the right to develop the spring on the mountain. This time it was a deputy director of the Donghua Township government. In his eyes, Huayu Village was a poor rural area. He didn't expect Zhou Hao to be interested in that mountain spring. Strictly speaking, the spring belongs to the village, so Zhou Hao actually doesn't need to inform Donghua Town, but in order to avoid future troubles. Zhou Haocai just said hello to the town government. And the deputy director also said straightforwardly that as long as some handling fees, the county will handle all relevant documents for Zhou Hao. After discussion, Zhou Hao and Yin Mudong, the village chief of Huayu Village, decided to sell the right to use the mountain spring to Zhou Hao for 1 million, with a useful life of 50 years. And this million will actually be distributed to the villagers of Huayu Village. As for the handling fees given to the county, it only cost Zhou Hao 100,000 yuan. Compared with the benefits that this mountain spring will bring to Zhou Hao in the future, this 1 million yuan is really insignificant. And the county didn't even know the true value of this spring, otherwise it would have to recoup more benefits from Zhou Hao. As for the villagers in Huayu Village, they would not use the mountain spring for their daily drinking water. Instead, they felt that Yin Mudong had brought such great benefits to the village when he became the village head, and their appeal to Yin Mudong was even higher. Uncle and uncle, this bank card has 5 million yuan. You can use the money to let the villagers plant lychee and longan fruit trees. But remember, although they are all from the same village, these loans must be fixed. Make a clear contract to avoid disputes in the future. Also, if the money is not enough, you will notify me immediately, and I will make it up for you. Zhou Hao said to Yin Mudong and Yin Munin. As for the more than 10 kilometers long road from Huayu Village to the outside, Zhou Hao also told the deputy director of the town government. When the deputy director heard that Zhou Hao was going to build a road here, his eyes flashed, because every time such a road project, both the government and the contractor can get huge benefits from it. However, Zhou Hao said that the road would not be submitted to the town government for bidding, but would be implemented by his own investment. Like the mountain spring, the town government only needs to complete the documents. As soon as he heard that it was unprofitable, the deputy director stopped doing it and indirectly threatened Zhou Hao. If the town government is not allowed to intervene, this road will be difficult to build. But Zhou Hao is not afraid at all, because Donghua town is under the management of Xiangqing City. With the mayor of Gaoholu, Zhou Hao is not afraid of the town government of Donghua town. Intimidated and lured, Zhou Hao remained unmoved and refused to let go. Zhou Hao knew about the nastiness of the town government. Zhou Hao couldn't manage other people's investment in others, but it was his own investment. Although Zhou Hao made money on the Hong Kong stock market and the international futures market, it is in the hundreds of millions, but this does not mean that his money can be embezzled casually. Therefore, Zhou Hao directly called Gaoholu. Since he introduced the Baohe group of the Yang family to Gaoholu, Gaoholu showed his face in the Xiangqing government, so he said that Gaoholu owed Zhou Hao a favor. Moreover, Gaoholu also knew that Zhou Hao had a close relationship with the Zhao family, so he was able to help with this task. With the great Buddha Gaoholu shining, the Donghua town government immediately died down, and at the same time, it was seen as Zhou Hao's energy. As for the engineering team, Zhou Hao knew that after Fan Liza fell from the Fong family, he took over Fong Guanwei's good friend construction company. After receiving Zhou Hao's call, Fan Liza repeatedly promised that he would send the best engineering team there immediately, and he would definitely get the road out within the time Zhou Hao requested. Of course, Zhou Hao will not treat Fan Liza in the price. Although it is much cheaper than the same type of project, Fan Liza can also make a profit of 10 to 20 million yuan from this single business. Especially, this is Zhou Hao's investment. Fan Liza's engineering team did not dare to cut corners. After arranging everything, Zhou Hao and Yin Tong and Yin gently left Huayu Village. Yin Qingqing didn't have many clothes, so it's easy to pack them away. However, Yin Qingqing was very unwilling to give up to her parents and Huayu Village. The car drove far away, and she still passed the glass behind, looking at Huayu Village. Don't worry, cousin, it's not that you can't go back. When this road is repaired, it will be convenient for you to go to Xiangqing whether you come back to Huayu Village or your uncle and aunt. Zhou Hao comforted Yin gently. Yeah. A feeling of parting lingered in Yin Qing's heart. Fortunately, Zhou Hao and Yin Tong were by her side, which made her feel better. It was the first time she took a car, and she was very curious in the car. At the same time, she admired Yin Tong, who was sitting in the driver's seat calmly steering the wheel. Seeing that Yin Qingqing almost regarded Yin Tong as an idol, Zhou Hao smiled at her. Cousin, you don't need to be envious. When you arrive at Xiangqing, I will ask you to take a driver's license. Then it will be much easier to get in and out. Me, can I learn to drive too? Yan Qing asked with some expectation and anxiety. Yeah, even I have a driver's license. This is not the age of bicycles. It is very inconvenient without a driver's license. Yin Tong in front also smiled and said softly to Yin, It's gentle. Don't be afraid. My aunt wouldn't know it before. It's easy to get started. An hour later, Zhou Hao and others returned to Xiangqing. Yin Xingqing hadn't been to Xiangqing yet, and she was very surprised to see those 20 or 30-story high-rise buildings in the urban area, and seeing the passing people coming and going outside the car. She was in a different place. Strange and uneasy. Back at Guanhu Villa, Yin Qingming was even more surprised to see these towering buildings, and Zhou Hao also smiled and said, Cousin, we live on the highest floor. From today on we live together. The highest level? How long does it take to go? Yin gently asked in surprise. Zhou Hao smiled. It doesn't take long because there are elevators here. Yin Qing didn't know what the elevator was. After she followed Yin Tong and Zhou Hao into a small room, and felt a feeling that she had never felt before, she realized that the small room was the so-called elevator. When she walked into Zhou Hao's house, Yin Qing was completely stunned. She had never seen such a large and luxurious and beautiful house. Inside, Yin Qing did not dare to walk more than one step, for fear that it would stain the palace. The same place. It was after Zhou Hao and Yin Tong persuaded for a long time that Yin Qing's feeling of restraint in her heart was slightly lessened. Cousin Gentle, you don't need to be nervous here. It's as good as Grandma's house, because this will also be your home in the future. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Come, I will show you to your room. Since there are only 2 people in the house, Zhou Hao and Yin Tong, there are still 3 vacant rooms. Zhou Hao changed one of them into a study room before, and the room that Yin Qingqing arranged was opposite Yin Tong's room. This is my room? Yin Qing was stunned to look at this spacious room, feeling that it was not much smaller than the hall in his original home, especially the closet where the clothes were placed. One more room can be divided into this cabinet. Mom's room is opposite you, and my room is upstairs. Zhou Hao helped Yin gently put her clothes and luggage. By the way, we also have a very good neighbor, just like family, but they won't be back until tonight. I'll introduce you to them when the time comes. Wang Shijuan and the others have to come back tonight because they are still visiting relatives with her grandmother. While helping Yin to pack her clothes gently, Zhou Hao realized that his 17-year-old cousin didn't even have a bra, and remembered that when she rashly broke into her room yesterday, she was still wearing the little girl's close-fitting shirt. No way, cousin gently. This age is an important time for development, especially the breasts. You have to protect it. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but think of Yin Qing's pair like fresh chicken heads. The sweet breasts, the blood she was boiling. Cousin Qing, I'll take you to buy some clothes later. Zhou Hao said gently to Yin. Yin Qingqing quickly said, No, I have enough clothes. My cousin, although it is not good to say that, wearing these clothes will make people outside laugh. The so-called Buddha depends on gold clothes and people depend on clothes. Especially if you are a beautiful girl like your cousin, you deserve more. Good clothes set off. Hearing Zhou Hao's compliment, Yin Qing's face blushed, and she softly responded. She also saw that the clothes of the people in the city are much more fashionable than what she wears, and she also knows that if she helps Yin Tong manage the store in the future, she will have a lot more people to contact than before. Good-looking and generous appearance is very important. Before that, Yin Tong and Zhou Hao drove the car and took Yin Qing around in Xiangqing to see Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and the various branches of Romantic House. Aunt, Xiao Hao, so many stores are ours. Yin Qing said in disbelief. Yes, so your future tasks are not light. Zhou Hao smiled. Yin Qing nodded heavily. I will try my best to relieve my aunt's burden. After that, Yin Tong went to the first Mrs. Zhou restaurant in front of Yuning Middle School to deal with matters, while Zhou Hao drove this Audi with Yin gentle to buy clothes. Seeing that Zhou Hao's driving skills are much more proficient than Yin Tong, Yin Qingqing truly believes that he has a driver's license, and can't help but admire him a little more. When he came to the pedestrian street in the city, Zhou Hao put his car in a nearby parking lot due to the dense flow of people. Yin Qingming came to Xiangqing for the first time, and was not familiar with all the road sections. Zhou Hao was afraid that she would be separated, so he took her hand. The skin touched, both of them felt a strange feeling. Zhou Hao felt that Yin Qingming's jade hands were very soft, and Yin Qingming also felt that Zhou Hao's hands were broad and thick, giving people a very reliable sense of security. Being so led and shuttled in the crowd by him made Yin Qing feel a sweet feeling in her heart. With Yin Qingqing, Zhou Hao went to a nearby shopping mall. This shopping center is very famous in Xiangqing. Zhou Hao remembers it was opened in 1992 or 1993, and it was state-owned. However, in the last life, this shopping mall was unable to compete in the competition of Carrefour and RT-Mart and other large supermarkets, and finally closed down. But now, this shopping center is still the largest and most famous shopping place in Xiangqing, and the goods inside are relatively high-end. It's not the most important thing for other clothes. Zhou Hao was thinking about buying a few sets of bras for Yin Qingqing to protect her newly grown breasts. And Yin Qing didn't know Zhou Hao's thoughts, just followed him obediently. On the second floor, Zhou Hao finally found a special area selling underwear, but in this special area, both the waiters and the guests were women, which made Zhou Hao hesitant. Yin Qing was also taken aback. Women in the village rarely wear bras, so she doesn't know what those hood-like things are. But despite this, she still recognizes the triangular, and only finds out what they are here. Place. Xiaohao, why did you bring me to this place? Yin asked Zhou Hao with a blushing face. Seeing Yin Qing's delicate and radiant face like a begonia flower, Zhou Hao was amazed, but still whispered to her. Cousin Qing, these are the necessities of a woman and have a good protective effect. I saw you yesterday. I didn't have any formal underwear, so... You? Hearing Zhou Hao dared to mention the embarrassing thing yesterday, Yin Qing was ashamed and angrily speechless. As the two talked, women shopping in this underwear area began to notice them. Looking at the young boys and girls, they couldn't help being curious, and even guessed that Zhou Hao and Yin Qing were newlyweds. They came here to buy women's private clothes. Seeing more and more gazes around him, Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and led Yin Gentle into the special area, and shouted loudly to the waiter not far away. Waiter, I want to buy a bra. Everyone present was frightened by Zhou Hao's shout, and then the women couldn't help laughing, and Yin Qing, who was led by Zhou Hao, was so embarrassed that her head bowed, and she did not dare to lift it up. The young waitress not far away walked over quickly, looked at Zhou Hao with a smile, and then smiled. Sir, do you want to buy a bra? Yes. No, I bought it for her. Zhou Hao also found that what he said was ambiguous at this time, and quickly explained. The waitress looked at Yin Qing, who was embarrassed, and saw at a glance that she had just come out of the countryside. The key was not the clothes on Yin Qing, but the simplicity of the villagers on Yin Qing. Another reason is that the waitress also came from the countryside, so she also saw her shadow in Yin Qing when she had just arrived in the city. She smiled gently at Yin and asked, It's the first time to buy it. She knows that many girls in the village just use t-shirts instead of bras, and don't wear them even after they get married. Yin nodded slightly. Yeah. Zhou Hao next to him asked. Miss Waiter, please introduce some. We don't understand this. Okay, please come with me, both of you. The waitress smiled and gently brought Zhou Hao and Yin to the hangers in the special area, and then picked up a white cotton bra and said, I look at this girl. It should be only 17 or 18 years old. This style is more suitable. There are about 4 styles of bras. The first is full cup type, the second is 3/4 cup, and the third is half a cup. The last one is a 5/8 cup. She explained with the white bra holding her hand up. This is a 3/4 cup type. It is the best concentrated effect among the 4 styles, and it is also suitable for girls who are in the developing state and can play a very good protective effect. Zhou Hao nodded. In fact, he has seen a lot of girls' bras since rebirth. Wang Shijuan and Yang Jiaobao are both used to this white 3/4 type bra. Zhao Yuqin prefers lace underwear, and he prefers in red, purple, black, and other alluring colors. And Situ Jinying's crispy chest is almost comparable to Zhao Yuqin, and the scale is far larger than her peers. She also likes lace bras, but she prefers to highlight lively colors such as white and blue. As for Li Ruolin, who already has a skin relationship with Zhou Hao, her are relatively moderate, which is very delicate in Yingying's grip. She is also used to 3/4 bras, but she prefers pink ones. Girls of different personalities wear different bras. Zhou Hao felt that Yin Qingqing's personality was somewhat similar to that of Wang Shijuan, and even more introverted than Wang Shijuan, so he should also like more white. At this time, the waitress smiled at Zhou Hao. In fact, very few men can put their faces down and buy underwear with their girlfriends or wives. You are so considerate, sir. She's not mine. Zhou Hao wanted to clarify that he and Yanqing were not a lover or a husband and wife, but he saw Yanqing lowered his head and didn't speak. Somehow he couldn't explain it. By the way, what is the size of this lady? The waitress asked again. Size. Zhou Hao immediately showed a dazed expression, and Yanqing didn't know what the size meant. In fact, according to Zhou Hao's memory yesterday, Yanqing's size is about 32A or 32B. The waitress knew what was going on when she saw Zhou Hao and Yan's gentle expressions, but it was not surprising, because not to mention boys, even girls sometimes don't know their size. She gently said to Yan, "Miss, come with me, and I will measure it for you." Yan looked at Zhou Hao lightly, and Zhou Hao smiled at her. "Go, let the waiter take a measurement for you." Therefore, Yanqing followed the waiter aside, and the women around were still watching Zhou Hao curiously. He also blamed Zhou Hao for his excellent looks and tall body, which could easily attract the women around him. After a while, the waiter with a rope ruler in his hand came back with Yan gentle. "This lady's size is 32B. I also helped her measure her waist and hips. They are 22 and 32, respectively. The ratio is very good." Zhou Hao also nodded. Yesterday, he saw Yanqing's figure, that kind of petite and exquisite figure. Yan Qingming had already returned to Zhou Hao and gently grabbed his sleeves. As if only in this way could she feel a little safe in the environment surrounded by all kinds of underwear. At this time, Zhou Hao asked the waiter, "Then what brand of underwear is better here?" From the perspective of brand and quality, the best is the Triumph underwear. It is an international brand we recently introduced here, but the price is relatively high. The waitress introduced to Zhou Hao conscientiously. If you too want a lower price, you can also choose a domestic brand, and the quality is relatively good. For this kind of close-fitting clothing, Zhou Hao naturally hoped to give Yanqing the best, so he said, "Then Triumph, can you give it a try?" The waitress smiled and nodded. "I can't try it if it's summer." She meant it's okay now. So she took the Triumph underwear in 3 colors of pink, pink blue, and pure white, and handed it to Yanqing Tian. "The dressing room is over there." Yanqing took the white underwear and walked into the dressing room, while Zhou Hao stood outside the dressing room waiting for her. But after a while, Zhou Hao heard Yanqing yelling to himself inside, "Xiao Hao, Xiao Hao." Zhou Hao thought she had encountered something and hurriedly approached the locker room door and said, "Cousin gently, I am here. What happened?" I, come in first." With that, Yanqing slightly opened the locker room door. Zhou Hao hesitated a little, but thinking of Yanqing's green but beautiful body yesterday, he felt a glimmer of expectation in his heart. Finally, he looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to his side. The waitress had also left just now, so she gritted her teeth and pushed the door into the dressing room, and immediately closed the door. As soon as he entered, Zhou Hao saw that Yanqing's upper body clothes had been taken off, and she could see her white and soft skin and her very cute little belly button. And she also put the white bra on her chest to cover the spring light there, but the bra was not buttoned up. Instead, she held it firmly by her hands on her chest. Yanqing's cheeks flushed, and she whispered to Zhou Hao shyly, "Xiao Hao, I don't know how to wear this bra." Seeing Yanqing's shy appearance, Zhou Hao only felt blood flow up, and his whole body became hot. Especially Yanqing's hands on his chest, the soft and weak appearance made people think about it. Zhou Hao swallowed, feeling a little dry in his throat. "Cousin, why didn't you call the waitress just now? You are not afraid to let me see?" But seeing Yanqing's head drooped, even the roots of her ears were red, and she said with a mosquito-like voice, Anyway, you've seen it." Although the waiter is a woman, to Yanqing, even though she is also a woman, it is still a shame to let someone who is not familiar with her see her body. Compared with Zhou Hao, she would rather let Zhou Hao come in and help herself. Zhou Hao took a few deep breaths, suppressing what was about to move in his heart, and then stretched his hand to the shoulder strap of the bra behind Yanqing. He, who has never relented in murder, is now shaking with both hands. After rebirth, Zhou Hao had already solved the underwear of Zhao Yuqin, Li Ruolin, and other women. The method was purely extraordinary, but it was the first time for a woman to put on underwear. Carefully buckled the button of the shoulder strap and swiped the fingertips across Yin Qing's satin-like skin, causing Yin Qing to involuntarily tremble a few times. After gently putting on a bra for Yin, Zhou Hao sighed like those doctors who had just finished major surgery. And he also saw Yin Qing Ming wearing a bra. This 3/4 cup bra does have a very good concentration effect, so that Yin Qing's pair of jade rabbits, which are not too big, can be lifted and concentrated and constituted a shallow and delicate gully. Seeing that Zhou Hao's eyes were completely focused on his chest, Yin asked in a low voice, "Okay, does it look good?" Zhou Hao can't speak anymore, just nodding blindly. This Triumph is worthy of being an internationally renowned brand. Not only does it have high-quality clothes, it can also fully show the charm of a woman's carcass. Anyway, Yin Qing didn't have a bra, so Zhou Hao simply let her wear it like that. After coming out of the locker room, Zhou Hao saw that the waitress was standing outside just now. Next to him, there was a woman in her 30s with black-rimmed glasses and a ponytail. It seemed that she should be the manager here. The waitress looked at Zhou Hao and Yin Qing with embarrassment, while the female manager stared at them coldly and said stiffly, "Sorry, we are not allowed to try on underwear here, especially those famous brand underwear." Zhou Hao clearly noticed a look of contempt in the female manager's eyes, especially when he looked at Yin Qing. Her eyes seemed to look at a prisoner. Zhou Hao immediately reduced his smile. "What do you mean? Are you afraid we can't afford it?" "Sir, people are very self-aware. I think the underwear of the brand of Triumph is too burdensome for you," the female manager said with a smile. "I also blame our waiter for not telling you in advance. The price, the set of Triumph underwear you just selected has a unit price of 2,399 yuan. Yin generally heard that a bra made of these pieces of fabric actually cost more than 2,000 yuan. His face changed immediately, and he quickly said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, this dress costs more than 2,000 yuan. Then let's not let it go." Yin Qing's words made the female manager's eyes even more unfriendly. Zhou Hao held Yin Qing's hand and said to the female manager, "How do you know that we can't afford it? That's how you treat customers." But I saw the female manager sneered. "Not only do I know that you can't afford it, I also suspect that you are trying to steal the merchandise in our shopping mall." She stretched out her right hand to Zhou Hao. "Hurry up and hand over the underwear, otherwise I will have to have searched your body." The tone seemed to conclude that Zhou Hao and Yin Qing had already stolen something. Zhou Hao was really angry at this brutal female manager. He said, "Do you know you are slandering? Is it clear that you are slandering yourself? I advise you to cooperate more, otherwise I will let the police come. Then you will have a harder time." The female manager looked at Zhou Hao and Yin Qing confidently. "If I guess not bad, the Triumph underwear is already on her." She turned to the waitress next to her and said, "Go and call the security guard. I want to search her." "Manager, this." The waitress obviously wanted to help Zhou Hao and the others. But the female manager immediately became angry. "Do you dare not even listen to me? Do you want to get rid of people? Damn, it's too deceiving." Zhou Hao cursed coldly and then took out his mobile phone. When the female manager saw Zhou Hao's mobile phone, her face immediately changed color because at this time, owning a mobile phone is still a status symbol, and a mobile phone usually costs more than 10,000 yuan. Just listen to Zhou Hao saying to the waitress, "You choose 20 sets of Triumph underwear for me, the size just now, in various colors, and then see how much it costs." At this time, the waitress also knew that Zhou Hao was not an ordinary person and was hesitating whether to follow Zhou Hao's words and listen to Zhou Hao. "Go ahead, not even you think I can't afford it." No. At the moment, she didn't care that she would offend the manager, turned around and chose the 20 sets of Triumph underwear in various colors of the size for Yin Qing. And the female manager was stunned at this time, staring at Zhou Hao blankly. After a while, the waitress came over and said to Zhou Hao, "Sir, 20 sets of Triumph underwear, totaling 36,700 yuan. I have already given you a 10% discount." Zhou Hao nodded, and then dialed Zhao Yuqin's Star River Securities Company number. Because of Zhou Hao's relationship with Zhao Yuqin, and Zhou Hao also had a lot of accounts there, he almost became a Star River Securities Company. Half the boss and the staff there often helped Zhou Hao withdraw large amounts of cash. At this moment, The female manager knew that she had kicked the iron plate, so she quickly changed her expression and hurried over to apologize to Zhou Hao. This gentleman, I have no eyes, but I don't know good or bad. I misunderstood you. Please forgive me, both of you. Zhou Hao snorted coldly. Didn't you say that we can't afford the things here? Didn't you say that we stole your things? The surrounding guests were also attracted by the situation here. They were also very angry with the female manager who was watching people with colored glasses, and at this time, they also applauded Zhou Hao. Soon, the staff of Galaxy Securities Company came over, and 6 bank staff in uniforms came over with 4 heavy-looking sacks. The people around all looked at these bank employees in confusion and saw that the male employee of Galaxy Securities came to Zhou Hao and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhou, I have brought the money as you ordered." Zhou Hao nodded and said to the female manager, "Now that I have brought the money, don't you say that I steal your things." I saw the bank staff put the 4 sacks in front of the female manager, open the bag, and saw that it was full of 1 yuan coins. The 4 sacks contained 36,700 $100 coins. It turns out that Zhou Hao just asked the people of Galaxy Securities to exchange all the 36,000 yuan into 1 yuan coins. Since Galaxy Securities has a good relationship with various banks, the bank that provides them with exchange services also actively sent people to help them. This brought nearly 40,000 coins. Okay, manager, you can count now. Here is enough 36,700 yuan. Please count clearly. Don't say we underpaid. Zhou Hao sneered at the female manager. The female manager looked at Zhou Hao with a bitter face. Looking at the large bags of coins, she was not counting or not, and she secretly regretted what she had done just now. At this time, the general manager of the shopping center has arrived after hearing the news. Seeing Zhou Hao with a look of anger and the large bags of 1 yuan coins, he quickly apologized to Zhou Hao. "Mr. Zhou, I'm really sorry, but our staff has neglected you. Your lord has a lot, so don't worry about her." Zhou Hao looked at this general manager who was about 40 years old with a general belly. "Do you know me?" "Hee. Even if I haven't seen you, I have heard of Mr. Zhou. Mayor Gao and Secretary Xiao praised you. This shopping center is a state-owned enterprise, so the general manager is also a staff member. Having the opportunity to deal with Gao Holu, Xiao Yu and others, he would naturally have heard of Zhou Hao. At the same time, he secretly blamed his subordinates for how easy it was to provoke him, and even provoke Zhou Hao. He knows that Kazuo Koike, of Sumitomo Metal Industry, who came to Shanxing to invest before, paid a full 100 million yuan extra when he bought the land because he offended Zhou Hao. Actually, I don't want to care about anything, but the hospitality of your female manager is really problematic," Zhou Hao said with a hand in her hand. "On the contrary, this waitress is much better, and the service is attentive. I see, let her be the manager." Yes, I will definitely make adjustments later." The general manager quickly laughed. The waitress who served Zhou Hao and Yin Qingqing just now can be regarded as meeting a distinguished person, and the arrogant female manager before, at this time has a dejected look. At this time, the general manager pointed to the bags of coins on the ground again. "Mr. Zhou, these coins." Zhou Hao smiled naturally. "We paid for the things." "General manager, you don't want to collect them because you think they are coins." No, then I will represent them all." "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for patronizing." The general manager smiled bitterly, and he had to wait for someone to take the coins back to the bank and exchange them into paper money. After the small storm subsided, the people at Galaxy Securities and the bank went back. In order to make amends for Zhou Hao, the general manager also promised that he and Yin Qingqing would all shop here for free today. In line with the principle of having the advantage, not taking advantage of it, Zhou Hao accepted it with a polite smile. As he had to buy clothes, Zhou Hao stored the 20 sets of underwear here first. After leaving the underwear area, Yin Qingqing said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, did we do that just now? Wouldn't it be too much? Who made that guy look down on us and dare to slander us for stealing things?" Zhou Hao snorted. "It's nothing for her to look down on me, but she dares to insult my family, and I will never let her go." Hearing that Zhou Hao regarded himself as a family member, and that he was so angry just now because of his own reasons, Yin Qing had a sense of happiness of being protected. Looking at Zhou Hao's resolute face, his heart felt soft. Then, Zhou Hao and Yin Qing went around the shopping malls and carefully selected more than 10 sets of clothes for her. After leaving the shopping center, Zhou Hao brought Yin Qing to a beauty center. Yin Qing is young and beautiful, so naturally there is no need for whitening and wrinkle removal. However, this beauty center also doubles as a hairdressing service, so Zhou Hao asked them to cut Yin Qing with a relatively simple and generous hairstyle. After coming out of the beauty center, Yin Qingming had already put on the new clothes she had just bought. She was wearing a chiffon shirt on her upper body, plus a beige leather long trench coat, and her lower body was a pair of dark blue straight jeans. This is matched by Zhou Hao. It looks a little more mature than Yin Qing's actual age, but it is also fashionable and younger. Especially Yin Qing is very beautiful originally, so when she appeared like this, she immediately attracted her surroundings. The eyes of pedestrians. Yin Qing was a little uncomfortable with this kind of dress. Seeing the gazes of others, he asked Zhou Hao uneasily, "Xiao Hao, is it really nice to wear this way? Believe me, you are much more beautiful than those models or celebrities." Zhou Hao was also very satisfied with his own thoughts, thinking that it really depends on the clothes. After changing such clothes, Yin Qing looks like London, like the fashion beauties in the big cities of New York. After driving back to Guanhu Villa, the sky was shrouded in night, and Wang Shijuan and Lu Shiping had also returned. "Zhou Hao, you are back." Wang Shijuan greeted him immediately when he saw Zhou Hao who had returned, but when he saw the beautiful and charming Yin next to Zhou Hao, he paused, and the excitement on his face a little. "Zhou Hao, this sister is." Zhou Hao immediately introduced the two of them. "Shijuan, this is my cousin Yin Qing, who will live with us in the future. Cousin Qing, this is our neighbor Wang Shijuan for more than 10 years, and is also my good friend. Sister Qingqing, hello, just call me Shijuan." Wang Shijuan immediately gave Yin a friendly smile. "Hello, Shijuan, I just came here, and I don't know anything. You have to give me more advice." Yin Qingqing also liked Wang Shijuan, who is implicit and friendly. And Lu Shiping has just received a call from Yin Tong, knowing that Yin Qingqing will help them run Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and romantic house, cake shop together. Regarding Yin Qing's arrival, Lu Shiping would not think that Zhou Hao and Yin Tong did not believe in themselves and deliberately found a relative to monitor them. Because now their family's life is brought by Zhou Hao, and even 30% of the shares in the company, Tongguang, will belong to her. If Zhou Hao didn't believe her, it would never have been the case before. Therefore, she sincerely welcomed Yin Qingqing's arrival. And Zhou Hao also told Lu Shiping that she hoped she could teach Yin Qingqing how to do business. "Aunt Lu, I will definitely study hard," Yin Qing said to Lu Shiping sincerely. Lu Shiping liked Shang Yin Qing at first glance, because she felt that Yin Qing was a pragmatic person, not as impetuous as others. On the other hand, Wang Shijuan and Yin Qingming got acquainted very quickly, perhaps because the two of them have similar personalities, so they can talk very well. But what made Zhou Hao helpless was that what the two women were talking about was embarrassment from their childhood. For example, Yin Qingming told Wang Shijuan that he had tried bedwetting when he was a child during the summer vacation at his grandmother's house, making Wang Shijuan cover his mouth and laugh. And Wang Shijuan also told Yin Qingming that Zhou Hao lost his way in the school when he was in elementary school and couldn't find his classroom for a long time. Zhou Hao himself didn't want to mention these unbearable childhood memories, but became a joke of the two women chatting. However, when Yin Qingqing heard Wang Shijuan saying that Zhou Hao would leave Xiangqing the day after tomorrow before returning, she immediately showed a lonely look. She said to Zhou Hao, "You are leaving soon after we meet?" That's it. Even Wang Shijuan couldn't help feeling a little bitter. It's not even the spring festival yet over. Zhou Hao said very sophisticatedly, "No way. Business matters. Since the day after tomorrow we'll go to Guangxi with Xiao Jiming. Xiao Jiming and Xiao Nanhua will come over tonight for dinner with Zhou Hao." Both Wang Shijuan and Yin Qingqing are experts in housework, and their knowledge in cooking is not shallow. With the addition of two virtuous mothers, Yin Tong and Lu Shiping, the four quickly made a good table. Dinner. The two boys, Zhou Hao and Wang Zhongcai, sat lazily on the sofa and watched TV, looking optimistic. Soon, Xiao Jiming and Xiao Nanhua arrived, and Yin Tong immediately greeted their father and son to sit down. It was the first time that Yin Qingming saw Xiao Jiming and his son. Zhou Hao introduced her. Cousin Qingming, this is my brother Xiao Nanhua, and this is my only son Xiao Jiming. Yan Qingqing greeted the two people friendly immediately, but Xiao Jiming was stunned when he saw Yan Qingqing. He stared blankly at Yan Qing's delicate and refined face, his whole body motionless like a statue. Jiming, Jiming. Xiao Nanhua pushed Xiao Jiming. What's wrong with you? Xiao Jiming only recovered, but his face immediately flushed, and his ears were hot. He said to his father, "Oh, nothing, nothing." Then he hurriedly lowered his head to avoid Yan Qing's gaze, but he was a little fidgety. Wang Zhongsai over there smiled and said, "I'm afraid it wasn't because he saw that Sister Qing was so beautiful, so he fell in love at first sight." As soon as Wang Zhongsai's words came out, Xiao Jiming immediately denied. What's the matter? I just remembered something for a while." He carefully looked at Yin Qingxi, who was sitting opposite, and saw that she didn't take Wang Zhongsai's words to heart. There was still the kind of friendly smile on his face, and he was slightly relieved, but he was inexplicably disappointed. Lu Shiping tapped Wang Zhongsai's head with the head of his chopsticks. "I just talked nonsense at a young age." Yin Tong smiled and said, "Jiming is not young anymore. I am afraid that he will be 25, and it is time to find a girlfriend, lest your dad is always nagging you." I also told him, "But this kid is just like me. He has a stubborn temper." Xiao Nanhua smiled slightly. "And I met that bad woman again before. I'm afraid something will fall in my heart. Alas, anyway, I can't manage that much anymore. Children and grandchildren have their own children and grandchildren, as long as they are happy." "Dad, what are you talking about?" Although Xiao Jiming is an adult, his face is still thin. Xiao Nanhua said these things in front of so many people, which really made him a little embarrassed. However, Zhou Hao, who was next to him, frowned slightly, because he had just noticed that Xiao Jiming's expression when he saw Yan Qing was clearly a sign of love at first sight. At this time, Yin Tong smiled again. "But Jiming, we are a good girl." Then he turned his head and smiled at Yan Qing next to him. "Gentle, Jiming graduated from a medical university. Western medicine is very good, and the character is honest and sincere, but he is a rare, good boy. Auntie, you are still young," Yan Qing said to Yin Tong after taking a peek at Zhou Hao. "Haha, that's true. I'm not even 18 years old this year." Yin Tong smiled and said, "Jiming, if you are really interested in us, you have to wait another 2 or 3 years." Xiao Jiming was so embarrassed that he couldn't say anything at this time. So he had to pick up his rice bowl and stuff rice in his mouth to escape the embarrassing atmosphere. After the meal, Wang Shijuan and Yin Qingqing helped clean up the dishes and chopsticks. Zhou Hao and Xiao Nanhua were chatting about the herbs in the living room over there. Although Xiao Jiming was sitting with Xiao Nanhua and Zhou Hao, his eyes were constantly changing. Yin gently glanced over there. After washing the dishes, Yin Qingqing followed Wang Shijuan to the hanging garden above to chat. At this time, Xiao Nanhua received a call from his pharmacy employee and walked over to answer it. Xiao Jiming sat on the sofa with Zhou Hao. Xiao Jiming grabbed the trousers on his knees, hesitated to say a few times, but never said anything. Zhou Hao saw his absent-minded appearance and said, "Jiming, just say anything. We are not outsiders." After a short pause, Xiao Jiming took a deep breath, as if he had had a lot of courage, and said to Zhou Hao, "Little master, your cousin." Seeing Xiao Jiming's appearance, Zhou Hao thought in his heart, "Does this fellow Jiming really fell in love with his cousin Qingqing at first sight, right?" In fact, Xiao Jiming has all kinds of good conditions. He is pure and filial to his parents. Moreover, he was talented, and he was a good man who was sought after in any age. Compared to Wei Quanji, who ruined Yin Qing's life in his previous life, he was much better. In theory, it would be a good result if Yin Qingqing and Xiao Jiming were together. However, Zhou Hao didn't know why he was so uncomfortable, as if he was caught by an invisible big hand. That kind of feeling, it's as if the thing you love has been taken by others. He looked at Xiao Jiming very seriously and slowly said, "Jiming, tell me honestly, do you like my cousin?" Hearing Zhou Hao's direct words, Xiao Jiming was taken aback. Aye, but just opened his mouth. He blushed and lowered his head. With his reaction, Zhou Hao didn't even know what he meant. It was clearly that he fell in love with Yin Qing at first sight. Headache. Zhou Hao cried secretly. I don't know why. He seems to have regarded Yin Qing as something under his wing, not allowing anyone to get involved. Although Yin Qingqing is a cousin with him, if something really happens to them, it will not be recognized by the society. However, in Huayu village, marriage between cousins is not an act that will be condemned. Strictly speaking, according to the customs of Huayu village, they neither advocate nor oppose marriage between cousins. Even Zhou Hao's grandmother is also his grandfather's cousin. Zhou Hao was also contradictory. In his previous life, when he went back to Huayu village to see Yin Qingqing, who was devastated after marriage, his resentment towards Wei Quanji was extremely strong, and hating him hurt Yin Qingqing's life. So in this life, his ruthless calculation of Wei Quanji to let him die under the gun of the battalion commander may not have nothing to do with Zhou Hao's previous resentment. In the previous life, Zhou Hao was unable to protect Yin Qing, so now he wants to eradicate all those who hurt her. Perhaps, as early as in his last life, Zhou Hao had already had that kind of vague fondness for Yin Qingqing. That's why he hated Wei Quanji so much. But now, the opponent is Xiao Jiming. To Wei Quanji, to Wei Qishou, Zhou Hao could be merciless or even cruel. But it didn't work for Xiao Jiming. In name, he was his nephew. Moreover, Zhou Hao had already regarded Xiao Jiming as his confidant and friend. He could not deal with him cruelly just because Xiao Jiming fell in love with Yin at first sight. But at this moment, Yin Tong came here again and smiled at Xiao Jiming. Jiming, when you saw Gentle just now, you were completely stunned. Tell me, do you really like us, Gentle? Madam, don't be shy, do you like it? It's not illegal, Yin Tong said and sat down. Let me tell you, our family is really a good girl, not only gentle and kind, but also intelligent and virtuous. Is a person who can really live. I told you that I saw you were good. A good girl like Qing Qing will be pursued by many people in the future. Seeing that Yin Tong is now like the matchmakers in Huayu village, Zhou Hao frowned and said, Mom, my cousin is not 18 years old enough, but the law stipulates that you must be 20 years old to get married. Yin Tong glared at Zhou Hao. You can get married at 20. Doesn't it mean that you have to be 20 to fall in love? I didn't let them get married now. She turned to Xiao Jiming and said, You can talk first. In love, after 2 or 3 years, it's not too late to get married if it really feels right. Zhou Hao said, Mom, you haven't asked Qing cousin again. How do you know that she will agree? Yin Tong looked at Zhou Hao strangely. I'm talking about your cousin. Why are you so nervous? I didn't want you to fall in love. Aye. Zhou Hao was speechless for a while. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that his cousin was mine and nobody could touch it. No longer caring about Yin Tong, who was incarnate as a matchmaker, and Xiao Jiming, who looked like an innocent boy, Zhou Hao left the living room and went to the sky garden above. There are 3 lampposts in the sky garden, which are European-style street lamps, emitting a hazy yellow light, reflecting on the surrounding flowers, and the air is also full of strong floral scents, which is very pleasant. Yin Qing was sitting on the swing in the middle of the garden, shaking his head, looking up at the romantic starry sky in the sky. But Wang Shijuan, who came up with her just now, was nowhere to be seen. Hearing Zhou Hao's footsteps, Yin turned his head slightly and showed him a delicate smile. Xiao Hao. Under a little bit of stars, under the dim light, among all kinds of bright flowers, the smiling face is lightly like a fairy among the flowers, and that beautiful body makes Zhou Hao's heart throbbing uncontrollably. Jump up and down. Yin Qingqing was amused by Zhou Hao's silly look. What are you looking at? Zhou Hao recovered, smiled, and walked over and sat on the swing. Cousin gently, I think you should wear the clothes back to the village. Now that you are so beautiful, it's easy to attract butterflies. In complimenting Zhou Hao's evening dress, Yin Qing's face blushed. I think you have been living in the city for so many years, and you are as glib as the people in the city. By the way, what about Shijuan? Didn't she just come up with you? Zhou Hao asked. Yin Qing said, Aunt Lu had something to ask for her just now, so she went down. Looking at the brilliantly blooming or budding flowers around, she sincerely praised, I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful place here. The garden is so beautiful. No matter how beautiful you are, you can't be more beautiful than cousin you. Zhou Hao couldn't help but said, looking at Yin Qing's beautiful eyes that are as bright as gems, he said, I only now understand why people in ancient times would be ashamed of closing the moon. Hua is used to describe beautiful women, like your cousin. Even Hua feels ashamed. Yin Qingqing grew up in Huayu village. He only heard the heroine praise the heroine on TV, but in reality he never heard others praise him so much, especially Zhou Hao, who had an excellent relationship with her. She held her face and smiled. If you praise me so much, my face will be as red as a tomato. I'm telling the truth. Zhou Hao said. By the way, cousin, what do you think of gymming? Gymming. Zhou Hao's topic changed too quickly, and Yin Qingqing took a long time to react. You mean the brother Xiao just now? Hee, a good person. I heard from my aunt that he is also proficient in Chinese medicine. Western medicine is still a university graduate. It's really amazing. In these days, college students are very impressive, and Yin Qing thinks that being a doctor is very good. In Huayu village, the old doctor who specializes in iron warfare is very respected by the villagers, and people give him gifts during the new year. Hearing Yin Qing's praise of Xiao gymming so highly, Zhou Hao felt very uncomfortable. Perhaps he was a little jealous. He asked Yin Qingqing, I'm not talking about his profession. I mean, from a man's point of view, how is he? Then he is also a good man. I think he can be very concerned. Yin Qing said with a smile. He had to help us clean up the dishes just now. I think he must be a good man who knows how to be considerate of others. The man. When Zhou Hao heard this, his heart became even more sour, but he took a deep breath and asked, Then, cousin gentle, do you like him? I like it. Yin Qing smiled naturally. Of course I like big brother Xiao. Yin Qing's words were tantamount to a sharp sword piercing Zhou Hao's heart fiercely. He felt dizzy. He felt that the stars in the sky were overshadowed, and the fragrance of flowers around him no longer existed. Big brother Xiao is a good person. Shi Jun also said that she likes big brother Xiao very much. At this time, Yin said gently. Zhou Hao was shocked and nervously grabbed Yin Qing's arm. What? You said Shi Jun likes gymming too. Yeah, what's the matter? Yin Qing looked at Zhou Hao strangely. Big brother Xiao is so good, don't you like him? Do you have any misunderstandings? Looking at Yin Qingqing in a daze, Zhou Hao finally realized that he would be wrong if he dares to believe. The like Yin Qing said was not the like he wanted to say. No, I was just shocked by you. Zhou Hao said, patting his chest. When did I scare you? Yin Qing was puzzled by Zhou Hao. What's wrong with you? Why are you weird? Zhou Hao looked at Yin Qingqing with a serious face. Cousin Qingqing, I just asked you whether you like gymming or not. If you let you marry him, would you? Would you? Yin gently stunned, as if he didn't expect Zhou Hao to ask himself such a question. Slowly, her eyebrows frowned, and the look in her eyes began to become complicated. After a while, she whispered, What about you? Do you want me to marry him? Me? Zhou Hao was also puzzled. In fact, Yin Qingqing had misunderstood Zhou Hao's meaning. She thought that she meant Zhou Hao to marry Xiao gymming. Seeing Yin Qingqing pursing his lips and looking at him, Zhou Hao hesitated for a while. He didn't know what Yin Qingqing meant by saying this, but he asked himself. Of course he didn't want Yin Qingqing to be with Xiao gymming, so he gritted his teeth and said flatly, Of course I don't want to. Zhou Hao's words made Yin Qing's whole body warm up like the spring sunshine, and the anxiety and fear in his heart just now disappeared with Zhou Hao's words. Seeing Zhou Hao's resolute look, she said, Since you are not willing, then I will listen to you. Her voice was very soft, but solemn, as if she was making a certain mountain alliance. Listen to me? Zhou Hao muttered to himself, wondering what Yin Qing said. However, it is certain that she will not marry Xiao gymming. Zhou Hao smiled and said, But, didn't you just say that gymming is a good man? You just said clearly that he is the kind of good man who knows how to be considerate of others. Yin Qing Jiao glanced at Zhou Hao angrily, as if to blame his wooden head. Gymming is a good man. Even my mother admires him. Why don't you like him? Zhou Hao asked with a smile. Yin Qingming already understood the meaning of this like at this time. She looked at Zhou Hao, then lowered her head and said softly, My body is not innocent. Why? How can I marry other people? Although Yin Qing's voice was soft, it was undoubtedly a shocking bomb in Zhou Hao's ears. His head was blank, and Yin Qing's words just now, My body is not innocent anymore, were constantly hovering in his ears. Could it be that Wei Quanji, who killed 1,000 knives, had already attacked his cousin and did that animal thing? Zhou Hao said in his heart. But, according to what the master had taught before, the cousin's eyebrows were not clear. The nose and wings are not open. She is clearly a virgin. When he was in Xiaoning Mountain, Dr. Gongsun once taught Zhou Hao some facial knowledge related to medical skills, including the method of judging virgins from their appearance. Therefore, Zhou Hao felt very strange to Yin Qingqing that she was no longer innocent. In order to understand the suspicion and the happy, he asked, "Cousin Gentle, is someone bullying you? You tell me, I will definitely seek justice for you." Yin lightly glanced at Zhou Hao, then pursed his lips slightly and said, "Yes, someone bullied me. Who is it? Who is bullying cousin you?" Zhou Hao was startled, afraid that Yin Qing would really be abused by others. "Who else? Isn't it you?" Yin Qing said to Zhou Hao. "People were changing clothes in the room, but you broke in for no reason. I was taken care of by you, not you. Bully me." Hearing what Yin Qing said, Zhou Hao was stunned for a long time, and finally took a long breath, thinking that she said that her body was no longer innocent. He was just so startled by Yin Qing, and his right hand grabbed the iron pillar that was supporting the swing next to him. Now that he relaxed, the place he had grabbed on the iron pillar was twisted, leaving a few clear finger marks. But the problem came again. It was herself who saw Yin Qing's body. That is to say, she was also the culprit who was no longer innocent in her body. Seeing Yin Qing's coquettish and shameful appearance, Zhou Hao was shocked. He tentatively said, "Cousin Gently, could it be that this way you can't marry someone?" Yin Qingqing also lowered his head. "My mother said, the girl's body can only be seen by her husband. You let me. How can you marry me?" When Zhou Hao heard this, he really wanted to tell Yin Qingqing that if this was the case, you could just marry me. Of course, he can't say such things, especially girls like Yin Qing who are both implicit and strong in traditional ideas. They can't just joke. In this way, the two of them didn't speak anymore, and there was an embarrassing atmosphere that made people confused. Yin Qing still lowered his head, his eyes wandering about the flowers on the ground with anxious eyes, and Zhou Hao also deliberately looked up at the sky, not knowing that he was looking at the star. In addition to the fragrance of flowers in the air, Zhou Hao also smelled the faint virgin fragrance on Yin Qing's body. Under the ripples in his heart, he quietly stretched his hand over Yin Gentle's shoulder, trying to hug her into his arms. Yin Qing also seemed to have noticed Zhou Hao's sneaky actions, but she didn't escape, and she was sitting there quietly, as if waiting for Zhou Hao's hand. "Zhou Hao, Brother Xiao, and the others are leaving. Aunt Yin asked you to go down and send them off." Wang Shijuan's voice suddenly came, scared Zhou Hao and Yin Gentle to sit a little away quickly. Zhou Hao's hands were too fast. He closed his ears back, as if nothing had happened. After staying in Xianqing for 2 days, Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming are about to go to Guangxi to start their journey of seeking medicine again. "Xiao Hao, go to Guangxi and be careful. This is for you." In the waiting room, Yin Qing gave a concentric knot made of red rope to Zhou Hao. This concentric knot was just studied by her. "It took half a night to knit it by myself yesterday." Zhou Haojin put the concentric knot into the inner pocket of her arms and said to Yin gently, "Thank you, cousin Gently." Yin Tong said to Zhou Hao at this time, "I've already asked you to leave the school, so don't worry. But don't be unscrupulous. Come back as soon as you are done, so we don't worry, you know." "I know, Mom." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "The plane is about to take off. We have to set off." He waved to Lu Shiping and Wang Shijuan's sister and brother, and went to the gate with Xiao Jiming. Xiao Jiming took a few steps, then turned his head and looked at Yin behind him lightly, leaving a bit of reluctance on his face. Despite Yin Tong's encouragement, he has never dared to make a gentle appointment for the past 2 days, and can only miss this refined girl who does not seem to belong to the world. As Zhou Hao next to him already knew that Yin Qing would not like Xiao Jiming, he also let go. Although Xiao Jiming had such a secret love for Yin Qing, Zhou Hao understood that this was destined to have no results, and instead sympathized with him a little. He patted Xiao Jiming on the shoulder. "Don't look, let's go." Xiao Jiming nodded and boarded the plane with Zhou Hao. On the plane, Xiao Jiming said to Zhou Hao enviously, "You're fine. Your cousin gave you a gift." Since Zhou Hao and Yin Qing are cousins, Xiao Jiming has no doubts about them, just thinking that they are in the same heart. Not as an ordinary gift from cousin to cousin. Zhou Hao felt warm in his heart, as if there was a trace of heat coming from the concentric knot. Although he sympathized with Xiao Jiming, Zhou Hao would never let go on the issue of Yin Qing, so he could only say, "I'm sorry," to Xiao Jiming in his heart. The plane soon arrived in Guilin, and Yang Dongshin and Yang Jiabao had also arrived at the airport long ago to wait for Zhou Hao and them. As soon as Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming came out at the exit, Yang Jiabao immediately waved his arm at Zhou Hao. The expression on his face was also very excited. Zhou Hao was also very happy to see this somewhat savage but lovely daughter, and couldn't help speeding up the pace. Arriving in front of Yang Dongshin smiled at Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming. "Happy Chinese New Year, Happy Chinese New Year." After saying this, he gave them a red envelope. Yang Jiabao also took Zhou Hao's hand and walked outside, with a smile in his mouth, and said, "Come on, Grandpa and the others are already waiting for you at home." Seeing his daughter grabbed Zhou Hao and quickly walked outside the airport, Yang Dong, who fell behind, smiled and shook his head. More than 100 meters away from Yang Dongshin and Xiao Jiming, Yang Jiabao only slowed down, and he held Zhou Hao's arm tightly and smiled at him with his head sideways. "Smelly pervert, do you miss someone?" Zhou Hao shrugged and smiled. "I've only been away for a few days, so why would I miss you?" Seeing Yang Jiabao's cheeks puffed up immediately, he reached out and pinched her cute little Cheong nose. "I'm kidding, how can I miss you? I still think every day, every night. I can't sleep even I think about it." Yang Jiabao turned his anger into joy, and at the same time sipped Zhou Hao with a blushing face. "What's bad? What I said is true." Zhou Hao pretended to be innocent. "I can't sleep without you." "Ignore you." Yang Jiabao turned his face in shame, but did not let go of Zhou Hao's hand. The two of them walked out of the airport holding hands in this way, and came to a black Toyota commercial car outside. The driver in the car was the same as last time. Zhou Hao already knew his name was Yang Zongzi. Yang Zongzi turned a blind eye to the situation where Yang Jiabao and Zhou Hao's fingers intertwined, always looking at the steering wheel. Yang Dongshin and Xiao Jiming soon followed out of the airport and got in the car together. Yang Jiabao then let go of Zhou Hao's hand and sat with him at the back of the commercial car in a serious manner. "Xiao Hao, Jiming, where do you want to find medicinal materials this time?" Yang Dongshin asked in the car. Zhou Hao said, "This time we want to look for it in Hunan, Hubei, and Sichuan." Yang Dong nodded deeply. "In this case, let me ask someone to help you. Our Yang family has some business in these places. Let the people over there be your guides." "Dad, I want to go too," Yang Jiabao said quietly behind him. But Yang Dongshin shook his head and said, "No way this time. You are going to take the college entrance examination this year. You can't delay it. What are you afraid of? Anyway, with my grades, it is not a problem to enter a key university." Yang Jiabao pouted. Yang Dongshin knew that this daughter would eat hard but not soft, so he deliberately scowled. "Naughty. How can this be a joke? You have to know that the college entrance examination is equivalent to the previous imperial examination, which is very important. Back then, your brother was so you are admitted to Peking University as the #1 scholar in Guangxi province. Don't shame our Yang family." Hearing what Yang Dongshin said, Zhou Hao was also very surprised. "What? Big brother Yang is the provincial champion?" Because of his relationship with Yang Jiabao, Zhou Hao has changed his slogan to Yang Xiaohua as Big Brother Yang. However, even though the two have gone, Yang Xiaohua is not the kind of long-sleeved good dancer who exposes his feelings, and Zhou Hao would not do things like hot faces and cold ass, so the two big men still have nothing in common. Chat. Now, from Yang Dongshin's mouth, he heard that Yang Xiaohua, who was unsmiling and stern, turned out to be the provincial champion, which made Zhou Hao unbelievable. I saw a proud look on Yang Dongshin's face. "Yes, but his grades are not very top-notch. Otherwise, I will send him to study abroad. You know, I also graduated from Stanford University in the United States." What he meant was that although his son is great, he is still not as good as me. But when Yang Jiabao got to Zhou Hao's ear, he whispered, "Don't listen to his nonsense. My mother said it all." When he saw that the college entrance examination was resumed in China, he signed up and wanted to go to the university. Who knew it was 2 points short? He couldn't pass the exam. In the end, Grandpa paid him to send him to the United States to study. I really thought he was going abroad on his own strength. Hearing Yang Jiabao burying Yang Dongshin like this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but laugh. But Yang Dongshin couldn't hear the whispers between his daughter and Zhou Hao, and he kept boasting about his past honorable history. But Yang Jiabao was unable to accompany Zhou Hao this time because he had to take the college entrance examination review. However, As Yang Dongshin said, today's college entrance examination is as important as the ancient imperial examinations, and Zhou Hao will not let Yang Jiabao sacrifice for personal love. Perhaps it was inherited from Luo Jingxin's cleverness. Yang Jiabao and her brother Yang Xiaowo were very smart since they were young. They are very easy to learn everything, especially Yang Xiaowo, who can definitely be said to be both civil and military, and Yang Jiabao is not bad, even though she is not like others. Hardworking students study day and night, and they are a little bit fun, but their grades are among the top 3 in the school every year. Just as Yang Dongshin was still recalling his past brilliance, the phone in his arms rang. He stopped talking and took out his mobile phone. "Hello, this is Yang Dongshin." Zhou Hao's ears are different from ordinary people, so he heard the man on the phone say to Yang Dongshin, "Lao Yang, it's me, Gu Changming. How did you think about the things I discussed with you last time? My orchard, are you interested?" Yang Dongshin said in embarrassment. "Old Gu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but our Baoha group does not have this business, and none of my friends and business partners is a fruit business. I'm sorry, Gu, I really can't help you." After putting down the phone, Zhou Hao deliberately asked, "Uncle Yang, who is it?" Naturally, he couldn't let Yang Dongshin know that he could hear the conversation between the two. After all, it was impolite. "Oh, it's an old friend of mine. He has 2 big orange orchards. Originally, the oranges from these 2 orchards were sold to orange juice companies in Guangdong and Guangxi, but in the past few years, many orange juice companies have closed down. The orchard has no market and has been losing money for 3 consecutive years, so I wanted to get rid of those 2 orchards." Zhou Hao asked, "Are his 2 orchards big? Where are they?" Yang Dongshin said, "They are all over 10,000 mu, one in Guangdong and one in Guangxi." "Why? Xiao Hao, are you interested?" Yang Dongshin was just asking casually, but when Zhou Hao really nodded, "Yes, Uncle Yang, I want to set up a beverage company recently, but I am worried that there is no fruit. Can you help me ask your friend for the price?" "Why are you going to start a beverage company suddenly?" Yang Dongshin was a little confused, but still said, "He told me the price before. Because he is eager to get rid of his hands, the price is relatively low. The 2 orchards total 60 million. Compared with 10 years later, the 60 million at this time is more valuable, and the purchasing power is very strong. However, Zhou Hao believes that 60 million yuan can buy more than 2 million mu of orange orchards, but it is very cheap. However, he still needs to take a look at the environment and output of the orchard." Yang Dongshin continued to introduce to Zhou Hao, "Old Gu's orchard in Guangxi is more than 10,000 mu, and the annual output can be maintained at 40 to 50,000 tons. The oranges produced in his orchard are juicy and sweet, very suitable for processing into juice. Yes, and he has never used those high-residue pesticides, just because it will affect the quality of the oranges. It would be a pity if his 2 orchards really closed down." Zhou Hao followed Yang Dongshin back to the Yang family manor. Since the spring festival has not yet passed, the Yang family manor is still decorated with lights and colorful flowers. A large citrus plant is placed in front of each villa with many red envelopes tied to it. Very festive taste. Yang Hongzhao and Yang Hongri were very happy to see Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming. And Zhou Hao also met Yang Jiabao's 3rd grandfather, Yang Hongyue, who is the deputy governor of Jiangxi province. "Xiao Hao, when I first met, I heard my elder brother and my 2nd brother often mention you when I was in Jiangxi. I have to thank you for your help to our Yang family." Yang Hongyue smiled kindly to Zhou Hao. "Grandpa-san, you are polite." Zhou Hao quickly laughed. Yang Hongyue and his wife are here specifically to come back for the spring festival this time, together with his daughter and son-in-law and grandson, who is still in high school. Regarding Zhou Hao, Yang Hongyue had heard it from her 2 brothers a long time ago, and she had a long time feeling for Zhou Hao, the great benefactor of the Yang family. When I saw Zhou Hao this time, I also felt that there was something different in this young man. Temperament. As for the 3rd generation, Yang Hongyue's grandson, Yang Xiaozu, is much more outgoing and lively than the unsmiling Yang Xiaohua. He is a typical sunny boy who can talk to Zhou Hao quite well. Perhaps it was because Zhou Hao was kind to the Yang family, or perhaps Yang Hongyue had heard about Zhou Hao's ambiguous relationship with Yang Jiabao from his family, so he simply regarded Zhou Hao as a member of the Yang family. Pulling Zhou, there is no such thing as the usual restraints of officialdom in the vast chats. "Xiao Hao, I heard from Dongshin that you are still investing in the stock market. Yang Hongyue said to Zhou Hao. It's okay. At the beginning of the year, the stock markets in Shanghai and Shenzhen Stock Exchange plummeted successively, and the above was to prevent the stock market from overheating. Many policies have been clearly issued, and I don't think there will be any big gains in the domestic stock market in the next few years. As a person in the officialdom, especially Yang Hongyue's position is not low, so there are some insider policies in the country. I still know. Just listen to Zhou Hao smile and say, it's okay. The third grandfather, I no longer invest in the domestic stock market. My main investment targets are the Hong Kong stock market and the international futures market. Actually, Zhou Hao wanted to leave the domestic stock market. In addition to the collapse of the domestic stock market during this period, the domestic financial market is not yet perfect, and the flow of funds is too small compared to foreign countries. Moreover, the domestic stock market policy is too strong. On the one hand, the domestic stock market is prone to fluctuate due to government policies. On the other hand, the domestic financial market is also easy to be hyped up and become a money-making machine for major market makers. From a realistic point of view, Zhou Hao's ambitions are too great, and the domestic financial market simply cannot satisfy his appetite. The two chatted and talked about the orchard. Yang Hongyue said, I heard Dongshin just now. Xiao Hao, you want to set up a beverage company and also want to buy his friend's orchard? Yes, Grandpa Third, Zhou Hao said. Yang Hongyue pondered. Many orchards are in a downturn now. Will you be thinking about investing the money? Zhou Hao shook his head. Grandpa-san, I actually decided to do this after much consideration. Bottled drinking water, which will become a universal commodity in China in the future, has not yet risen. 2 years later, Nongfu Spring, which is well known across the country, is still just established and is still struggling to gain the market in Shanghai. So Zhou Hao must be in there seize the opportunity before. Now he has the right to develop the mountain spring in Huayu village, but he is not satisfied. He wants to grab the domestic mountain spring water resources in front of the Nongfu Spring, Wahaha and other companies, just like in the future known as mineral springs. In Jingyu County of Changbai Mountain in the Water City, there are many mountain springs with daily water yields of hundreds of tons, and the mountain spring water can be directly drinkable. In the future, one of the 4 major water sources of Nongfu Spring is the Quoco Spring in Jingyu County. As for the other big part of the beverage market, fruit juice drinks, Zhou Hao's coveted prey. Although juice has been available in China for a long time, it hasn't really emerged until now. Most fruit juice manufacturers are still state-owned. Due to the system and management deficiencies of state-owned enterprises, the marketing effects of these fruit juice companies are not good, and they will be squeezed out by private companies and foreign companies that invade the domestic market. Block market. Especially foreign groups, such as Coca-Cola, have seized a large part of the market in the future. That's why Zhou Hao decided to take advantage of his foresight to prevent the fruit juice beverage market from falling into the hands of foreigners. And Zhou Hao will never let go of the iced tea series beverages that will be popular all over the country in the future. With the rapid improvement of domestic consumption power, the prospects of the beverage market will continue to expand. After Zhou Hao explained all these factors to Yang Hongyue has even more admiration for this teenager. These views, even the professors in famous universities can't tell. Xiao Hao, are you really confident that the domestic beverage market will develop? Yang Hongyue asked. Yes, I have confidence, Zhou Hao said with a firm expression. What we need to pay attention to is to be careful not to let this ever-expanding market fall into the hands of foreigners. Yang Hongyue nodded. Then, when does your company plan to start production? Because we in Jiangxi province, due to the poor management of many juice companies, those orchards that provide them with fruit are in trouble. If you are interested, I can help you contact them. At this time, Zhou Hao said, actually, I don't have to buy those orchards. I can sign a contract with them to pre-order their products. But I want them to only supply my company. Yang Hongyue smiled and said, this is no problem. Your request can be added to the terms of the contract. They are all worried about the market. If the fruit in the orchard can't be sold, they can only stay there to get moldy. After you are a big customer, they will definitely agree, and the price will be lower. Zhou Hao was also very happy, because Yang Hongyue was also a member of the party in Jiangxi. With his help, things would naturally go smoother. Then, Yang Hongzhou specially set a family banquet to entertain Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming. For both Zhou Hao and Yang Hongzhou, they had long regarded them as their own family members. Luo Jingqian, who is beside Yang Dongshan, is also very enthusiastic to add food to Zhou Hao. The look in Zhou Hao's eyes is the same as when he saw his son-in-law. When he returned to the guest room arranged by Yang's house, Zhou Hao dialed Zhao Yuqin, who was in Beijing. "Little ghost, come to Guangxi. How are you getting along with your Miss Yang family?" Zhao Yuqin's soft and glutinous voice came over the phone. Before coming to Guangxi last time, Zhao Yuqin said that Zhou Haoxiao would provoke Yang Jiabao. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao really hooked up with Yang Jiabao. So now when I heard Zhao Yuqin say this, Zhou Hao passed by with a guilty conscience and a vague tone, and quickly changed the subject. "Sister, how are you doing in Beijing? Father, how are they?" Zhao Yuqin smiled and said, "Fortunately, he can run and jump at this age, which is really rare. I am also very good in Beijing, but some people are a little annoying. Who dares to bother my sister?" Zhou Hao asked in confusion. "It's not those stinky men like you," Zhao Yuqin complained. "Everyone is very annoying, and he invited me to dinner and the dance party." Zhou Hao knew that Zhao Yuqin was not only talented and beautiful, but also a distinguished family. Those in the capital city of the Yan'ei and rich second generations were all eager for them. He smiled and said, "Sister, you didn't promise them." However, Zhao Yuqin smiled and said, "Anyway, you are no longer with my sister. Sometimes I will accompany them when I get bored." Zhao Yuqin said with pride and some anxiety when he heard Zhou Hao not speaking on the phone. "What? I'm jealous," Zhou Hao deliberately said dumbly. "Yeah, I'm jealous. Who let my sister accompany those stinky men?" In fact, he knows that Zhao Yuqin is deliberately teasing herself. If she is really interested in those men, she doesn't have to wait until today. And Zhao Yuqin was really nervous. Zhou Hao, the little ghost who made her worry, heard Zhou Hao's dull tone, thought he was really angry, and quickly explained, "My sister is joking. Those guys are not you. How could my sister agree to them?" "Well, I know my sister is joking, and I am also joking." Zhou Hao's laughter reached the phone. "Ah, you little villain. Even my sister is playing tricks," Zhao Yuqin repeatedly wailed. After playing around for a while, Zhou Hao told Zhao Yuqin that he wanted to establish a beverage company. And Zhao Yuqin also agrees with his proposal. Now in Asia, Japan, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, which is about to return, the juice market has been developed to a large extent. I also expect the domestic beverage market to be developed this year. Xiao Hao, it's also a good time for you to choose this time to enter. However, my suggestion is that this company should be registered in Hong Kong. After the reunification, in order to successfully complete this transitional period, the domestic policy on Hong Kong businessmen will be relatively preferential, and the policy constraints will be relatively small. Just do it according to your sister," Zhou Hao said. "By the way, sister, I also want to buy some advanced production lines from abroad," Zhao Yuqin said. "All right, I think the German H&K company is also very good in terms of bottled beverage production equipment. We can order several sets from them, but the price is higher." "It doesn't matter if the price is higher. The most important thing is quality and efficiency," Zhou Hao said. The phone call between Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin lasted for more than an hour to discuss various matters concerning the upcoming beverage company. Zhou Hao told Zhao Yuqin that he would buy the right to develop the mineral springs in Jingyu County of Changbai Mountain. Zhao Yuqin said that after the Spring Festival, people would come over there to see. In addition to the issue of mineral spring development rights and fruit sources, Zhou Hao also raised the issue of beverage formulations with Zhao Yuqin, so that more attention should be paid to experts in this area. Zhao Yuqin's suggestion also made Zhou Hao very excited. According to Zhao Yuqin's proposal, many state-owned beverage companies are now shutting down due to poor management. Zhou Hao and others can take this opportunity to dig over those senior professionals, and this is natural. Also handed over to the well-connected Zhao Yuqin. "Sister, let you do so many things, it really hurts you," Zhou Hao said with emotion. Zhao Yuqin smiled and said, "Who let me meet you as a hit nemesis? I think I am afraid that I will be destroyed in your hands in this life." After finishing the phone call, Zhou Hao walked out of the room and saw Yang Jiabao, who was looking for him. Yang Jiabao looked at him suspiciously. "Are you sleeping in the room?" You haven't come out for more than an hour. Yeah, I just took a nap and it was so comfortable, but there was no one to accompany me, and I felt a little lonely and sleepless. Zhou Hao smiled. Yang Jiabao has become more and more accustomed to Zhou Hao's teasing, but his jade face is slightly red and said, "My dad is looking for you. He said to take you to his friend's orchard." Okay. Zhou Hao smiled heartily. So he left the Yang family manor with Yang Dongshan, and Yang Jiabao, and Xiao Jiming also went with him. Gu Changming's orchard is in Wuzhou, more than 300 kilometers away from Guilin. Yang Dongshan had already called Gu Changming in advance, saying that someone was interested in his orchard. Gu Changming, who was in trouble, immediately became excited when he heard it. On the one hand, I am grateful for Yang Dongshan's help, and on the other hand, I am eagerly awaiting the arrival of Zhou Hao and others. For the distance of more than 300 kilometers, Zhou Hao and the others arrived in less than 2 hours due to the convenient transportation. This orchard is located on the outskirts of Wuzhou, covering an area of more than 10,000 mu. A vast land is neatly planted with rows of orange trees. Of course, it's the end of winter and early spring, and the trees will not bear fruit, because oranges the maturity period is in October and November each year. As soon as Gu Changming saw Yang Dongshan, he gave him a warm hug and said with a smile, "Lao Yang, no matter whether this matter can be done or not, I owe you a favor." He stretched his head and looked behind Yang Dongshan. "Yes, what about Mr. Zhou you were talking about? Hasn't he arrived yet?" "Mr. Gu, I think I am the Mr. Zhou you mentioned." At this moment, Zhou Hao beside Yang Dongshan smiled at Gu Changming. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Gu Changming was stunned, because he preconceived that the Mr. Zhou Yang Dongshan introduced to him was at least a person over 40 years old, because this transaction involved funds worth tens of millions. How can someone who can afford so much money is also the owner of a big company? When he saw Zhou Hao just now, he thought it was Yang Dongshan's nephew. And Yang Dongshan also said to him at this time, "Yes, this is the person I mentioned to you who is interested in your orchard, but you can just call him Xiao Hao." Gu Changming knew that Yang Dongshan would not make such a joke with him, and only then determined that Zhou Hao was the big benefactor who was willing to pay for his orchard. He quickly stretched out his hand to Zhou Hao. "Then I will not be polite to call you Xiao Hao." After that, Gu Changming didn't treat Zhou Hao and others politely, and he took them to visit the orchard. This orchard mainly grows rock sugar oranges and navel oranges, both of which are popular for juicy and sweet. During the visit, Xiao Jiming looked at the surrounding orange trees seriously and walked over to observe carefully. This friend also has research on orange trees. Gu Changming asked Xiao Jiming curiously. I saw Xiao Jiming smile and said, "Because Chinese medicine sometimes also recognizes medicinal materials, I do some research on botany and agriculture." He pointed to the orange tree next to him. "Mr. Gu, your orange tree here is strong. The tree is open, with thick branches and round leaves, growing very well." Gu Changming immediately gave Xiao Jiming a thumbs up when he heard the words, "Expert, expert." Xiao Jiming just scratched his head and returned to Zhou Hao with a smile. Zhou Hao glanced at Xiao Jiming, feeling a little bit in his heart. "My nephew is really versatile and has good character, but he is a very good man. It's just that he likes Yin Qingqing, but it is destined to be a fruitless love." After walking around Gu Changming's orchard, Zhou Hao felt that the planting environment here was very good. According to Xiao Jiming's opinion, Gu Changming's orange trees are growing very well. Although they are not yet mature, they can still know the fruit. The quality is definitely good. "Uncle Gu, do you really want to give up here? After all, you created it with one hand and one foot." Zhou Hao said to Gu Changming, with a very sorry expression on his face. Gu Changming sighed. "I don't want to be like this either. However, all the companies that placed orders with me have almost closed down, and the surrounding fruit market has almost been occupied by others, so there is no room for me to stand on." He told Zhou Hao said, "Xiao Hao, although I also want you to buy my orchard, I also want to remind you that if there is no market, the orchard will lose a lot of money every year. You must consider it carefully." Zhou Hao said, "Actually, there is a compromise. Uncle Gu, I can sign a contract with you to buy the fruit in your orchard. Then you don't have to sell the orchard. I can even sell the orchard first. The money will be paid to you, and when the fruits are ripe, you will hand them to me at the price." After discussing with Zhao Yuqin just now, He also felt that he did not need to purchase the orchard. Gu Changming's sales were directly undertaken by himself. In this way, he himself does not need to spend his mind to manage the orchard, but also can guarantee the fruit source. Hearing what Zhou Hao said, Gu Changming was also stunned. In fact, he didn't want to give up the orchard either. After all, he poured too much effort into it. And his biggest problem now is that the fruits can't be sold. Since Zhou Hao signed a purchase contract with him to ensure the sale of the orchard, this problem no longer exists. Xiao Hao, are you really willing to pay the money first? Gu Changming asked. Because the orchard has been losing money for years, he also owes a lot of money to others, so he wants to sell the orchard. Zhou Hao smiled and said, You can't trust me. Can you still trust Uncle Yang? But Uncle Gu, all the fruits from your orchard can only be provided to me, not to others. This is no problem, Gu Changming said. Without further ado, Zhou Hao immediately signed a 10-year sales contract with Gu Changming. Since Zhou Hao's company has not been established yet, this contract was signed in Zhou Hao's personal name. Gu Changming's 2 orchards can produce 70,000 tons of oranges in total each year. As for the price, Gu Changming's price is 20% lower than the price he sold to those fruit juice companies. It is estimated that Zhou Hao will have to pay Gu Changming 36 million yuan for this year's output. If Gu Changming's orchard does not reach this output, he will make up for it next year. Because Zhou Hao's money is still in the stock market and futures market, the money transferred to Gu Changming was advanced by Yang's Bao Group. However, with Zhou Hao's relationship with the Yang family, the money is naturally not a problem. Especially Yang Dongshan now regards Zhou Hao as his future son-in-law. Even if Zhou Hao doesn't pay back the money, he feels it's okay. Rejecting Gu Changming's invitation to stay with them for dinner, Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming followed Yang Dongshan back to Guilin. It was already dark when I returned to the Yang family manor, and Yang Hongyue's family went to the city for a night tour of Guilin. Yang Hongzhao and Yang Hongyue went to Zizishan because they wanted to rebuild the old house of Yang family there. And Yang Xiaohua, he is now learning to manage Bao Group. So Zhou Hao came to Yangzhou Manor in the morning and only met him once, so he hurried back to Bao Group to work. Oh, Jingxian, we haven't been shopping for dinner in a long time, so let's be romantic again today. Yang Dongshan deliberately said to Luo Jingxian. Luo Jingxian would come over and immediately smiled and said, You just know that. You will only be busy with work all day. With that, the couple left together. Looking at the back of the two of them leaving, Xiao Jiming also seemed to understand something and said to Zhou Hao, Uncle Master, I want to go back to the room and see the portraits of the herbal medicines you gave me. He hurried back to his room. As a result, only Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao were left in the entire hall looking at each other. I said, They didn't mean it on purpose? Zhou Hao smiled helplessly. I don't know. Yang Jiabao gave him a white look, but his face was red. Turning his head and looking around, he saw that the Yang family were no longer there, and even the servants did not know where they were. Zhou Hao smiled hee-hee, stretched out his hand and hugged Yang Jiabao, and sat on the sofa at the back. Yang Jiabao screamed and fell into Zhou Hao's arms, raised his pink fist, and punched his solid chest. Smelly pervert, let me go. I'm afraid you won't let me go, Zhou Hao said with a smile, with his right hand already on Yang Jiabao's slender waist, and his left hand gently unbuttoning her shirt. Yang Jiabao didn't resist, and just lay in Zhou Hao's arms, letting his magic claws stick into his clothes. Smelly pervert, look, is it bigger? Yang Jiabao asked softly. He leaned to Yang Jiabao's ear, almost biting her earlobe. Did you massage it these days? Yang Jiabao blushed immediately by Zhou Hao's words, but he nodded gently, and then buried his face in Zhou Hao's arms and dared not lift it up. Her appearance made Zhou Hao's desires even more eager. She lowered her head and kissed all the way from her forehead to her soft and attractive lips. At the same time, all the buttons on Yang Jiabao's shirt were unbuttoned by Zhou Hao. Open. Zhou Hao's hands even unbuttoned the buttons of her jeans and gently drilled in like a spirit snake, and the warm palms also touched her dense taoyuan. Zhou Hao was also very uncomfortable. Since Li Ruolin went back to accompany her parents, Zhou Hao hadn't touched meat for a long time. He hugged Yang Jiabao in a hurry and walked to the room upstairs. But Yang Jiabao still leaned on his arms, hooked his neck with both hands, and their lips had never been separated. Pushing open the door with his shoulders and closing it with his feet, Zhou Hao hugged Yang Jiabao and fell onto the soft big bed, and his lips fell from Yang Jiabao's face to her chest, licking and nibbling, biting. This time, the entire Yang family was providing them with opportunities, and no one would disturb them, so Zhou Hao no longer had any scruples. He quickly took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles, making Yang Jiabao on the bed blush and heartbeat. Zhou Hao leaned on the bed with both hands, just looking down at Yang Jiabao condescendingly. Zhou Hao slowly lay down. The fiery heat beneath him was also tightly pressed against Yang Jiabao's privacy through a thin layer of cloth. Just listen to Zhou Hao staring at Yang Jiabao's face and smiling gently. Good dear, you can't escape today. However, just as Zhou Hao admired Yang Jiabao's stunner body, the phone in the hall downstairs rang. Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled to Yang Jiabao. Leave it alone, it will be picked up by a servant. After that, he took off Yang Jiabao's, that had been taken off to his knees. However, the annoying ringtone never stopped, and there was no servant to pick it up as Zhou Hao thought. Could it be something important? Yang Jiabao also opened his eyes and asked, what is more important than what we are doing now? Zhou Hao said, but the ringing of the phone rang desperately, making it difficult for the two who wanted to continue. Yang Jiabao gently pushed Zhou Hao away. I'll go down and take a look. After that, he picked up a nightgown and put it on and left the room to the hall. The naked Zhou Hao hid on the bed with his face up, resenting the person who called, and cursing bitterly. If you let me know who is calling, I will kill his son and his daughter. However, Yang Jiabao hurriedly came to the hall and picked up the microphone and put it to his ear. He heard Luo Jingxian's voice on the phone. It took so long to answer the phone. Are you really doing that? Yang Jiabao was taken aback by Luo Jingxian's words and quickly said, Mom, where did you think about it? How can we do that thing? By the way, what can you do when you call back? She was glad that Luo Jingxian was not there. Here, otherwise you can see her guilty conscience at a glance. Just listen to Luo Jingxian smiled and said, I just called here on purpose to see if you are deviant, my dear daughter. Listening to your mother. Mother is not against your dating, but this kind of thing is still too early for you, especially you. You are 3 years older than Xiaohao, so you must stay sensible. I know, Mom. You're very nagging. Yang Jiabao said helplessly. She didn't expect that Luo Jingxian would call back on purpose for this matter, and that Luo Jingxian was really called righteously. Otherwise, she would check the phone number in time. This daughter was really going to be eaten by Zhou Hao. Putting down the phone, Yang Zhongbao walked to the room with red cheeks. However, Luo Jingxian's words still linger in his mind, and Luo Jingxian's words are correct. Yang Jiabao and Zhou Hao are still young, and it is really not suitable for such a thing to happen. And Yang Jiabao had already thought that if it weren't for accidentally conceiving a child, it would be in trouble. However, when he thought of having a baby with Zhou Hao, Yang Jiabao's flushed face revealed a fascinating color, and even a little bit of motherhood was exuded. When he arrived in the room, Yang Jiabao saw Zhou Hao lying on his back on his bed, the dragon between his legs still soaring to the sky, without any intention of restraining him. Who is calling? Zhou Hao asked. It's Mother. Yang Jiabao turned a little sideways and didn't look at Zhou Hao's body, because just now he cursed his son and daughter of the family to kill others. He didn't expect that it was half fulfilled. At this time, I saw Yang Jiabao sitting by the bed, turning his back to Zhou Hao and said, Zhou Hao, Mother said, we are still young and can't do this kind of thing. She said this is not good for us. Hearing this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but complain about Luo Jingxian. If it weren't for her timely stop, the two would have done their best. But he can't blame others. After all, Luo Jingxian is also thinking about her daughter. I saw Zhou Hao sitting next to the bed, while Yang Jiabao retreated and squatted forward. Looking at the terrifying creature in front of him, Yang Jiabao's eyes were shy and expectant, and he was a little disturbed and uneasy. Come on, be brave, don't be afraid, kiss him. Zhou Hao gently encouraged Yang Jiabao. Yang Jiabao closed his eyes and walked in slowly. She could even feel the heat and male breath coming to her face. Stretching out trembling hands to hold on to the murderous creature, she slowly opened her small mouth, with difficulty. Take it in slowly. After entangled for a long time, while Yang Jiabao's skills finally improved, Zhou Hao also let out all his passions. After washing, Zhou Hao took the eldest lady into his arms with great pity, comforting her very tenderly. "You are necrotic." Yang Jiabao beat Zhou Hao in the chest. "People swallow so much. Then, it's damned." "Don't get angry." Zhou Hao stroked her hair and smiled. "This thing is a rare, nourishing thing for women. It ensures that your skin is more moisturized and elastic, and it can also promote growth." Yang Jiabao looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. "According to you, this thing is still a yin tonic?" Under the bright sunshine, Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao were sitting on the cruise ship, rippling slowly on the Li River. The Lijiang River can be said to be the most beautiful river in the world. The peaks on both sides of the river bank are tall and stalwart, and the shrubs and small flowers on the stone peaks look like the clothes of a beauty from a distance. Rafting in this beautiful scenery of green mountains, green water, and blue sky is really refreshing. Since Yang Jiabao will start school in a few days, Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming will continue their journey of searching for medicine in Hubei, Hunan. So the two took advantage of this time to visit Guilin and experience the artistic conception of Guilin's landscape is the best in the world. At this time, the two were sitting side by side on a cruise ship, enjoying the blue-green water and strange peaks outside. In the past 2 days, Yang Jiabao found that her skin was really tighter and more delicate, and her face was radiant. It made her wonder if Zhou Hao's things were really yin tonics that day, and she was thinking about trying again. But because she was too shameful, and due to her reservedness, she never spoke to Zhou Hao to do the embarrassing thing. Zhou Hao also noticed Yang Jiabao's change, and he couldn't help feeling strange. He was just playing with Yang Jiabao that night. But in the past 2 days, he discovered that Yang Jiabao's originally delicate and smooth skin became more satin-like, and he couldn't help but wonder, is that thing really true? Has the effect of nourishing yin and beauty. Before, even though Li Ruolin and Zhao Yuqin had served him with their mouths, they had not eaten the thing, so Zhou Hao didn't notice any changes between them. But Yang Jiabao swallowed some that night, and it's really surprising that there is such a change now. Recalling that his own blood could solve the poison of Yin Wanshao before, Zhou Hao was even more suspicious. Is it because of the effect of ambergris? Then he became the real version of the Tang monk? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Yang Jiabao beside him asked. Zhou Hao jokingly said, "No, just thinking that I am a Tang son who is sincere to the Buddha. After all, he is still fascinated by your spider spirit. This world is really a monster. Okay, do you dare to say that I am an evildoer?" Yang Jiabao squeezed Zhou Hao's waist. "I'm a spider spirit. What's the matter? I will not only fascinate you, the Tang monk, but I will also eat you. Meat, so immortal." She herself giggled. The two were originally talented and good-looking, but now such an intimate play has attracted the attention of other tourists on the boat. After a good tour on the Li River, Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao went ashore to a small restaurant on the river bank. This small restaurant is indeed small. The storefront is a bamboo hut in Linjiang. Compared with other large-scale restaurants, it looks very simple, but due to the beautiful scenery, this layout has its own characteristics. The most famous restaurant in the restaurant is the local snack, Guilin rice noodles, which is different from the shops that will open all over the country in the future. The authentic Guilin rice noodles here are exquisite craftsmanship. There is even a Guilin rice noodles in the restaurant. The plaque. Yang Jiabao ordered 2 Guilin rice noodles and a few snacks, and waited while chatting with Zhou Hao. At this moment, Zhou Hao saw a few figures walking into this restaurant from outside, and he felt a little lost. There were a total of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. The 1 man and the woman leading side by side should be the Lord, and the 2 men following them seem to be their followers. The pair of men and women are very young. The men are only 30, and they are pretty good, but they have a gloomy look on their faces, and they look hard to get close to. It was naturally not this man that made Zhou Hao frustrated, but the woman next to him. I saw that the woman was about the same age as Zhao Yuqin, and she was wearing a black cheongsam with a silver thread embroidered with a lifelike phoenix. Set against the cheongsam, the woman's outrageously perfect figure is vividly expressed. Cheongsam is a traditional cheongsam. It's not like some hotel waiters, and it's high-necked, but despite this, this woman can still give people a feeling which is unique to Oriental women. Not revealing sexy, With the towering, crisp breasts, the waist like a water snake, the plump hips like a cloud, and the jade arms and legs like pink lotus roots, Zhou Hao thinks that only Zhao Yuqin can compare with this woman. As for the looks of this woman, she can definitely describe her looks. I saw that her eyebrows were picturesque, her lips were like flowers, just like a classical beauty coming out of a scroll. Moreover, there seems to be a kind of monstery on her body. Her demeanor is obviously very dignified, but there is always a seductive temperament. Especially her pair of Danfeng eyes are really glamorous. Just a little turn can make men bow their heads and obey orders. In Zhou Hao's view, this woman is simply a combination of Li Ruolin and Zhao Yuqin. Not only the reserved elegance of Li Ruolin, but also the charm of Zhao Yuqin's bones. So when these four people walked in, everyone in the restaurant focused their eyes on them, especially the woman. Even the two waiters in the restaurant were still holding the dishes and stayed there still. However, Yang Jiabao stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Zhou Hao, pouting his mouth, and said very upset, "Have you seen enough?" The only one who can be immune to that seductive woman is the same woman. Zhou Hao recovered and looked at Yang Jiabao with his cheeks puffed up. He shrugged and smiled. It's human nature. You men like the kind of vixen-like women. Yang Jiabao deliberately amplified his voice. When the men in the restaurant heard Yang Jiabao's words, they recovered from their petrochemical state, while those women responded to Yang Jiabao's words while teaching their husbands or boyfriends. Invisibly, the woman wearing a black embroidered phoenix cheongsam was pushed to the opposite side by the woman in the restaurant. The man with a gloomy feeling glanced at Yang Jiabao and said nothing. But when the woman saw Zhou Hao next to Yang Jiabao, she gave him an elegant smile. Seeing that woman's smile, Zhou Hao really understood what it means to smile qingcheng, then smile qinghua. Look at it. Yang Jiabao reached out and pinched Zhou Hao's waist. In fact, Yang Jiabao's anger may not be without jealousy. Because that woman is so beautiful and so coquettish, Yang Jiabao asked himself to be inferior to her, no matter her figure or appearance. So Yang Jiabao was angry that Zhou Hao was fascinated by that woman. Her evil, really evil. Zhou Hao turned his head and looked at Yang Jiabao seriously. Bodhisattva, you have to protect the poor monk from the evil. The poor monks count on you. Yang Jiabao, who was originally angry, was caught off guard by Zhou Hao's words and laughed pouch. He squeezed the soft flesh of Zhou Hao's waist and said, I hate it. China man, who do you say is the evildoer? The entourage behind the seductive woman pointed at Zhou Hao and shouted. In fact, Zhou Hao's voice was not loud. Even the person at the table next to them could not hear it. But the woman's entourage could hear it so clearly. Obviously, there was inner strength. Moreover, even though he is extremely fluent in Chinese, the phrase, Chinaman, reveals that he is not Chinese. Zhou Hao raised his eyes to look at him, and saw that the guy was about 40 years old. He was tall and straight, with ordinary facial features, but his eyes were as sharp as a falcon. At this time, Zhou Hao also shot twice. The beam has a real look. Hearing that man opened his mouth and said that Zhou Hao was a Chinaman, everyone in the restaurant looked at him with extremely unkind eyes. Even the gloomy man who seemed to be their companion frowned, as if dissatisfied with that guy. Then I heard the seductive woman say, Mr. Jingong, forget it. Her voice was gentle and had the characteristics of a Jiangnan woman. I apologize to this young lady for what I said just now. I have lost words. Zhou Hao stood up and politely smiled at the seductive woman sitting at the table in the distance. The people in the restaurant turned their gazes to Zhou Hao. Their faces were a little stunned, thinking that Zhou Hao was fascinated by the beauty of the woman and was scolded as a Chinaman and put his hot face on it. But immediately, Zhou Hao suppressed his smile. But I think that gentleman should also apologize to me, because he has a very strong insult to me and even the Chinese people present. Yes, I should apologize. What kind of guy? You know it is Japanese at first sight. Japanese people are so rude. The people around responded one after another, asking the Mr. Jingu to apologize. The muscles at the corners of Mr. Jingong's mouth twitched, and the look at Zhou Hao became even more fierce, and he even clenched his fists. The guests sitting around them suddenly felt a bitter aura, and even the air seemed to freeze. And Zhou Hao was also embarrassed, because that Mr. Jingong could give out such a momentum, making ordinary people feel it. and Zhou Hao's power was the first time he saw him in his life. Mr. Jingu. But I saw the seductive woman stretch out and pull the sleeve of Mr. Jingu. The aura from Mr. Jingu immediately disappeared in the woman's voice, as if a calm lake's surface had been restored. Hearing that the seductive woman stood up, put her hands on her waist, bowed slightly to Zhou Hao, and smiled faintly. This gentleman, I will apologize to everyone here for what he said and did just now. I'm very sorry. I hope you can forgive me. The charm of this woman is really great. As soon as her voice fell off, the people around her immediately lost their anger, and even Zhou Hao himself couldn't regenerate his anger. Seeing Zhou Hao not speaking, the woman smiled softly. What? Are you not willing to accept my apology, sir? Zhou Hao quickly laughed and said, Since you are so sincere, miss, I don't think I can accept it. After saying that, he sat down again, and the woman sat back in the seat. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The unpleasant things were revealed. The gloomy man sitting across from the woman glanced at Zhou Hao intentionally or unintentionally, with a little hostility in his eyes. Zhou Hao looked at him without showing weakness, but Zhou Hao paid more attention to the man next to him. Although it seemed that he should be a follower, the man was different from Mr. Jingu. Mr. Jingu stood respectfully behind the woman, while he was sitting next to the gloomy man, who was much higher than Mr. Jingu in terms of salary alone. Compared to Mr. Jingu, the man is much shorter and thinner, and he should be 60 years old. Although it seemed that the person was similar to an ordinary old man, Zhou Hao intuitively felt that he was not an ordinary person. Is that woman also Japanese? Yang Jiabao, who was by his side, came over and asked. Zhou Hao looked at the seductive woman in the distance, feeling that she was just aback. This woman seemed so attractive. He said, It should be correct. Although she is also fluent in Chinese, her entourage is Japanese, and she is very likely to be Japanese. Where is the man sitting across from her, who is also Japanese? Zhou Hao shook his head. It's not like. He secretly paid attention to the people at the table, and saw that only when facing the seductive woman, the gloomy man would smile, and there was no shortage of pleasing expressions in his expressions. Zhou Hao wanted to hear what the two of them were talking about, but due to the long distance and the cluttered voices around, Zhou Hao only heard phrases such as sources and tariffs, but could not hear them, the specific content of their conversation. At this time, the waiter brought up the Gillen rice noodles and small dishes ordered by Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao stopped paying attention to the people at the table and concentrated on accompanying Yang Jiabao to taste these authentic Gillen delicacies. After a full meal, Yang Jiabao asked the waiter to come over to check out, because she didn't want to let Zhou Hao stay here again, so as not to be confused by the seductive woman. Zhou Hao didn't care much. After all, the intersection with that woman might only be once in a lifetime. To each other is just a passerby in their own lives. On the contrary, Zhou Hao is still a bit pity. If this happens in his previous life, he will definitely take a picture of the woman's appearance with the phone. Even if there is no intersection in the future, he can take it out and keep it as a souvenir. But now, there is still a long time before the first mobile phone with a toast camera is launched, so Zhou Hao can only take a few more glances at the seductive woman. After leaving the small restaurant, Yang Jiabao took Zhou Hao's hand and walked along the tree-lined path by the river and said with a sigh of relief, I can't see that woman at last. Seeing her like that, it's what your men call a disaster. Up. Zhou Hai just laughed at Yang Jiabao's young daughter's thoughts. After all, no woman is not jealous, and it is quite cute for women to be jealous sometimes. Zhou Hao hugged Yang Jiabao's waist and said with a smile, All right. To me, you are also a disaster. Don't you? The Tang monk is also eaten by your spider spirit. Strolling on the trail, the two quietly enjoyed their time in the world of the two. Please forgive me. I will not dare anymore. While passing by a small forest, Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao heard a panicked child's voice coming from the forest, and they couldn't help but follow the sound to look into the forest. This look made both of them stunned, because on the stone road in the small forest, the seductive woman and other 4 people were there. I saw the old man who was over 60 years old next to the gloomy man grabbing the hand of an 11 or 12-year-old boy. The boy was struggling, but he couldn't get rid of the old man's hands like iron tongs. He was already in tears. Kindly begged them for mercy. Zhou Hao saw that the old man grasped the boy's hand tightly and the boy's wrist had bruised purple, making the boys crying even more miserable, and there was no one else in the grove. Zhou Hao, let's go over and take a look. Yang Jiabao saw that the boy was crying miserably, and he moved with compassion. Zhou Hao nodded and walked through the grove with Yang Jiabao. The seductive women also saw Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao coming here, and the gloomy man's brows became deeper, and the eyes of Mr. Shingong looking at Zhou Hao also released a strong hostility. What happened? Why should you embarrass such a child? Zhou Hao asked straightforwardly. This is our business. Did you stretch your hands too long? The man with a gloomy face was very rude when he spoke. Obviously, he was already dissatisfied with Zhou Hao. Yang Jiabao didn't allow others to bully his own man and immediately said without showing weakness, "We see injustice on the road, and everyone can handle the injustice. Besides, if you bully a child like this, aren't you afraid of others laughing?" However, he saw the gloomy man sneered. The road sees injustice? You really think it's ancient times? There are so many injustices in this world. Can you manage it? He looked at Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao coldly. I told you guys, just now this little, wanted to steal my wallet and was caught by my men. I'm going to teach him a lesson and let him know the consequences of stealing things, especially my things. Zhou Hao and the two were stunned at the same time, but they did not expect that the little boy crying miserably was a thief. Then the little boy turned around and cried to Zhou Hao and the others. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Zhou Hao saw that the little boy's wrist had already appeared in purple, apparently because he was caught by the old man, causing blood and gas to be impaired, and even the whole palm was slightly swollen. Zhou Hao knew that if this continued, the little boy's hand would have to be scrapped. He said to them, even if he wants to steal your things, you can send him to the police station. Why do you embarrass him like this? These thieves are all gangs, and they may also collude with people in the police station. The gloomy man said, besides, stealing my things, do you think I would let him go so easily? He squinted. The eyes showed a cruel look. Shirlong, give me the hand of this little bastard, so that he will remember it in the future. Yes, young master. The old man named Shirlong responded, grasping the little boy's hand harder, and the little boy cried more miserably because of the severe pain. Stop it! Zhou Hao screamed and appeared beside Shirlong, slashing at his wrist with a palm as a knife, forcing him to let go of the little boy. Seeing Shirlong smiled sinisterly, he grabbed the little boy's hand and pulled him over, using the little boy's body to resist Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't change his movements, and the palm knife continued to cut forward, but when he reached the boy's chest, he had already turned sideways and pressed his palm on the boy's chest. Moreover, he injected true qi into the little boy's body, reaching the little boy's right hand that was caught by Shirlong. Shirlong only felt a huge real power from the little boy's hand and shook his hands apart. Zhou Hao took the opportunity to protect the little boy and saw that a circle of purple and black blood had appeared on his right wrist that was just grabbed by Shirlong, and his wrist bone was also showing signs of cracking. Using true qi to invigorate blood and remove blood stasis for the little boy, Zhou Hao coldly looked at Shirlong and the gloomy man. You are so vicious. Treat such a child. Even if he is a pickpocket, he doesn't need such a heavy hand. The gloomy man was surprised at Zhou Hao's ability to shake Shirlong away, and Shirlong also said to him, I'm sorry, the old slave underestimated the enemy. After promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis for the little boy and sealing several acupuncture points on his hand to relieve his pain, Zhou Hao handed the little boy to Yang Jiabao. Jiabao, look at him first. The gloomy man frowned and looked at Zhou Hao. I didn't expect to meet a master here. The seductive woman also looked at Zhou Hao with interest, with curiosity and surprise in her eyes. In fact, Zhou Hao has already seen that this gloomy man does not know martial arts. Otherwise, he would not get close by pickpockets without knowing it. As for the seductive woman, Zhou Hao could only see that she had no internal strength, but did not know. She doesn't know how to fist. Shirlong seemed unwilling to be shaken away by Zhou Hao just now, so he said to the gloomy man, Master, let the old slave go and clean him. Just as the gloomy man was about to nod his head, he saw the Mr. Jingong next to the seductive woman stepping forward and smiling at him. Mr. Dong, let me come. This guy has been in the way since just now, and dare to say my wife. It's an evildoer, I can't forgive it. The man surnamed Dong turned his head to look at the seductive woman, and when she saw that she only smiled without speaking, he nodded to Shilong. Shilong bowed slightly, yes. Then he backed away to the man surnamed Dong. Zhou Hao also glanced at the seductive woman, and when she saw her, he only smiled at himself and said nothing. When Mr. Jingong just heard that she was his wife, Zhou Hao couldn't help but think, is this woman already married? His eyes floated on her slender fingers, but she didn't see her wearing a ring. What do you look at? Beast, I still dare to blaspheme my wife. Mr. Jingong found that Zhou Hao's eyes were still hovering over the woman, and he was furious and charged at Zhou Hao fiercely. Before Mr. Jingong arrived, Zhou Hao already felt a bitter aura rushing toward his face, and he also saw that the whole right palm of Mr. Jingong was red, and even the veins were clearly visible. Zhou Hao also raised his right palm to meet Mr. Jingong, and the palms of the two violently collided. Only hearing a muffled sound of bang, the dust and grass clippings on the ground around the two were also swept up by the erupting cyclone. Zhou Hao felt a shock in his right arm, as if there was a huge force pushing him back, and he involuntarily pushed back 3 steps before stabilizing his figure. And Mr. Jingu also chuckles 5 steps back, and each step leaves a deep footprint on this stone road. Mr. Jingong looked at Zhou Hao in astonishment. He obviously didn't expect that Zhou Hao could not only contend with himself, but also beat himself back. Mr. Dong and the woman behind were shocked, because they all saw Mr. Jingong's right hand trembling at the back, and they obviously hadn't recovered from the hard encounter with Zhou Hao just now. Especially the seductive woman. She knows the details of Mr. Jingu. Mr. Jingu is the contemporary master of the Jingu Yufengliu, one of the 3 ancient martial arts schools in Japan, and one of the 3 masters in Japan. They're rivals. Unexpectedly, she would fall short in front of the weakly crowned teenager now, which really made her unbelievable. Staring at Zhou Hao uncertainly, Mr. Jingong felt a little uneasy. Because of his hatred of Zhou Hao, he had no strength at all just now. He used all his 10 success strengths. He originally thought that he could kill Zhou Hao with 1 palm, but he didn't expect such a result. Zhou Hao, are you okay? Yang Jiabao asked 2 steps behind Zhou Hao, his face full of worry. She knows that Zhou Hao's martial arts is very powerful, not to mention other things. She can fall from a 1,000-meter-high cliff, but suffers only minor injuries. Yang Jiabao has never seen this skill alone, even Yang Hongzhao and other older generations. The master of Zhou Hao also said that with Zhou Hao's skill, let alone his peers, even in the whole country, it is difficult to find someone who can compare with him. Zhou Hao shook his head slightly and looked at that Mr. Shun Gong solemnly. The depth of this person's skill is indeed something he has never met in his life, even Dr. Gongsun. He is afraid that he is slightly inferior. However, everyone didn't know that Zhou Hao didn't use his full strength with that blow just now. On the one hand, out of temptation, on the other hand, because of that seductive woman, Zhou Hao didn't want to put the goddess to death. And because he knew that Mr. Jingong was not weak and didn't want to take it lightly, he used a slightly higher strength than usual against the enemy. Just now, Zhou Hao used about 30% of his full strength. Huh? Mr. Jingong shouted, then turned towards Zhou Hao. As he spins, the surrounding air also becomes a whirlwind. Be careful. Zhou Hao asked Yang Jiabao to protect the little boy back, and he also transported his true energy to resist the energy of Mr. Jingong from invading Yang Jiabao. At this moment, Mr. Jingong had already arrived in front of Zhou Hao and saw his right foot slam on the ground to stop the spinning movement, and the hard stone slab was immediately shattered by this foot. At the same time, his 5 fingers on his left hand were brought together, and he attacked Zhou Hao with his palm as a knife. With the force of rotation, his left arm pierced Zhou Hao's chest like a sharp knife out of its sheath, and Zhou Hao even felt a bit of sword air in his arm. Zhou Hao did not raise his hand to resist, but raised his chest to meet him. I saw Mr. Jingong's left palm hit Zhou Hao's breastbone, making a dull and loud sound. However, Zhou Hao's feet seemed to have taken root on the ground, and his whole body was as firm as a rock. However, under the agitation of qi, Zhou Hao's shirt was torn apart by that bit of qi, and cracks appeared. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed, and a fierce, infuriating energy burst out all over his body, and that huge power immediately shook Mr. Jingong. At this moment, Mr. Jingong stepped back more than 10 steps, and he felt the blood flow back from his internal organs, a mouthful of blood pouring from his chest to his throat. He was about to burst out, but he was forced back so that he would not lose his prestige. Looking at Zhou Hao, who had only torn her clothes but was not injured, and Mr. Jingong, who was obviously injured internally, the seductive woman smiled lightly and said to Zhou Hao over the land of Mr. Jingong, "You are lying on the land of China. Long, may I ask this gentleman, Gao's name, from which school in China?" However, Zhou Hao just smiled. "We are just meeting each other, so we don't need to exchange names. As for the school, because the teacher is dead, it is inconvenient to tell, so I can only say sorry." He saw this group of people. Their identities should not be ordinary. If they want to retaliate afterwards, Zhou Hao is not afraid, but also finds it troublesome, so he simply refuses to disclose his information. "Since it is inconvenient for your husband to tell us, then we have no sense of reluctance." The seductive woman chuckled softly, but she looked at Zhou Hao even more curiously. "I apologize to you for what happened just now, but I think you Chinese are all particular the way of etiquette. I won't care about this little girl." Zhou Hao laughed secretly. The woman kept saying that she was a little girl, but she was carrying a servant of martial arts with her. "Since the husband didn't intend to befriend me, then I will leave it alone, so as not to be cold-eyed by that lady again." The seductive woman deliberately showed a ridiculous smile at Yang Jiabao behind Zhou Hao, because from just now, Yang Jiabao's eyes were very unfriendly to her, and there was also a faint guardianship, as if she was afraid that she would take away her most beloved things. "Don't give Zhou Hao a meaningful look." The seductive woman turned and left, and Mr. Xingong looked at Zhou Hao deeply before leaving with her. As for Mr. Dong, he squinted his eyes and coldly said to Zhou Hao, "Boy, you're lucky this time. If I meet you next time, I won't let it go so easily." Yang Jiabao glared at them angrily and said softly, "Obviously they are falling into the wind, and they said it as if they were taking our own initiative." Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since everyone is gone anyway, don't worry about that much." He looked at the little boy next to Yang Jiabao. Although the little boy stopped crying, he still had a look of panic on his face. Obviously, this incident scared him. Zhou Hao said to him, "My kid, you know now, don't steal anything in the future." The little boy nodded in a hurry. "It won't be anymore. Thank you, big brother and big sister. Within a month, don't move your hands, you know," Zhou Hao said to him. Although he was clamped by the stone dragon just now, there were signs of slight bone cracks in his hand bones. But after Zhou Hao's Zhen Qi healed his injuries, there was no serious problem. After the little boy left, Yang Jiabao said to Zhou Hao, "The Japanese martial arts are so powerful. I thought you were going to be injured by him." She also touched Zhou Hao's upper body to confirm him. No injuries. Zhou Hao's expression was a little dignified. That guy's martial arts is very high, and a little carelessness will really hurt. Fortunately, I am thick enough, but this clothes, how should I go back now? Zhou Hao looked at it. The shirt that turned into a strip of cloth on his upper body bitterly said. Seeing Zhou Hao's embarrassed appearance, Yang Jiabao giggled. But she also knew that if there were so many tourists outside, if Zhou Hao were to go out like this, not only Zhou Hao himself would be ashamed, but even the Yang family would be implicated. So she asked Zhou Hao to stay here, while she went out and bought him a shirt for emergency. "I don't know if I will meet them again in the future," Zhou Hao said to himself on the way back. Yang Jiabao, who was next to him, poked him on the head. "It's useless to meet him. Didn't you hear the Japanese say? That woman is his wife. She is already married. So why do you want to do so much? I just don't know who her husband's family is, so that such a powerful master can act as a bodyguard. Her background is probably not simple." Zhou Hao groaned. "There is also the man surnamed Dong, who doesn't seem to be any kind. The old man named Shilong by his side is afraid that his strength will not be lower than that of Mr. Jingong." On the other hand, the seductive woman was also asking Mr. Jingu, "Mr. Jingu, are you okay?" Mr. Jingu took a deep breath to adjust his anger, shook his head, and said, "Madam, I'm fine." Mr. Dong stretched out his hand and patted his left shoulder with a smile. "It's fine. You are on your shoulders to protect Mrs. Tokugawa." But seeing Mr. Jingu's mouth twitched, his left arm trembled. The seductive woman called Mrs. Tokugawa quickly said, "Mr. Jingu, are you really all right?" Mr. Jingu gritted his teeth. I just broke the arm bone of my left arm by that guy's innocence. Is that guy really so powerful? Mr. Dong said in surprise, and at the same time looked at Shilong beside him. Shilong nodded. Young master, the old slave can't see the depth of his skill, but it can hurt Mr. Jingong. His skill is unfathomable. Seeing Mr. Jingong's embarrassment, he felt fortunate in his heart. There was no reckless shot at Zhou Hao just now. However, Mr. Jingu gritted his teeth and said, if I had a knife in my hand, I would not necessarily lose to him. At least I would be able to fight against him. Obviously, he is best at swordsmanship. But I haven't heard you say that there are such powerful people in China. Mr. Dong frowned. Master, in fact, there are many hidden masters in our country, but most of those people are indifferent to fame and fortune, so their reputation is not obvious. Shilong explained. The old slave cares about who is an expert who can teach out a strong hand like the boy just now. Mrs. Na Tokugawa said, that's why I just wanted to calm down. We came to China to do business. If we provoke some experts, it will be more than a loss. Mr. Dong immediately pleased with a smile. Mrs. Tokugawa is still thoughtful, but with the relationship, even if the other party really wants to find us unlucky, it will not be so easy, unless he wants to oppose our entire government. As soon as Mrs. Tokugawa turned her beautiful eyes, she chuckled softly. That's right. Our Tokugawa family also saw the ability of your Dong family and came to China to seek cooperation with you. Mr. Dong was fascinated by Mrs. Tokugawa's mesmerizing beauty, and he quickly laughed and said, it is also an honor to cooperate with Mrs. Tokugawa. Mount Hengshan, also known as Manhwa, is one of the 5 sacred mountains in China and is located in Hengshan County, Hunan Province. Due to the pleasant climate here, there are lush forests and bamboos everywhere on Hengshan Mountain, all year round, and many exotic flowers and grasses fragrant all the time. The scenery is very beautiful. Moreover, Yuelu Mountain, which lies to the north of Mount Hengshan, is also a famous Taoist mountain in China, especially Yuelu Academy and Yunlu Palace. It has been half a month since Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming came to Hengshan, Hunan, because several herbs recorded in Shun Nong Baichao were grown here. During this time, Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming had also found these herbs. At this time, Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming also directly boarded in Yunlu Palace on Yuelu Mountain. The Taoist priests in Yunlu Palace were also very enthusiastic to both of them. On the one hand, Zhou Hao gave Yunlu Palace a lot of sesame oil money, and on the other hand, because everyone in Yunlu Palace learned martial arts, and Zhou Hao and the others are like-minded, and they also ask each other to learn about martial arts. The most fundamental purpose of Zhou Hao's practice of nourishing Qi Lu is to strengthen the body and resist the enemy by cultivating Qi and concentrating. Sublimation is very similar. Although Yunlu Palace's martial arts can only be regarded as average, the martial arts of its clerks is not even comparable to Xiao Jiming. However, the Taoist martial arts philosophy has benefited Zhou Hao a lot, especially as the most famous Taoist martial arts Taijiquan. Zhou Hao used to think it was gymnastics for old people to strengthen their bodies, but now they have discovered that Taijiquan is really profound and profound. Even proficiency is not difficult, but it is not so easy to understand the ideas. At this time, Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming were sitting in a yard north of Yunlu Palace. There was no wall on this side, and they were directly connected to the bamboo forest outside. Zhou Hao and the two will leave Hengshan to Hubei tomorrow, so today is their last day in Yunlu Palace. Wudong Mountain and Jiugong Mountain in Hubei are both Taoist sacred sites. If you get there, you can visit it. In the bamboo forest, an old man in his 70s wearing an old Taoist robe was wielding a hatchet to chop those bamboo. Uncle Shan, how about yourself? Have you ever been to Wudong Mountain and Jiugong Mountain? Zhou Hao asked the old man named Shanbo. Me? Shanbo smiled and continued to chop the bamboo in front of him. I have lived here for more than 40 years and have never been down the mountain, let alone Wudong Mountain, even the market below the mountain. Ever. Zhou Hao and the two have known this Uncle Shan from the first day they boarded at Yunlu Palace. He has lived in Yunlu Palace for decades, but he is not a Taoist here, but a worker in Yunlu Palace, responsible for cutting wood for cooking. For more than half a month, he was responsible for the daily diet of Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming. He cut down those bamboos to make some bamboo baskets and other utensils for Yunlu Palace. Although he is more than 70 years old, Shanbo is still strong and strong. Although his head is gray, his face is ruddy like a man. Zhou Hao, who was sitting in the yard, had been paying attention to him for a long time, and found that even those tall bamboo trees with thick boles, Shanbo could cut them down with a single stroke. Since this morning, Shanbo has never cut trees with a second stroke, and the one in his hand was just an ordinary hatchet, with many gaps in the blade. Uncle Shan, your sword skills are so powerful, Zhou Hao pointed out. Shanbo smiled faintly. It's just cutting down a tree. What kind of knife is there? Zhou Hao didn't speak, and just watched Shanbo chopping bamboo in silence. It was the first time that he saw Shanbo cutting a tree today, but he found that his technique contained deep mystery. From a distance, Shanbo's movements are like drawing a circle. Whether it is the swing of his arm, the change of the pace, or the trajectory of the hatchet, all of them faintly form a circle, which makes Zhou Hao feel that Shanbo the whole person is like the image of Tai Chi Yin Yang fish. Unconsciously, Shanbo's movements appeared in Zhou Hao's mind one by one, and Zhou Hao's spirit also moved with Shanbo's movements. The more he observed, the more Zhou Hao felt that this was a mysterious and extraordinary knife technique. There is no magnificent moves and no intimidating aura. Zhou Hao even felt that Shanbo's knife was swung with the flow of air. Everything is so natural. Yes, Shanbo seems to merge with nature. Moreover, watching the movement of Shanbo swinging the knife, the true energy of the Yang Qi Lu in Zhou Hao's body turned around automatically. Finally, Zhou Hao couldn't help standing up and coming to Shanbo, smiling at him. Shanbo, can you let me try? You should have come to help long ago. Just watch an old man of mine work over there, and you can feel comfortable. Shanbo smiled and handed the hatchet to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao took the hatchet and looked at the hatchet with many gaps. Yes, it was just an ordinary hatchet. Following the movements of Shanbo and following the flow of air, Zhou Hao raised his knife and slashed towards a bamboo in front of him. Paula, the bamboo fell. However, although Zhou Hao also cut the bamboo with a single knife, this half was due to his brute force, and the cut was far less neat than Shanbo's. Shanbo smiled and shook his head. This is not possible. Not only do your movements have to be rounded, you also have to know this bamboo and find the best cut. He looked deeply at the bamboo next to him, and then said to Zhou Hao, you have to feel it. The so-called knowing oneself and the other can win all battles. You cannot rely on brute force alone. Also, pay more attention to the flow of the wind and let it become your help. You try again, Shanbo said to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao took a deep breath, then slowed his breathing, quietly feeling the air flow around him and the bamboo in front of him. At this time, he seemed to notice a circular trajectory appearing in front of his eyes, and he could not help but chop down along this trajectory. He only heard a soft sound. The bamboo in front of him broke apart neatly. Fell down. Shanbo looked at Zhou Hao with brilliant eyes. You are so talented. You have mastered the trick so quickly. Zhou Hao smiled and said, but it's far from Shanbolai. Ha! As long as you chop firewood for decades like me, you will have this skill. Then, Shanbo told Zhou Hao some secrets. Although Shanbo did not teach Zhou Hao any moves from beginning to end, Zhou Hao believed that, like Taijiquan, it was a teaching of martial arts philosophy. Uncle's inspiration to himself is even comparable to that of Dr. Gong's son who led him into the door of martial arts, which is tantamount to opening another door for Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming didn't have many outfits, so they were very convenient to come and go. After bidding farewell to the Taoist priests of Yunlu Palace, they left. On the way down the mountain, Xiao Jiming asked Zhou Hao, Uncle Master, do you say that Shanbo really knows martial arts? Zhou Hao shook his head. I don't know. He doesn't have a trace of internal strength. He doesn't even know Tai Chi. He raised his head and looked at the misty Hengshan Mountain. But I think that up and down the Hengshan Mountain, the martial arts cultivation is the highest. It's Uncle Shan. Xiao Jiming scratched his head. I couldn't understand the way you chopped wood just now. Is that really a kind of knife? It's not just a knife technique. Zhou Hao sighed. You can even think that it is another martial arts mental technique. He raised his hands and waved them in the same way as Shanbo just now. Even if there was no knife in his hand, or originally there is no need for knives and other foreign objects, Zhou Hao's movements are still fluent, drawing out circles, one by one. In Xiao Jiming's view, Zhou Hao's movements are somewhat similar to Tai Chi, but also seem to be somewhat different. The strong qi in Zhou Hao's body also flowed with the movements of his hands at this time, and when the circle in Zhou Hao's hands pushed out, the qi in his body also had an urge to leak out. Hey! When Zhou Hao's palm edge passed through the air, a burst of vigor suddenly came out of his palm, cutting through the air and hitting a pine tree in the distance. And the pine and cypress that seemed to be decades old actually fell so upright, and the cut was so neat that it was difficult to achieve this effect even with a sharp knife. Not only Xiao Jiming, but even Zhou Hao himself was stunned. Zhou Hao stared at his palms blankly. Obviously, he himself had not thought about this effect, and Xiao Jiming also murmured. Could it be? Is this the legendary sword spirit? Zhou Hao believes that the so-called sword qi is actually formed by the person with high internal strength pouring their true qi into the sword, and it is not difficult to achieve as long as the internal strength is deep enough. However, even if he did not have a knife in his hand, Zhou Hao could still feel the sword energy in his hand. However, it is not so much a sword energy as it is a kind of sword energy. Intention is only available if you have been immersed in swordsmanship for many years and have some understanding. And what Shanbo taught Zhou Hao just now was not any moves or swordsmanship, but a martial arts spirit, which was somewhat similar to Mr. Jingong's sword intent. Shanbo doesn't have a trace of internal power, but he can use such a power with a worn hatchet, which is actually caused by his sword intent. The knowledge of martial arts is really broad and profound, Zhou Hao said with emotion. Originally, because of the transformation of ambergris, he completely stimulated his own potential, so no matter what he learns, he is much easier than others, just like when he practiced nourishing Qi Lu, only for more than half a month. His cultivation level is better than that. Dr. Gongsun, who has been immersed in this way, is much more profound, and his internal strength is comparable to the effect of ordinary people's hard practice for 100 years. With such a deep and solid foundation, and now that he has experienced the sword intent taught by Shanbo, Zhou Hao's cultivation in martial arts is deeper and his realm higher. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Zhou Hao called his family to report to Yin Tong that he was safe. When are you going to come back? Yin Tong asked on the phone. About a month. Zhou Hao replied. Yin Tong said, your school has already prepared you for the early exam. Come back as soon as possible. While chatting with Zhou Hao, Yin Tong accidentally mentioned Li Ruolin. I haven't seen Teacher Li during this period of time. A few days ago, I thought that the school would ask her to help you extend your leave, but the school said that Teacher Li also I haven't come back yet. I heard that I also asked for leave from school. What? Sister Lon, Teacher Li hasn't returned to school yet. Zhou Hao was stunned. Mom, do you know why Teacher Li asked for leave? Zhou Hao asked nervously. In response to Zhou Hao's reaction, Yin Tong only regarded his student's concern for the teacher without doubting him, and said, I also asked your principal. He said that it seemed that it was because of something at home, so he asked the school for two. During the long vacation of the month, all her classes were taught by English teachers from other classes. Hearing what Yin Tong said, Zhou Hao felt even more worried. The most recent contact with Li Ruolin was before Zhou Hao went to Hengshan, that is, half a month ago. At that time, he told Li Ruolin that he was going to Hengshan, and because Hengshan had not been connected to a fixed line and mobile phone signals were not covered, he could not contact the outside world. On the phone, Li Ruolin also said that she was about to go back to school, and asked Zhou Hao to go back as soon as possible so as not to worry her. But now, Li Ruolin suddenly asked the school for a 2-month vacation. Zhou Hao knew well that with Li Ruolin's strong sense of responsibility, if it weren't for something urgent, he wouldn't have left his classmates like that. After finishing the conversation with Yin Tong, Zhou Hao immediately called Li Ruolin's home number. Before she left Xianqing, she told Zhou Hao the phone number of her parents' home. However, the voice of telecommunications service came from the phone, saying that it might be the cause of the malfunction and that this phone number could not be connected. This made Zhou Hao even more anxious. In fact, he wanted to give Li Ruolin a mobile phone. Although Li Ruolin had a real relationship with Zhou Hao, she knew that Zhou Hao was very rich. But whenever Zhou Hao wanted to give her a valuable gift, she refused to accept it. Zhou Hao knew that she was a self-respecting and self-reliant person, and being with herself was not for profit. Oh, what should I do? Zhou Hao said to himself. Xiao Jiming, who was next to him, saw Zhou Hao's appearance and said nervously, What's wrong, uncle? Is there something wrong with the family? Zhou Hao shook his head. It's not our home, but a friend of mine seems to have something wrong, and I can't contact her now. She must be a good friend of Master Uncle, right? Xiao Jiming said. Uncle Master, where does your friend live? Just go find her. Yes, I can go find her. Zhou Hao patted the back of his head fiercely. He looked at Xiao Jiming. But, I have to go to Hubei with you. I saw Xiao Jiming smile. Uncle Master, I am not a child anymore and can take care of myself. Besides, I am afraid that I am much deeper than you when it comes to understanding Chinese herbal medicine. And you tell me all the pictures and characteristics of those herbal medicines. Now, don't worry. Uncle, I can handle it by myself. You can find your friend with peace of mind. For Xiao Jiming, Zhou Hao is still 100% assured. So he said, Jiming, then I beg you. If there is anything wrong, you can call me, and be careful about everything. Although Zhou Hao has already said, Lu was taught to Xiao Jiming, but because he started too late, although Xiao Jiming's martial arts has improved a lot, his cultivation skills are still very shallow. Especially in front of the real masters of the inner family, there is basically no resistance. After that, Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming parted ways. Xiao Jiming boarded the train to Hubei, while Zhou Hao boarded the plane to Jiangsu. Li Ruolin's hometown is in Yangzhou, Jiangsu province, and Li Ruolin is also an authentic Jiangnan American. Zhou Hao first took a plane to Nanjing, and then took a train from Nanjing to Yangzhou. The so-called fireworks in Yangzhou in March is now in March, but it is the best time to visit Yangzhou. However, Zhou Hao didn't come to Yangzhou this time for tourism, and he felt completely different from other tourists. Li Ruolin once mentioned her home, which was located in Tsufeng Street in Guangling District, Yangzhou City. So Zhou Hao got on a taxi directly to Tsufeng Street in Guangling District as soon as he walked out of the train station. However, when Zhou Hao came to this Tsufeng Street, he found that the row of residential houses on the left side of the street had been demolished several, and the remaining few lonely standing there seemed very abrupt. Zhou Hao immediately asked the taxi driver, Brother driver, has the demolition carried out recently? Yes, I heard that the government wants to rectify this place, because some real estate developers want to develop here. However, the residents here seem to disagree with the demolition. I am not very clear about the specific situation. The driver shrugged and said. Zhou Hao frowned, subconsciously thinking that Li Ruolin's matter might be related to the demolition, and Zhou Hao knew a little about the nastiness in the demolition process. Generally speaking, it is the government and developers who can get the most benefits from the demolition, and the residents of the demolished houses often become the victims of nowhere to complain. When he came to the downstairs of a fairly complete residential building, Zhou Hao found that there were not many residents in the residential building. Stopping an ant passing by, Zhou Hao asked politely, Auntie, do you know where Li Chufan lives? When the ant heard Zhou Hao's words, she looked at him suspiciously and asked unceremoniously, Are you from the demolition office or the developer? What are you looking for Lao Li and the others for? You still made their home insufficient. When Zhou Hao heard this, he thought that Li Ruolin's family was really due to the demolition. He quickly said, Auntie, you misunderstood. I am not from the demolition office and the developer. I am Ruolin's friend in Xiangqing. 2 days ago, I heard that she asked the school for a 2-month vacation. I was worried that something happened to her, so I came here to see her. This aunt is obviously the old neighborhood of Li Ruolin's family. She knows the situation of Li Ruolin's family very well. Seeing that Zhou Hao is Li Ruolin's friend in Xiangqing, she also knows that she has asked for leave from school, so she initially believed Zhou Hao. She said, Lao Li and the others live in this building, at 503. Young people, I think you are a kind of talent, and came from Guangdong all the way from Guangdong. You and Ruolin are afraid that they are not as simple as ordinary friends. Although this aunt is getting older, she still has a keen eye. She said, However, I don't think you can help Lao Li and the others. Alas, she sighed. Some time ago, the government said it wanted the residential building here was demolished to build a new community, but they only paid 20,000 yuan in compensation to each household. What use is the 20,000 yuan? My daughter originally asked me to move in with her. The living is better, but those old neighborhoods that don't have other places to live are miserable. If their houses are demolished, where can you let them settle down? However, that developer is really not a thing, and their people see that some residents refuse to move. They were beaten and intimidated, and they drove away most of the residents. Zhou Hao frowned when he heard this. Not to mention that in this early period, even in the future, the demolition in many cities is full of violence, creating social topics repeatedly. He asked his aunt, "What about Rulan's family? How are they now?" Lao Li and the others naturally disagree with the relocation. The girl and their family understands the law and wants to file a complaint with the government. But with two official words, how can we young people be able to convince them? The aunt sighed. Lao Li originally worked as the director of a state-owned factory in the city. After such a disturbance, the factory quit his job, not even giving his pension. She looked up at the residents. "Lu, now I don't know where Lao Li and the others are. I haven't seen them since yesterday." After listening to this aunt, Zhou Hao became even more worried. Judging from the aunt's words, this developer is typically involved in the underworld, and he knows that Li Ruolan's stubborn temper will definitely not give in. In this way, Li Ruolan would be the only one who suffered head-on. Especially Li Ruolan is such a delicate beauty, which makes Zhou Hao even more worried. At this moment, a police car came from a distance and stopped right in front of the residential building. After opening the door of the police car, Zhou Hao saw Li Ruolan's parents Li Chufan and Xie. I saw two uniformed policemen helping them out of the car, while Li Chufan clutched the policeman's arm tightly and begged in tears, "Comrade police, please, save my daughter." "Me. I'm kneeling down for you, please." He said he would kneel down. The policeman hurriedly helped him. "Mr. Li, don't do this. I said we will find your daughter as soon as possible." Xie cried angrily. "We all said that the developer must be the one who captured our daughter. Why don't you arrest them?" Oh. Ruolan. Zhou Hao had a sudden heart, and hurriedly went over to support Li Chufan and Xie. "Uncle. Auntie, what happened to Ruolan?" Both Li Chufan and Xie were very puzzled about Zhou Hao, who suddenly appeared. You are." Neither of them met Zhou Hao, and Li Ruolan had never mentioned Zhou Hao in front of them, so they didn't know Zhou Hao was a student of Li Ruolan. "I am Ruolan's friend in Xiangqing. I heard that she took a 2-month leave from the school at once. I was worried that something would happen to her, so I came to look for her specially." Zhou Hao did not want Li Chufan and the others to know that they were Li Ruolan's students. If Lan Shi. When Xie mentioned Li Ruolan, tears flowed out. At this time, the policeman said to Zhou Hao, "You are a friend of their family. Then I will give them to you. So please comfort them." Then he turned and returned to the car. Li Chufan quickly grabbed him. "Comrade police, please, go and save my daughter. Also, go and arrest the developer of that developer. They took my daughter." The policeman shook his head and said, "Mr. Li, there is no proof. We can't arrest people indiscriminately. I promise you, we will find your daughter as soon as possible. Don't worry." After that, he moved away from Li Chufan's hand. The police car left. The mournful cry of Li Chufan and Xie attracted the surrounding neighborhoods. Zhou Hao and the aunt just now helped Li Chufan and his wife aside. Zhou Hao also anxiously asked them, "Uncle, aunt, what happened to Ruolan? Where is she now?" Li Chufan looked at Zhou Hao. "Are you Ruolan's friend in Xiangqing?" "Yes, uncle. Maybe Ruolan didn't tell you," Zhou Hao said. After hesitating for a while, Li Chufan told Zhou Hao about the demolition of the residential building where they lived. 20,000 yuan is not enough for us to find another place to stay in Yangzhou. But I saw other residents as soon as they said that they did not agree to the relocation. They were beaten and intimidated by those people. They also said that if we did not agree, we would tear down the building while we were sleeping and simply let us all bury them as foundations. Originally, I thought that although the house is important, it is also not enough for the family to be safe. I planned to move out." He sighed. "But Ruolan said that these people are breaking the law, and we can go to the government to complain to them." Xie, who was next to him, also cried. "But the government people simply ignored our complaint and resigned from Lao Li's job in the factory." Ruolan was not reconciled and said that she would go to the provincial government to sue them. At this point, her tears flowed more fiercely. "Just yesterday, when we and Ruolan were downstairs, a van rushed over, and those big men took us Ruolan away. Yes, I know those people must belong to that developer. We immediately went to the police station to report the case, but the people at the police station only said that they would find Ruolin as soon as possible, but they refused to arrest the developer. Just now, the old lady was also angry and said, "Oh, now it seems that the developers and the government are in the same group. Alas, if Lon falls into those hands, what should I do?" Zhou Hao was concerned about Li Ruolin's safety, clenched his fists tightly, and made a chuckle sound. The people at the police station did not arrest the developer. On the one hand, it was indeed because there was no direct evidence that the person who arrested Li Ruolin was instigated by the developer. On the other hand, as the ant said, the government followed that developer may not be unrelated, so he quit Li Chufan's job in the state-owned factory, and now they can't expect them to get Li Ruolin back. Zhou Hao stood up and said to Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu with a firm expression, "Don't worry, Uncle and Auntie, I will go to Ruolin now. I will definitely get her back." The ant grabbed Zhou Hao's arm quickly. "Young man, don't be so impulsive, you can't beat them alone." Other neighbors also encouraged Zhou Hao. Even Li Chufan wiped the corners of his eyes and said, "Xiao Zhou, we also know your good intentions, but those people may be underworld. If you go alone, it will be very dangerous." "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "You stay here and wait for me." After that, he turned and walked out to stop a taxi and left in a hurry. Just now the ant looked at Zhou Hao's disappearing back and comforted Li Chufan and his wife sitting on the side of the road. "Now I can only count on the young man. I hope he can get Ruolin back." Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu glanced at each other. Thinking of their beloved daughter's life or death, they couldn't help but shed tears from them. On the taxi, Zhou Hao took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the driver. "Brother driver, are there any casinos in Yangzhou?" Since the person who captured Li Ruolin was a triad, Zhou Hao started with this. The most direct and fastest way for people who want to find gangsters is to go to the casino. The driver grinned and handed the money Zhou Hao handed over and said, "There are indeed several casinos. Which one do you want to go to for fun, gentlemen?" "The biggest one," Zhou Hao said. Zhou Hao first went to the nearest bank and withdrew 100,000 yuan in cash, and then the driver took him to a restaurant on the outskirts of Yangzhou City. This restaurant has a large area and looks no different from an ordinary restaurant, but there is a 5-story building on the back of the restaurant. According to the driver, that building is the largest casino in Yangzhou, owned by the gang boss Zhang Hu in Yangzhou. The tiger's nickname is also Yangzhou Tiger, which is regarded as the largest land snake in Yangzhou. Zhou Hao didn't have time to spare, so he walked straight into the building after getting out of the car. But at the gate, 2 security guards stopped him. "What do you want to do?" Zhou Hao saw that the 2 security guards had guns on their waists, which showed that the energy of this tiger was still great. He opened the handbag that contained the money and smiled at the 2 security guards. "I feel itchy. I want to come and have fun." Then he took out 200 yuan bills from the handbag and handed them to them. The 2 security guards accepted the money naturally, and the expressions on their faces slowed down. "Please go inside." Walking into the lobby on the 1st floor, I saw a woman wearing a red cheongsam approaching. This woman can be considered young and beautiful, but compared to the seductive woman Zhou Hao had seen before, this woman wearing a cheongsam was too ordinary. Just listen to the woman's smile and say to Zhou Hao, "This boss, it's the first time to come. What kind of enjoyment do you want?" Zhou Hao deliberately showed a bloody smile and squeezed the woman's ass. "What's a good place to go here?" Seeing the tall and handsome Zhou Hao, this woman also has 2 eyes with spring, and the whole person rests on Zhou Hao's shoulders. "Here is a restaurant on the 2nd floor, and you can eat everything. The 3rd floor is the casino, and the 4th floor is the sauna. The 5th floor," she glanced at Zhou Hao with a wavy look. "The 5th floor is the suite, dedicated to your men. What about the boss? Do you want me to take you to the 5th floor?" He deliberately rubbed his thigh on Zhou Hao's lower body a few times. But Zhou Hao laughed and said, "It's still bright and white. It's not time yet. At night, I'll come to see you in the evening. Now you can take me to the 3rd floor." The woman also smiled and said, "Fake and serious. Aren't you men who ignore day and night?" She reached Zhou Hao's ear and said in an ambiguous tone, "Then you remember to come to me at night. My number is the 15th. Of course, who else would you look for?" Zhou Hao's hand touched her towering breast. The woman's laughter became more coquettish, and Zhou Hao gave Zhou Hao a blank look, and then led him to the third floor. Following this woman to the third floor, Zhou Hao saw that this was a large and well-equipped gambling hall. Its size was similar to that of Xiangdong's underground casino in Dynamic City, but it was inferior to the underground casino in Dynamic City. But compared to other rudimentary underground casinos, this place is much more upscale, and there is no bargaining chip here, and you can gamble with cash. Zhou Hao took out a few hundred yuan bills and handed them to this woman. Seeing that Zhou Hao was not only tall and handsome, but also young and golden, the brilliance in her eyes became even stronger. Her gaze just wanted to eat Zhou Hao's whole person. Remember to come to me at night. Even if you lose all your money, it's okay. I make an exception and don't charge you. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded, and the woman turned her head in 3 steps and left. Turning around, the smile on Zhou Hao's face disappeared immediately. Although the woman was young and beautiful, she was not bad in figure. But Zhou Hao didn't have any interest in this kind of woman with thousands of people sleeping and riding. What just now was just a lie to her. This gambling hall is very lively. Every gambling table is full of people, the air is full of smoke, and it is mixed with the yelling and cursing of gamblers. Zhou Hao looked around and walked over to a gambling table playing dice. There were also many gamblers around the gaming table. Zhou Hao looked at the dice cup of the dice in the center of the gaming table, took out 100,000 cash from his handbag, and put it directly into the big grid. When the people around saw Zhou Hao's boldness, they all exclaimed, and it also made the atmosphere of the table even higher. Buy it, leave your hand. The dealer on the other side said lightly, and opened the dice cup, and saw that the 3 dice inside were 4, 5, and 6 points, a total of 15 points, big. The people who were crushed screamed in excitement, and they were all envious when seeing Zhou Hao winning twice the bet once. One of the gamblers saw that Zhou Hao had so much bet, and he took the initiative to give up his seat. And Zhou Hao was not polite, and just sat on it. The croupier closed the dice cup again and pressed the button on the dice cup to turn the dice inside, and then said to everyone, "Please place a bet." Zhou Hao looked at the black dice cup and pushed all the 200,000 in front of him onto the small grid. After the croupier opened the dice cup, everyone saw that the dice inside were 1, 1, and 2, and they were really small. At this time, Zhou Hao's money in front of him became 400,000. In the next game, after the croupier turned the dice, Zhou Hao directly put the 400,000 on the 3-2 leopard. In this gambling hall, the odds of leopard are 32 times, but the chance of leopard appearing is relatively much smaller. Others originally wanted to use Zhou Hao's luck to follow him to bet, but they hesitated when they saw him betting all the money on the leopard. "Buy and leave," the croupier said again. The others hesitated for a while. After all, they did not follow Zhou Hao. However, when the dice cup was uncovered, everyone exclaimed, because the 3 dice were all 2 points, which is the leopard of 3 of 2. In this way, Zhou Hao's 400,000 yuan immediately became more than 10 million. The dealer on the opposite side looked at Zhou Hao with cold sweat and trembled. "Sir, you..." Zhou Hao glanced at him coldly. "I won. Bring the money." 12.8 million. No one has ever been able to win so much money from this casino, including the croupier on the opposite side, and all the gamblers around are looking at Zhou Hao. They saw that even with 3 consecutive wins and the bet from 100,000 to more than 10 million, Zhou Hao still did not have the ecstatic expression on his face that a gambler should have, as if his victory was taken for granted. "It's not really the of gambling," some gamblers whispered. "If there is a good show to watch, let's see how Yangzhou Tiger will deal with him." Some people hold their hands and make a gesture of watching the good show, even a little gloating. "I think it's kicking the restaurant. Let's go quickly." The Yangzhou Tiger is not easy to provoke. Some people are also worried that they will be hit by the fish later. Zhou Hao coldly looked at the 30-year-old male croupier opposite and said faintly, "What's the matter? Is it that your casino can only lose money but not win? Get the money I deserve." The surrounding gamblers have been attracted by the situation here, and many people who were depressed by losing money saw Zhou Hao winning so much money in the casino, and they joined in the fun. "Sir, wait a moment. After all, more than 10 million is not a small amount of money, and it is not easy to get it." The croupier didn't know Zhou Hao's background, so he didn't dare to attack him, so he deliberately smiled respectfully. At this moment, Two men walked over from a distance, and the dealer immediately whispered a few words to one of them. The man glanced at Zhou Hao, who was still sitting there with a cold face in surprise, and then hurriedly walked away. The croupier continued to smile at Zhou Hao. "Sir, please wait a moment. Our people will go over and get your money now." After a while, a man in his 40s with shiny hair came over slowly, surrounded by a few of his men. Those men were still holding the stainless steel plates for serving wine glasses, but the plates it was not drinks, but neat stacks of banknotes. "Ah, the Yangzhou tiger is here," the man next to him whispered when he saw the man, and the gamblers outside quickly gave way to that man. Zhou Hao looked at this ordinary-looking man without the slightest distinction, thinking that he should be the Yangzhou tiger Zhang Hu. And Zhang Hu was also looking at Zhou Hao, and then he laughed. "Mister, he is very face-to-face. Is it the first time to visit our casino?" He hadn't met Zhou Hao, so he didn't know what the young man was before. "What is it?" Zhang Hu's principle of doing things has always been to act afterwards, so he would not act rashly until he knew Zhou Hao's details, and he had already sent someone to investigate Zhou Hao just now. "Yes, I'm here to play in Yangzhou. I heard that you were the largest casino in Yangzhou, so I came to try my luck. Didn't you say that if you don't prostitute, you don't know your health, and if you don't gamble, you won't know your luck?" Zhou Hao deliberately smiled. Zhang Hu also laughed a few times and asked his subordinates to put those plates of money on the table in front of Zhou Hao. "Friend, this is your money." Amidst the exclamation of the surrounding gamblers, Zhang Hu told Zhou Hao said, "My friend, since you patronize my little brother's place so much, or my little brother, do your best to be a landlord and invite your friends to go up for a drink." But Zhou Hao raised his hand. "No hurry, I haven't had a lot of fun yet. Let's play a few more games." Zhang Hu's face changed slightly, because he invited Zhou Hao to go up just now, just to prevent him from continuing to gamble. But unexpectedly, Zhou Hao didn't cooperate at all. After taking a deep look at Zhou Hao, he smiled and said, "Since my friend is so interested, let me serve you this dish." Following Zhang Hu's words, the male croupier quickly stepped aside, but Zhang Hu stood before the gaming table, pressed the dice cup with both hands, and pressed the button to turn the dice, and then smiled at Zhou Hao. "Friend, please place a bet." Zhou Hao smiled. "Help me bet all the money on 11. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhang Hu's eyebrows suddenly jumped, because he knew that the 3 dice in the dice cup were 1, 5, and 5, and the total was 11. And Zhou Hao bet the more than 10 million on this point. According to the odds of 12 times in the casino, Zhang Hu would lose to Zhou Hao by more than 1 billion. Zhang Hu looked at Zhou Hao, who was sitting opposite, wondering if he really met a master who could listen to dice. However, Zhang Hu himself is a master of gambling. He knows that although the plots in the movies about gambling are also exaggerated, some parts of it are true. For example, there are really strange people who can distinguish the sound of different numbers of dice hitting the bottom surface, so as to achieve the purpose of listening to the dice. However, just to guard against experts in this area, Zhang Hu's dice cup in the casino is covered with special fabrics, so you can't hear the sound of the dice hitting the bottom. But where did he guess that Zhou Hao was not a master of listening dice at all? He just used his super intuition to judge it. Seeing Zhou Hao betting all his money to the 11 points, Zhang Hu sneered. To say that he is a master of gambling is actually a master of thousands, especially in modern society. All kinds of high-tech have provided him with very good help. This dice cup is equipped with a mechanism which can temporarily flip the dice in the dice cup to change the number of points. I saw Zhang Hu's left index finger lightly touch the base of the dice cup, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Buy it. Leave your hand." Although Zhou Hao didn't see Zhang Hu move his hands or feet, he could intuitively feel that he was going to lose this game. Seeing Zhang Hu's hidden smug smile, Zhou Hao looked at the dice cup and immediately knew that the dice inside had changed from 11 to 9. "You too underestimated me." Zhou Hao sneered secretly in his heart, and then naturally raised his right hand and patted on the table in front of him, including Zhang Hu. Everyone thought Zhou Hao's shot meant, "Let Zhang Hu open the cup." However, Zhou Hao's true chi was spit out from his right hand and reached the dice cup through the gaming table. The moment Zhang Hu opened the dice cup, the dice inside became 2, 3, and 6 under the control of Zhou Hao's infuriating energy, and the points were still 11. In fact, it wasn't that Zhou Hao really understood any gambling techniques, But after the guidance of Shan Bo of Yunlu Palace, Zhou Hao's control of his true energy was already more flexible. Inner masters can infuse Jinqi into weapons, and for the same reason, Zhou Hao can also infuse his Jinqi into the dice cup through the gaming table, and then Jinqi manipulates the dice like a puppet's line. Moreover, this happened while Zhang Hu opened the dice cup, so that Zhang Hu had no chance to make 1,000. So when the dice cup was opened and Zhang Hu saw that the dice in it was 11 o'clock, an incredible expression appeared on his face, and he looked at Zhou Hao in surprise. When the people around saw that Zhou Hao was going to win the casino by more than 100 million, they were afraid that the world would not be chaotic. Looking at Zhou Hao with blinking eyes, Zhang Hu knew that he had really met a master this time. This is more than 1 billion. If he wants, he can also take it out, but who wants to lose more than 1 billion in vain? However, with so many people present now, if you don't take it out, even if Zhang Hu himself and the casino's reputation are completely ruined, don't expect anyone to come back in the future. As the expression on Zhang Hu's face kept changing, Zhou Hao, who was opposite, said indifferently, "I also know your difficulties, Brother Zhang. So be it. As long as you answer one of my questions, this one will be fine." The people around were in an uproar, wondering what the problem was that could be worth more than 1 billion. Zhang Hu was also very surprised and couldn't help asking, "What is the problem?" Zhou Hao stared at Zhang Hu closely and slowly said, "Tell me where Li Ruolin is." As soon as he heard this, Zhang Hu's face changed drastically, and his reaction was even stronger than the 1 or more than 1 billion loss to Zhou Hao. And his reaction was tantamount to telling Zhou Hao that Li Ruolin was indeed taken by their group. When the gambler next to him guessed who Li Ruolin was, he suddenly saw Zhang Hu's face grimly and said, "Everyone, I have some personal matters that need to be dealt with. Our casino is going to close in advance. Please leave first." Although Zhang Hu was polite, everyone knew that Zhang Hu was going to deal with Zhou Hao, and they also saw a lot of aggressive people coming in from various exits of the casino. No one wanted to be caught, so they didn't care about watching the excitement. They ran away from the casino, and soon, only Zhou Hao and Zhang Hu were left in the huge casino. There were 50 or 60 people under Zhang Hu who rushed into the casino. Many of them had weapons such as steel rods and long knives, and they surrounded Zhou Hao not too far away. "Friend, did you come to find the fault on purpose?" Zhang Hu squinted at Zhou Hao. He now understands that the ultimate goal of Zhou Hao's series of actions is Li Ruolin. In this way, you captured Li Ruolin. Zhou Hao still sat there holding his hands. "If you hand over Li Ruolin, maybe I can spare your life." "Ha!" Zhang Hu burst into laughter after hearing Zhou Hao's words. It was at this moment that he exuded that arrogant and ferocious aura, truly like a figure on the underworld. I saw he sneered at Zhou Hao. "Do you know what place this is?" "This is Yangzhou, where I am Zhenghua. You actually said to spare me my life." His subordinates all laughed, and no one dared to break into Zhang Hu's side alone and said that he would spare his life. But seeing Zhou Hao showing no signs of fear, he said to Zhang Hu, "Your fate is yours. I hope you can think about it." Zhang Hu sneered at Zhou Hao's words, but he still asked, "What is your relationship with Li Ruolin?" "She is my woman, so what do you think I have to do with her?" Zhou Hao said blankly. Zhang Hu smiled slightly. "Then you're out of luck." He looked at a subordinate next to him and said, "Kill him." After he said that, he walked back. "Hands!" Zhang Hu's subordinate shouted to the people around him. And he also took a mountain knife from the person next to him, jumped onto the gaming table with 2 kicks, and lifted the knife towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shook his head. Because he was concerned about Li Ruolin's safety, he had already accumulated extremely intense anger, especially since he had determined that this group was the one who captured Li Ruolin. The killing intent in his heart became even more violent. I saw him lift his foot to the gambling table and kicked it on the ankle of the person who jumped on the gambling table, causing him to lose his balance and threw himself down, while Zhou Hao slammed up with an uppercut. Hit the man in the face. Just listen to the shuddering sound of bones suddenly sounding, and the person flies backwards. His face is already bloody. However, this person's miserable situation did not make others retreat, but instead rushed towards Zhou Hao with a steel pipe long knife and other weapons. Zhou Hao let out a cold snort, grabbed both hands on the edge of the gaming table in front of him, and with his arms hard, he lifted the gaming table weighing hundreds of kilograms easily. In Zhang Hu's stunned mouth, Zhou Hao used the gaming table as a weapon and waved it left and right, and the nearest dozen people around him were knocked into flight like a baseball. Zhang Hu and the others had never seen such a situation, and they were all shocked. But Zhou Hao's subordinates were still merciless, and in the blink of an eye they drove more than a dozen people who could not be avoided. Damn, kill him! Kill him quickly! Zhang Hu was also frightened at this time, and shouted to his subordinates as he stepped back. The subordinate quickly took out a pistol from his arms and pulled the trigger towards Zhou Hao in the distance. But seeing Zhou Hao holding the gaming table in one hand, his toes picked up a stainless steel tray on the ground and caught it in front of his chest. The bullet hit the tray, but it didn't hurt Zhou Hao. Looking at Zhang Hu, Zhou Hao threw the entire gaming table over. Zhang Hu was still responsive. A lazy donkey rolled aside and rolled away, but his sluggish subordinate was smashed to death by the gaming table. When he looked at Zhou Hao again, Zhang Hu found that his remaining 20-odd subordinates only dared to hide from a distance, and he did not dare to attack Zhou Hao anymore, and Zhou Hao walked straight towards him at this time. Zhang Hu hurriedly took out his pistol, but only when he picked up the pistol, he found that Zhou Hao, who was in front of him, had disappeared. When I was about to ask my subordinates, I felt a pain in my hand. The pistol involuntarily dropped to the ground, and Zhou Hao's figure also appeared in front of him. Without saying anything, Zhou Hao grabbed Zhang Hu's right hand and suddenly twisted. Zhou Hao swept him to the ground with a sweep of his feet, then stepped on his neck, looking at him condescendingly, his eyes frighteningly cold. I will ask you one last time, where is Li Ruolin? Faced with such a strong Zhou Hao, even Zhang Hu, who dominates one side, couldn't help but be afraid. However, he still endured the piercing pain from his right hand, gritted his teeth, and said, "Ew, you better kill me." Zhang Hu was so hard-spirited that Zhou Hao was a little surprised, and now it seems that there is someone else behind this tiger. His Yangzhou tiger is more like a cowardly little girl, and he refused to tell where Li Ruolin was until his death, obviously because he was afraid of revenge from the person behind him. If he speculates like this, someone else instructed him to take Li Ruolin away. Looking at Zhang Hu with a cold sweat on his face, Zhou Hao knew that even if he really killed him, he would not find Li Ruolin. Therefore, Zhou Hao didn't hum and walked out of the casino without saying anything. But Zhang Hu's subordinates did not dare to stop this ghost-like person, so Zhou Hao walked out of the building without obstacles. It was already night, and everyone didn't know that Zhou Hao immediately disappeared into the night as soon as he walked out of the building. With his speed, no one would see him at all. As expected by Zhou Hao, less than a minute after he walked out of the building, a large number of people came out of the building and got in the car and walked outside, seemingly to find out his details. After these people left, Zhang Hu, who was injured, also walked out of the building under the escorts of more than a dozen of his men, and quickly left the restaurant in a white Mercedes-Benz sedan. Those of Zhang Hu's men also drove to follow each other. Zhou Hao took advantage of one of them to get into a Toyota sedan and walked over quietly. A palm knife knocked the man unconscious, and then he drove this. A Toyota sedan followed into Zhang Hu's convoy. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Hu and the others went straight to the First People's Hospital in Yangzhou City without any delay. Maybe I called the hospital in advance. There were several doctors waiting at the entrance of the hospital. As soon as I saw Zhang Hu get off the car, I greeted him and saw Zhang Hu's twisted right hand. It was shocking, and one of them asked, "Mr. Zhang, is your hand caught in some machine tool? How did it hurt like this?" Zhang Hu's face turned pale with pain at this time, and he scolded the doctor. "You don't care about how I hurt it. Please give me painkillers for his mother. It hurts your grandpa and me." Then, Zhang Hu walked into the hospital surrounded by doctors, nurses, and his subordinates. When other patients saw the formation, they thought it was the leading leader who was injured and admitted to the hospital. Zhou Hao also followed them not far behind. Zhang Hu's subordinates focused on his boss and did not find Zhou Hao behind, and the nurses were only Zhang Hu's subordinates, and they did not stop him. Naturally, Zhou Hao did not recklessly follow Zhang Hu and the others into the ward, only to make sure that Zhang Hu left in the 823 intensive care unit of the hospital building. Zhang Hu was pretty decent in Yangzhou. Several orthopedic doctors in the hospital came over and were shocked to see Zhang Hu's exaggerated right hand. They first gave Zhang Hu an anesthetic to help him stop the pain, And then with the help of some orthopedic tools, several doctors worked together to correct the shape of Zhang Hu's right hand. However, after X-ray examination, Zhang Hu's right hand was severely injured and several comminuted fractures. Even if he recovered, he would not be able to exert his strength in the future. During the period when Zhang Hu was receiving treatment, Zhou Hao went to Li Chufan and Xieruqiu. He was afraid that Zhang Hu's men would find them, so he hurried to pick up Li Chufan and his wife and send them to Yangzhou. In a 3-star hotel. Xiaozhou, have you found Rulin? Li Chufan asked Zhou Hao in the hotel suite. Not yet. Zhou Hao shook his head a little lonely. But don't worry, uncle, there is progress now. You just stay here now and don't go anywhere, okay? Li Chufan nodded. After Li Rulin was taken away, their husband and wife are now 6 gods, and they subconsciously regard Zhou Hao as the backbone. After settling in with Li Chufan and his wife, Zhou Hao changed his clothes and went to Yangzhou First People's Hospital. However, instead of going directly to intensive care ward number 823, where Zhang Hu was located, he walked into ward number 822 next to him. There was no patient in this ward. Zhou Hao opened the window in the ward and saw that there was a row of cement flower beds on the outer wall of the building outside the ward on this floor. So Zhou Hao climbed out of the window and jumped from the flower bed outside the window of ward 822 to the flower bed of ward 823. As the night was getting dark and Zhou Hao's clothes were darker, no one found an extra person on the outer wall of the hospital building. The window of ward 823 was also closed, so the people inside did not find Zhou Hao. At this point, Zhang Hu has received the treatment, his right hand is put in a plaster, and he is now resting in bed. Zhang Hu has only 2 subordinates left in the ward, and there is a beautiful young woman sitting next to his bed. She looks at least 10 years younger than Zhang Hu. She also holds a 4 or 5-year-old boy in her arms. Brother Tiger, your injury is fine. The young woman asked Zhang Hu on the bed. Zhang Hu shook his head. A smile appeared on his pale face. It's okay, don't worry. He stretched out his left hand and touched the little boy's head, with a kind look on his face. The little boy brought a smashed orange to Zhang Hu's mouth and smiled innocently. Dad, eat. Zhang Hu ate the citrus into his mouth with a smile and said with a smile, Little Tiger is so good. Then he looked at the young woman and said, Ame, you can live with Xiaohu in the countryside these days. Don't worry, I will pick you up soon. Brother Tiger, who is this time? Even you are so scared. The young woman said with a solemn expression. Zhang Hu sighed. To be honest, I don't know who it is, but it's terrible. I suspect that he is the legendary martial arts master. He leaned back on the bed. Actually, I had a hunch for a long time. When young Master Liang said that Li Rulin was going to be arrested, I had a very bad hunch, but I didn't expect it to happen now. Zhou Hao, who was hiding outside the window, heard Zhang Hu's Mr. Liang in his mouth, thinking that the Lord made him take Li Rulin by someone else. And he was a man who even an underworld leader like Zhang Hu would be willing to obey his orders. The young woman named Ame said to Zhang Hu, Brother Hu, didn't you say that there is young Master Liang? No one in Jiangsu would dare to mess with you? Zhang Hu sighed and said, On this 1/3 acre of land in Jiangsu, Mr. Liang's words are really good, but that person, I don't think he is like a native of Jiangsu. Moreover, I am afraid that he is not even afraid of Mr. Liang. That's tricky. Especially young Master Liang is still in the provincial capital. I can only take care of anything. He touched the little boy's forehead. Don't worry about so much now. Just in case you take Xiaohu to live in the country for a period of time, and when this happens, I will take you back. Ame nodded. Well, Brother Tiger, be careful yourself. Neither Xiaohu nor I can do without you. I will. Zhang Hu said to the 2 subordinates in the ward. You send your wife and young master to the countryside in Zhenjiang. Remember to send more people. If your wife and young master lose their hair, I will look for you. Afterwards. I see, boss. The 2 men responded quickly. So Ame took the little boy and left the First People's Hospital under the protection of Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu was really nervous about his woman and son, and patted a full 20 people protecting Ame and the little boy. Ame and her son were sitting in a Mercedes-Benz sedan, while the others were in 3 commercial vehicles. The 3 commercial vehicles protected the Mercedes-Benz sedan in the center and headed out of Yangzhou City. When the convoy arrived on the highway in the outskirts of Yangzhou City, a Toyota car quickly followed. Huh? Isn't that a Chung's car? Why did he come? One of the people in the commercial car shouted, and the others looked out the window, and they all saw the Toyota car running flat-headed with the commercial car outside. And that Chong was the person who had been knocked out by Zhou Hao before. Since the windows of the Toyota car were closed and the sky was dark, they couldn't see the people in the car. When they were puzzled, they saw the Toyota suddenly speeding up to catch up with the Benz, where the Ame mother and son were in front, and then cut diagonally and crossed in front of the Benz without warning. Sheng stopped the Benz. This sudden change forced the two commercial vehicles behind to make an emergency turn and brake to avoid hitting the Benz and causing Ame and her mother to be injured. However, as a result, one of the two commercial vehicles hit the concrete guardrail on the side of the road, and the other rolled over on the road, and the people inside were stumbling over. After stopping the Mercedes-Benz, a figure walked out of the Toyota immediately, and it was Zhou Hao. He spared the Toyota and came to the Mercedes-Benz car and smashed the window of the driver's seat with a punch. The driver was about to take a gun, but Zhou Hao punched him and passed out immediately. Zhou Hao quickly grabbed the driver's gun and shot the other man in the passenger seat without hesitation, killing him on the spot. And Ame in the back seat was shocked by this series of defenses, only knowing how to subconsciously protect her son in her arms. At this time, the commercial vehicle that was originally walking in front of the Benz also discovered the situation and quickly turned back. Zhou Hao raised his pistol and exploded the two rear wheels of the commercial vehicle. Then he pulled the driver who had passed out in the driver's seat of the Benz down and kicked the body of the man in the passenger seat. Get out of the car, closed the door, and drove this Benz away. Several people jumped off the business car with a flat tire and wanted to chase the Mercedes-Benz, but how could they catch up? The Mercedes-Benz soon went away. In the car, Ame sat in the back seat with her son in her arms, looking nervously at Zhou Hao, who was sitting in the driver's seat with a grim face. Thinking of Zhou Hao's method just now was extremely harsh and very clean and neat. Ame couldn't help but feel a panic of fear, for fear that he would harm her mother and son. Seeing the pair of mother and son curled up behind, Zhou Hao slowly said, "As long as you are obedient, I won't hurt you." Ame glanced at Zhou Hao timidly, then plucked up the courage to ask, You just hurt Brother Tiger?" Zhou Hao didn't answer her question and asked, "You tell me first, who is that young Master Liang?" Through Ame's explanation, Zhou Hao finally knew what was going on. It turned out that this son of Liang was named Liang Fengshan, the son of Liang Xuantong, the governor of Jiangsu province. The developer who wants to develop the block where Li Ruolin's family lives is called Fengming Real Estate Development Company, Limited. There are regulations in the country that relatives of officials cannot do business in the place where they work, and although the Fengming Development Company is not under the name of Liang Fengshan, but its boss is just a puppet of Liang Fengshan. Since Liang Fengshan's authentic government wanted to develop that old neighborhood, the city government naturally cooperated more. And Zhang Hu, the underworld leader who dominates one side in Yangzhou, is actually just an eagle dog under Liang Fengshan, and he hits wherever Liang Fengshan points. Because he did not agree to the relocation, Li Ruolin first filed a complaint with the Yangzhou city government, but everyone in the government knew that Liang Fengshan was involved in this matter, so how dare he accept it? Later, Li Ruolin was going to the provincial government to file a complaint, which shocked Liang Fengshan himself. Originally, he thought it was someone who didn't know how to praise him, and he had to deal with her well. But when Liang Fengshan saw Li Ruolin, he was immediately shocked. Not only did he not investigate Li Ruolin, he also promised her that as long as Li Ruolin was willing to be his woman, he would give Li Ruolin's parents a villa. Li Ruolin asked for money. Give money. If you ask for a car, he will give it to the car. Although Li Ruolin had an ordinary family background, how could she like a dude like Liang Fengshan with her personality? Besides, she was filled with Zhou Hao in her heart, so she would not give Liang Fengshan a chance. When Liang Fengshan became angry, he ordered Zhang Hu to let her be taken into captivity. After hearing the whole story, Zhou Hao gritted his teeth with hatred, and even the steering wheel of the car was pinched into a hollow by him. Seeing Ame in the back was frightened, wishing Zhou Hao pinched it on his body. From this, she finally understood how. Zhang Hu's twisted right hand got it. Later, Zhou Hao learned from Ame that she was not Zhang Hu's legal wife, but one of Zhang Hu's lovers. However, Zhang Hu's wife and other lovers failed to give birth to him. A few years ago, Ame went to work in Yangzhou from the countryside and happened to work as a waiter in a restaurant under Zhang Hu. Seeing that Ame was young and beautiful, Zhang Hu took a knife to drug her and raped Ame. Ame is the kind of submissive character, and Zhang Hu is rich and powerful and is very generous to his own woman. It is better to be a lover for him than to be a waiter. After being Zhang Hu's lover for less than a year, Ame was pregnant with Zhang Hu's child, which made Zhang Hu ecstatic. Coupled with Ame's weak personality, it can arouse a man's desire for protection. So after Ame successfully gave birth to a son for Zhang Hu, her position in Zhang Hu's heart was higher than that of the wife in the family. Looking at the innocent little boy in Ame's arms, Zhou Hao sneered in his heart. With the mother and son, he was not afraid that Zhang Hu would not give up. Besides, Zhang Hu, who was in the First People's Hospital, just wanted to call Liang Fengshan to tell him about Zhou Hao, when he suddenly received a call from his subordinates. What? Both the wife and the young master were taken away. Zhang Hu jumped off the bed and waved his right hand, which was still in a cast with excitement, and felt a piercing pain. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and shouted on the phone, "How do you work? So many people can let the young master be taken away." In fact, he knew that Zhou Hao must be the one who captured Ame's mother and son, and if it was Zhou Hao, no amount of people would be able to stop it. But Ame's mother and son are his lifeblood, so knowing that this can't be entirely blamed on his subordinates, he still can't contain his anger. "Let me find them all. Be sure to find them. If you hear no, you must find them. If there is something wrong with the wife and the young master, I will bury you one by one in cement bricks." Zhang Hu yelled at the phone. After putting down the phone, he fell on the bed softly. Even in the face of death, he was not so weak and uneasy, but his own woman and son were taken away, which grabbed the softest part of his heart. The reason why he refused to tell Zhou Hao where Li Rulan was because he was afraid that Liang Fengshan would be disadvantaged to his family when he knew it. Soon after, his phone rang again. Zhang Hu's heart jumped. Looking at the phone in his hand, it showed an unfamiliar phone number. He was almost certain that this was definitely from Zhou Hao. Shaking his hands, he pressed the connect button, pressed the phone to his ear. "Hey, Brother Zhang, the injury on his hand is much better," said Zhou Hao's voice on the phone. "Mother and son Ame, are they in your hands?" Zhang Hu felt his throat astringent. On the phone, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Oh, you mean my sister-in-law and them?" "Yes, I invited my sister-in-law and them back as guests. I didn't say hello to Brother Zhang first. Can I listen to their voices?" Zhang Hu took a deep breath and said. Soon, Ame's voice came on the phone. "Brother Tiger, this is Ame, Xiaohu, and I are both safe." "Ame you." Zhang Hu still wanted to say a few words to Ame, and the call had already been changed to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's voice is no longer as polite as he was just now, but coldly. "Zhang Hu, now our situation is finally somewhat similar. My woman is in your hands, and your woman and son are in my hands. How to choose, you decide for yourself." In the middle of the night, Zhang Hu left Yangzhou No. 1 People's Hospital accompanied by his 2 men. As soon as his car left the hospital, Zhou Hao, who had been guarding the entrance of the hospital early, got in and sat beside Zhang Hu. Zhou Hao, who was sitting next to him, made Zhang Hu feel unnatural for a while. He had been in the underworld for many years. He had never been threatened like he is now. But at the same time, the breath radiating from Zhou Hao's body also made Zhang Hu, the underworld leader with hands, feel uneasy. Although he still doesn't know what Zhou Hao's background is, but Zhou Hao's unpredictable skill and mysterious presence are enough to make him afraid. "Ame and the others?" Zhang Hu asked Zhou Hao calmly. Zhou Hao gave him a faint look. "Don't worry, they are safe now. As long as my woman is safe, they will naturally be fine." After a pause, Zhou Hao's voice suddenly became gloomy. "But if something happens to my women, I want them to pay back 10 times 100 times. Do you understand?" Zhang Hu was shocked. I understand. He said to Zhou Hao, "After I asked Miss Li to be taken away yesterday, young Master Liang rushed back to the provincial capital because of Mrs. Liang's birthday, so he didn't have time to do it right. Miss Li is not disadvantageous. The Lady Liang." In his mouth was Liang Fengshan's grandmother. It's best to be like this, otherwise, their Liang family will just wait for the end. Zhou Hao said with squinting eyes. He was talking from his own heart. Although he may not be able to deal with Liang Fengshan with his current strength, if something happens to Li Ruolin, Zhou Hao will use his martial arts to make the Liang family pay back the debt, and he is also confident that he can do it without knowing it. Zhou Hao thought to himself, the so-called chivalrous ban on martial arts probably meant this. Zhang Hu couldn't help but tremble when he saw the murderous intent that Zhou Hao revealed when he said this sentence. Although he is a gangster, he is also afraid of this kind of people who are willing to sacrifice their lives, just like those powerful people in the upper class. Zhang Hu's car quickly came to a newly built villa area in the suburbs of Yangzhou City. According to Zhang Hu, Li Ruolin was caught in a villa where Liang Fengshan was located. When the car came to the door of this luxurious European-style villa, Zhang Hu said to Zhou Hao next to him, "The people in this are all from Mr. Liang. They won't listen to my orders. You will come first when you follow me in. Don't act rashly." For the sake of his son, he can only spend his mind to get Zhou Hao into the villa smoothly. The two men at the gate of the villa walked to the side of the car, and Zhang Hu lowered the window. One of them saw Zhang Hu in the car and said with a smile, "Hee, it turns out to be Tiger Zhang. Why are you here so late? What are you doing? You don't know that our son is still in the provincial capital and has not returned." Another man next to him smiled. "Zhang Hua, don't you want to hit that woman's idea? That's the woman our son is fond of. If there is something, you can try it. We are very interested. Look at the excitement." Zhang Hu hurriedly laughed. The two were talking and laughing. "The woman that Mr. Liang liked gave me a bear heart and leopard courage, and I didn't dare to touch it. But today a guy found my site and said to find that woman also injured many of my men. That guy seems to know martial arts. Even I was injured by him." He deliberately let the two men outside see his right hand still in plaster. "I put this the matter was told to young Master Liang, and he specifically asked me to come and see the woman. That guy knows martial arts?" The man outside smiled. "If he dares to come, I would like to see it." He raised his fist as he said. Zhang Hu in the car swallowed his saliva, thinking that, brother, you will ask for more luck. The two men didn't talk to Zhang Hu anymore, so they opened the door of the villa and let Zhang Hu's car in. Entering this villa, Zhou Hao saw that the villa was very tightly guarded. There were many men patrolling on the first and second floors. Judging from their bulging waists, each of them had guns. Obviously, none of them are ordinary people. Some of them are retired soldiers, and some are bodyguards that young Master Liang invited back from outside. Zhang Hu reminded Zhou Hao. The two got out of the car and walked into the villa. One of the guards saw Zhou Hao who was following Zhang Hu and asked, "Zhang Hua, who is this? I haven't seen him before." Zhang Hu smiled and said, "This is the bodyguard I have specially brought back, and I can trust it." Zhang Hu also spent a lot of time working under Liang Fengshan, and he can be regarded as Liang Fengshan's henchman, so these guards of Liang Fengshan can still trust Zhang Hu. So Zhang Hu and Zhou Hao went up to the second floor smoothly. There was a room at the end of the corridor on the second floor, and a man in a suit guarded the door. Zhou Hao knew that Li Ruolin should be in that room, and he couldn't help but feel even more anxious. Zhang Hu led Zhou Hao to the door of the room and smiled at the man. "I want to go in and see her." The man nodded. "Yes, but I have to be there." Zhang Hu hesitated for a while, and smiled when Zhou Hao didn't react. Of course, of course." The man twisted the door lock and pushed in, and Zhang Hu and Zhou Hao also walked inside. This room is very spacious and luxuriously decorated, with a separate bathroom and toilet. And Li Ruolin was sitting on the sofa over there at this time. There was nothing serious about her body, but her face was a little haggard, but she added a soft beauty. When she heard the door opening, she turned her head subconsciously and saw Zhou Hao behind Zhang Hu. Xiao Hao, seeing Zhou Hao suddenly, rushed out with tears and calls of "so much miss." The man in charge of guarding knew Li Ruolin's reaction was bad as soon as he saw Li Ruolin's reaction. He quickly turned to Zhou Hao, his hand already on the matching gun at his waist. However, he had just turned around, and Zhou Hao's fingers had already been placed on his chest, making him unable to move and losing the ability to move. Zhang Hu, who was next to him, saw that Zhou Hao could make it difficult for such a big man to move with such a light touch, and he was even more certain that Zhou Hao was the legendary martial arts master. After subduing the man, Zhou Hao immediately swept towards Li Ruolin, and Li Ruolin immediately got up from the sofa and plunged into Zhou Hao's arms, crying softly, "Xiao Hao, Xiao Hao." From the day she left Xianqing, Li Ruolin had never stopped thinking of Zhou Hao, and even she complained a bit about herself. How could she be so unbelievable and be overwhelmed by her students? When encountering the demolition, she also thought about asking Zhou Hao for help, but when she thought of Zhou Hao wading through the mountains looking for medicine, she didn't want to disturb him. But I didn't expect that Liang Fengshan's people would come here later and cut off all contact with the outside world, leaving her with nowhere to call for help. This made her miss Zhou Hao even more irresistible, expecting him to rescue herself from the fire pit. Leaning tightly in Zhou Hao's arms, Li Ruolin sobbed, "Xiao Hao, I know you will come to save me, I know." Zhou Hao also hugged Li Ruolin and kept kissing her forehead and eyes. "Sister Lan, great. It's great that you are fine." Well, fortunately, the guy's surnamed Liang has left temporarily, otherwise. Li Ruolin herself also had lingering fears, and at the same time looked at Zhou Hao firmly. "If he really wants to insult me, I will die as well. You keep the festival." Seeing Li Ruolin's firm look, Zhou Hao said distressedly, "Fool, I don't want Sister Lan to die." He knew that Li Ruolin was stubborn, and if she really faced Liang Fengshan's insult, she would definitely rather die than surrender. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao couldn't help being afraid for a while. Zhang Hu stopped the two who had met again after the catastrophe. "We are running out of time. If you don't mind, can you leave here first?" Li Ruolin wiped away her tears and looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. "Xiao Hao, how do you talk to him?" She recognized Zhang Hu. He and a few big men had taken her away from her house before. "It's a long story. Let's leave here first," Zhou Hao said. So Zhou Hao led Li Ruolin out of the room, and Zhang Hu followed them. As soon as he left the room, Zhou Hao saw exactly 2 guards walking up the stairs. Apart from anything else, he raised his hand and pointed to the 2 in the air, blocking the acupuncture points of the 2 and making them stone. "Just stand there." Walking down the stairs quickly, the other guards immediately spotted Zhou Hao and the others. One of them even shouted at Zhang Hu, "Zhang Hua, you dare to betray young Master Liang?" Zhang Hu couldn't say anything, and he couldn't help but speak up. The guards wanted to pull out their guns, but their actions were far inferior to Zhou Hao's. Before they could take out their guns, Zhou Hao had already blocked the acupuncture points. When they got out of the villa, the 2 people who were guarding the door just saw Li Ruolin knew something was wrong and rushed up immediately. Seeing that Zhou Hao and the others could pass so many guards inside, one of them reacted, pointing to Zhou Hao and asking Zhang Hu, "He is the one who hurt you." Zhou Hao smiled at the 2 of them at this time. "Didn't you just say you want to see it? Now you have a chance." The 2 looked at each other, but stretched out their hands to their waists at the same time. But when they first touched the gun, they saw Zhou Hao lift up his palm and waved at them twice. They opened their belts and all their guns fell off. And Zhou Hao also said, "How can a person who learns martial arts rely on firearms for everything?" Not only Zhang Hu next to Zhou Hao, but even the 2 men failed to see Zhou Hao's sword chi, thinking that Zhou Hao had just released a hidden weapon like flying to cut their belts. Looking at the pistols that fell to the ground, the 2 men knew that if they leaned over to pick them up, they would definitely be attacked by Zhou Hao. They glanced at each other and couldn't help feeling regret for what they had just said. It is true that they have practiced martial arts since they were young, but they are nothing more than skills. Although they are much stronger than ordinary people, they are only allowed to be slaughtered in the face of real masters. Now, seeing Zhou Hao with a relaxed look on his face, he broke through the guards in the villa and came out. The 2 knew that he was a real martial arts master. They said they wanted to see Zhou Hao's martial arts, but now they can't help anymore. If Zhou Hao is allowed to leave with Li Ruolin like this, Liang Fengshan will definitely not let them go. So, listening to them shouting at the same time, they rushed towards Zhou Hao together. I saw him and the others raising their fists and the other raising their feet, attacking Zhou Hao on both sides. Zhou Hao gently protected Li Ruolin behind him, and then raised his right foot one after another like a gust of wind, almost simultaneously kicking the 2 men in the face. The 2 men who had practiced kung fu for more than 10 years fell to the ground heavily under Zhou Hao's blow and fainted completely. Zhang Hu next to him looked at the 2 people lying on the ground unconscious and shook his head secretly, thinking that he was overwhelmed. Without further ado, Zhou Hao and Li Rulin got into Zhang Hu's car and quickly left the villa area. In the car, Zhang Hu took out 200,000 from the leather bag in the car and handed it to the two men in front of him and said to them, "You are involved in this matter today. If you let young Master Liang know, I won't let you go. You take these money and go elsewhere to avoid it." The two men looked at Zhang Hu moved. "Boss, don't say so much. Young Master Liang is afraid that he will be back tomorrow, so let's go tonight," Zhang Hu said. Seeing Zhang Hu's actions, Zhou Hao felt that his boss was justified, and Zhang Hu turned his head to look at Zhou Hao at this time. "I have helped you rescue your woman. Then you should also keep your promise and let my woman and son go." Li Rulin, who was sitting next to Zhou Hao, heard what Zhang Hu said and understood why Zhang Hu would help Zhou Hao. It turned out that Zhou Hao had captured his woman and child. Thinking that Zhou Hao did it for herself, Li Rulin couldn't help feeling very moved. The arm holding Zhou Hao became tighter. Just listen to Zhou Hao saying to Zhang Hu, "No problem, I will take you to see them now. However, Liang Fengshan should know that you helped me rescue Sister Lan. What are you going to do?" Zhang Hu sighed slightly. "I'm ready for the ticket to Australia, and I will take my mother and son there. Anyway, the money I have made over the years is enough to spend a lifetime." He looked at Zhou Hao seriously. "I think you should not be able to leave like me, so I want to remind you that you must be careful of young Master Liang." He glanced at Li Rulin, and then said to Zhou Hao, "Although young Master Liang did not young girl, but I can see that he is very caring about her. Young Master Liang will never give up easily if you take her away. If he doesn't want his life, just come and try." Zhou Hao smiled lightly. The group came to the three-star hotel where Li Chufan and his wife were. Zhou Hao had handed Ame and her son to Li Chufan and his wife before, because Zhou Hao was worried about the others. Going straight to Li Chufan and his wife's suite, Zhang Hu finally saw his woman and child. Rulin. When Li Chufan and his wife saw Li Rulin who appeared in front of them, they immediately walked forward in tears. The family hugged each other tightly, and it really felt like a world away. "Okay, we have to leave too. Otherwise we will not be able to leave when young Master Liang comes back," Zhang Hu said to Zhou Hao. "Although we are not friends, I still want to tell you. Take care. With each other." Zhou Hao smiled lightly at Zhang Hu. After Zhang Hu's family of three left, Li Chufan said to Li Rulin, "Rulin, you really have to thank Xiaozhou this time. For you, he took back the tiger's wife and son." When Hao handed Ame mother and son to their care, Li Chufan and his wife hesitated about the kidnapping and extortion, but for their daughter, they still gritted their teeth and did what Zhou Hao said. Fortunately, Li Rulin has now come back safely. Li Rulin glanced at Zhou Hao over there with a sweet smile in her eyes, but thinking of Zhou Hao's identity, she wanted to say something to her parents, but Xiaoruqiu smiled and said, "By the way, Xiaozhou, we don't know what you do in Xianqing." "Oh, uncle and auntie, I run a catering company in Xianqing, and the business is pretty good," Zhou Hao said quickly. Li Rulin was taken aback by Zhou Hao's words, and immediately understood that Zhou Hao did not want his shogunate to know that he was his student. And Li Rulin did not say anything to expose it, because she knew her parents and her ideas were still very conservative. If she knew that she and Zhou Hao were a teacher-student relationship, the two would be over. And Zhou Hao's Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and romantic house, cake shop are indeed catering companies. So Zhou Hao is not deceiving Li Chufan and the others. "Dad and Mom, let's go home first." Li Rulin didn't want to stay in this hotel. "Yes, let's go back first, and staying here is not a problem." Li Chufan agreed. So Zhou Hao accompanied Li Rulin and his family back to their place of residence in Xufeng Street. Since it was late at night, even though the old neighborhoods were worried about Li's family, they had gone home separately. Speaking of it, this is the first time Zhou Hao has been to Li Rulin's home. "I saw that the area here is about 100 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. The furnishings are relatively simple, and the furniture looks a bit old, but there is a strong warmth." Xiaoruqiu poured a cup of hot tea for Zhou Hao and smiled enthusiastically at him. "Xiaozhou, I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do." She smiled. To Zhou Hao, "Xiaozhou, have you known Rulin for a long time?" Although Zhou Hao previously said that he was Li Rulin's friend in Xianqing, he even did things like kidnapping people for extortion in order to save Li Rulin. Xie Ruqiu and Li Chufan did not believe that he and Li Ruolin were ordinary friends. Mom, Li Ruolin called Xie Ruqiu a little shyly. What? Xie Ruqiu gave his daughter a glance, and then smiled at Zhou Hao. In fact, we are not those old and stubborn, and Ruolin has grown up. If she falls in love, we will not object. Li Chufan next to him said, What are you talking about? You see, let Xiao Zhou Duo be embarrassed. Zhou Hao quickly laughed and said, It's okay, my uncle. Actually, Ruolin and I. In order to prevent Li Chufan and his wife from knowing that they are younger than Li Ruolin, he directly referred to Li Ruolin as Ruolin. It is true that we are in love with Ruolin, but we are afraid that your uncle and aunt will blame you, so we didn't tell you. Hee, how can we blame it? Li Chufan smiled. He looked at Zhou Hao and felt that Zhou Hao was a talent, and Li Chufan was very satisfied with this quasi-son-in-law. Especially the decisive and capable Zhou Hao showed when the Li family was subjected to this incident. Reliable. Li Ruolin saw that Zhou Hao had been frank about the relationship between the two to her parents and did not speak, but shyly bowed her head and sat next to Xie Ruqiu. Xie Ruqiu knows that his daughter is outstanding. Li Chufan's colleagues in the work unit have never come to their home to talk about marriage. However, although the two of them have conservative ideas, they do not have the intention of their parents to arrange the marriage. Li Ruolin made her own decision. And now that they encountered this change, they also knew Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao reached out in time when the Li family was most difficult, and the first impression in the hearts of Li Chufan and his wife was perfect. What's more, knowing daughter Mo Romu, seeing Li Ruolin's shy appearance, Xie Ruqiu knew that his daughter really liked Zhou Hao. Looking at Zhou Hao sitting opposite with a smile, Xie Ruqiu and Li Chufan thought of him as son-in-law in their hearts. Uncle, auntie, Zhou Hao said to them at this time. Since the government has put your neighborhood on the list of demolition, I don't think you should stick to it anymore. Otherwise, just move. Although I am also very upset about this demolition, especially Liang Fengshan, who is behind everything. But now most of the residents have decided to move away, and Li Chufan and the others are not able to resist. Li Ruolin wanted to persevere at first, but after this time, she finally realized that it is difficult for small people to compete with the government and the people behind the government, and now that Zhou Hao came, she naturally took Zhou Hao. For the Lord. However, they only promised to compensate 20,000 yuan. Where are we going to move? Li Chufan sighed. Or, your uncle and aunt will simply come to Shanqing with Ruolin. In this case, it will be much more convenient for Ruolin and I to take care of you. Zhou Hao suggested. Shanqing. All three of Li Ruolin's family were taken aback. Zhou Hao smiled. Yes, anyway, I have a house in Shanqing. It's not a problem. How can this work? Li Chufan said. Xiao Zhou, you have helped us so much. How can we trouble you? His character is typical self-respect and self-reliance, and he is generally unwilling to be favored by others. Yes, Li Ruolin's temperament was largely influenced by her father. Zhou Hao said, Do you want me to watch your uncle and aunt you live on the street and stand by? If you can still live in the dormitory when Lon comes back to school, what do you do with your uncle and aunt? Uncle and aunt, don't worry about it. Am I an outsider? Li Chufan and his wife looked at each other and thought to themselves, Yes, Zhou Hao is not an outsider. If there is no accident, he and himself will become a family in the future, so you really don't have to worry about it. Dad and Mom, please agree. I can take care of you in Shanqing. According to Li Ruolin's temperament, she didn't accept Zhou Hao's request to send her a mobile phone, but now, since Zhou Hao had already told Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu about his relationship with him, and the relationship between the two was settled, so Li Ruolin also acquiesced to Zhou Hao's decision. And since the daughter had said so, Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu would be hypocritical if they refused to resign. At the same time, they were more satisfied with Zhou Hao, who was so considerate and thoughtful, thinking that their daughter really found someone who could be trusted for life. By the way, Uncle, I heard that because of this incident, you were fired by the unit. Zhou Hao asked Li Chufan. Uncle, what does your factory produce? If Uncle you don't want to retire, I can Shanqing will help you find another unit of the same nature. Although it is said that retirement is happy and worry-free, in fact, many people don't like retirement. For them, they continue to play their roles in their positions compared to their retirement lives. His talents, reflecting his own value, are truly enjoying life. Li Chufan was once again satisfied with Zhou Hao's thoughtfulness. He said, "Our factory is state-owned and specializes in the production of soda, citrus juice, and orange juice for the market in Yangzhou and several nearby cities. I am the technical development department in the factory. The director of the technical team in the department specializes in developing new products for the factory." When he said that, he sighed. "I have been in the factory for more than 10 years, from a small worker back then to the current director. Alas, it's more than 10 years in a blink of an eye." He grabbed Zhou Hao's shoulder. "Xiaozhou, let me tell you, our factory was awe-inspiring back then. The whole Jiangsu province drinks the soda and citrus juice we produced. At that time, the leaders and workers in the factory are all in one mind, and they work hard every day for the benefit of the factory. It's like now, alas, people's hearts are not ancient." Recalling the lively working environment back then and thinking of everyone in the factory nowadays, Li Chufan was emotional. He told Zhou Hao, "But in the past few years, those Coca-Cola and other foreign sodas have begun to enter the country, and the efficiency of our factory has declined year by year. Up to now, we can only barely maintain the local market in Yangzhou, and it has been growing every year, losing money. Moreover, the leaders in the factory are steadfast and reluctant to launch new products. In fact, we don't know that if we want to launch new products, we have to update the production equipment. Money is inseparable inside and out. Those leaders are not willing. Most of the funds allocated by the state to spend money for the factory have fallen into their pockets." Zhou Hao also knows a little bit about the ills of these state-owned enterprises. Many state-owned enterprises' products are not good and have considerable potential. But it is because of the greed of the moth that the state-owned enterprises are defeated in the battle with foreign companies. I heard Li Chufan regretfully said, "It's a pity that our technical development department has just developed a new juice formula, which was originally intended to be handed over to the factory. With this new product, our factory may not be able to compete with those foreign devils." Just now I heard Li Chufan say that he is the director of the technical department of a state-owned fruit juice company. Zhou Hao has already moved his mind. Now that he hears them develop new products, he can't help asking, "Uncle, what new formula have you developed?" Anyway, the leaders in the factory are not willing to accept it. "It's okay to tell you," Li Chufan said. "We have developed a new formula, which is a new type of orange drink. We envisage adding orange pulp to the orange drink. It can increase the taste of orange beverages and enhance its nutritional value." Suddenly hearing what Li Chufan said, Zhou Hao was really shocked. Isn't their formula the fruit orange that will become popular in China in the future? However, fruit orange was officially launched on the market many years later, and Li Chufan and the others had this idea now. Zhou Hao previously planned to establish a beverage company. Water and fruit sources are no longer a problem. Zhao Yuqin has also ordered the most advanced production equipment from H&K in Germany, leaving only professional scientific talents. And Li Chufan and the others, the technical team that even developed the fruit orange, is not a ready-made candidate? So Zhou Hao immediately said, "Uncle, you said that the efficiency of your factory has been getting worse in recent years. Have the people in your technology department thought about what they will do in the future?" "Uncle, please forgive me for speaking directly. It seems that your factory may not be able to hold on for long. At that time, what should the people in the technical department do?" "Yeah, this is what I am most worried about." Li Chufan sighed. "The old people in our departments are better, but the young men who have only been in the factory for 2 or 3 years, who were originally full of enthusiasm, are now being used by the factory. The atmosphere is almost gone, and I really don't know what they should do if the factory closes." "Uncle, how about you let them all quit their jobs?" Zhou Hao said. "What? Resign?" Li Chufan looked at Zhou Hao in surprise. I only heard Zhou Hao say, "Uncle, it is true that I am now preparing to establish a beverage company, which is mainly engaged in the production of mineral water and various juices. At present, all aspects are being closely prepared. Just now I heard that you are a state-owned company. The development director in the company wants you to be in charge of the technology development department in my company. Now I think I should hire the entire technology development team in your factory to our company." Li Chufan was also very surprised when he heard this. Although many domestic state-owned enterprises have shown a decline in market competition, many people are still proud of working in state-owned enterprises, and few are willing to give up stable jobs. Challenge the unknown environment. I promise that the salary and benefits for them will not be lower than those in your factory, and I will be able to pay them dividends at the end of the year. Zhou Hao said to Li Chufan. Moreover, I can also provide you with a complete scientific research environment. Give full play to your strengths for technological development. In fact, compared with high wages and dividends, technology professionals like Li Chufan care most about the scientific research environment, that Zhou Hao said. Therefore, Li Chufan couldn't help being tempted after hearing Zhou Hao's words, but he still said, I can help you tell them, but I can't guarantee that they will agree. Thank you, uncle, Zhou Hao said with a smile. But uncle, you have to choose carefully. I don't want to recruit those who are lazy and delicious to come to our company. Li Chufan smiled. There may be such people in other departments, but in our technical department, such people will never exist. Also, uncle, is the ownership of your pulpy drink recipe still in your hands? Zhou Hao asked. Theoretically, the ownership of the products developed by the technical department belongs to the factory. Li Chufan said. However, when we went to the factory leadership with this formula before, they refused to launch production as always. In the past, the ownership of these unapproved formulas will return to the hands of our developers. Zhou Hao laughed when he heard the words. Hee. It seems that the leaders in your factory are really a treasure. Uncle, I am very interested in the formula of your pulp drink. I hope you can invite all the developers in your technical department. My company. By the way, in my company, you still serve as the director of the technical department. For those engaged in technology, not only is a good scientific research environment attractive to them, it is also very important to know how to appreciate them. Although Zhou Hao didn't know much about the specific technology of beverage production, he still convinced Li Chufan, a professional who has been engaged in technical work for more than 10 years, based on his years of advanced experience in the beverage market. Chatting with Zhou Hao as much as possible, Li Chufan really feels like meeting Zhou Hao late. It's been a long time since Li Chufan talked so excitedly, especially Zhou Hao's skillful and unmarked flattery from time to time, which made Li Chufan happy even more. Li Ruolin over there watched Zhou Hao so considerate to make her father happy, and her heart was sweet and happy. At this time, Xieruqiu walked out and complained to Li Chufan, who was chatting with joy, and said, all right, it's almost a little bit soon. Today Xiao Zhou is tired to help us, so let's let the family rest. Xiao Zhou, I have adjusted the hot water for you, so let's take a bath first. Okay, thank you, Auntie, Zhou Hao said quickly, and Li Ruolin also took a set of pajamas and handed it to Zhou Hao. This is my dad's. The pajamas are looser and should be suitable for you. Zhou Hao's figure is much taller than Li Chufan, but because of this pajamas are looser, so there is no problem. When Zhou Hao took a comfortable hot shower in the bathroom, Li Ruolin had already cleaned up the guest room, and Li Ruolin's room was next door. While Li Chufan and his wife were in their room, Zhou Hao smiled at Li Ruolin and said, Sister Lan, I don't want to sleep in the guest room. I want to sleep in the master room. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Li Ruolin flushed immediately, turned her head, and looked at her parents' room. Zhou Hao took a look at their parents' room and said, Hey, this is not Xiangqing. You will be here tonight. Sleep here. After saying that, Zhou Hao pushed into the guest room and closed the door, while he was leaning outside the door, his heart throbbing. In fact, she herself did not want to share the ecstasy feeling of sharing the joy of fish and water with Zhou Hao, but her parents were still at home, and if the two elders found out, it would be embarrassing to death. In the guest room, Zhou Hao was thinking about Liang Fengshan. According to Zhang Hu, Liang Fengshan would be back tomorrow, especially now that Zhou Hao has rescued Li Ruolin. Liang Fengshan, who has received the news, will definitely rush back as soon as possible, and he will definitely ask Zhou Hao and the others to settle accounts. Unlike the enemies he encountered in the past, behind Liang Fengshan is the governor of a province, and the power and connections represented are beyond ordinary people's imagination. According to the current situation, although Zhou Hao and Liang Fengshan have not really met, the Liangzi of the two is completely formed, and neither of them will give up easily. Although Liang Fengshan's background is very large, Zhou Hao is not afraid of confrontation. It is not that Zhao Rixin will support Zhou Hao because of Zhao Yuqin's relationship. Grandpa Zhao didn't know the relationship between his daughter and Zhou Hao, so even if he would shelter Zhou Hao, it would not be because of his daughter. Zhou Hao's greatest reliance was the prescription he provided to the military. The black jade ointment, previously handed to Zhao Dingzhou, has been determined to have its miraculous effect, and its effect on the military soldiers on the battlefield is inestimable. Moreover, Zhou Hao still has many prescriptions in his hands. Because of this, the Zhao family attached great importance to Zhou Hao. To a certain extent, Elder Zhao had already classified Zhou Hao as a member of his camp, so if Zhou Hao had something to do, the Zhao family camp would definitely come forward to help. Although Zhou Hao didn't fully understand the power of the Zhao family, Zhao Dingzhou alone had no less status than Liang Fengshan's father, so Zhou Hao was not afraid of Liang Fengshan at all. Although Zhou Hao is not afraid of Liang Fengshan, Jiangsu is always the site of Liang Fengshan. Zhou Hao is afraid that he will go to the Li family to settle accounts. Therefore, Zhou Hao will simply take Li Ruolin's parents to Xianqing. After all, Xianqing is his own place, so Zhou Hao can rest assured. I originally wanted to call Zhao Yuqin to tell her about Liang Fengshan, but seeing that it was already 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Hao didn't want to disturb Zhao Yuqin and decided to call her after dawn. Zhou Hao was lying on his back on the bed. Although he experienced a series of things today, he was not tired at all. Because he saw Li Ruolin, who had been apart for nearly 2 months, the passion in his heart had already been stirred. The ecstasy scenes of surging Li Ruolin with Li Ruolin constantly appeared in his mind, and the passion in Zhou Hao's heart became more and more intense, and the pants on his lower body also raised a mountain high. Anyway, my uncle and aunt already know my relationship with Sister Lan. It should be fine, Zhou Hao thought, got up from the bed and walked out of the guest room. The lights in the hall had been turned off, and the room of Li Chufan and his wife was dark, and there was no light. Zhou Hao thought they should have fallen asleep. Quietly came to the door of Li Ruolin's room. Zhou Hao held his hand on the doorknob and twisted it gently. Zhou Hao was overjoyed when he heard a soft ta sound. Li Ruolin didn't lock the door of the room. She was just waiting for herself. So he cautiously pushed open the door and walked in. Although the light was not turned on in the room, it did not affect Zhou Hao's vision. He saw that the layout of Li Ruolin's room was simple. Next to the door was a wardrobe, the opposite side was a bookcase, there was a desk, and the center was a big bed. Moreover, the air in the room also wafted with a faint fragrance. The quilt on the bed swelled slightly to outline a figure. Seeing Li Ruolin on the bed covered with a quilt, Zhou Hao was excited, and quickly took off his pajamas, just put on a pair of underwear and pulled the quilt into it. As soon as he lay on the bed, Zhou Hao stretched out his hands to hug Li Ruolin, who was soft all over, and felt full of warm, fragrant nephrite for a while. Little pervert, I knew you were unkind. Li Ruolin groaned in Zhou Hao's arms. So you deliberately didn't lock the door? Zhou Hao chuckles. His hands have been extended from the hem of Li Ruolin's clothes, touching her in harmony. Be light, you big pervert. Li Ruolin exclaimed. Since he couldn't stop this little enemy, he was the only one to come. After a while, the air in the room heated up again. After several waves of clouds and rain, the two finally calmed down, and Li Ruolin was already lying in Zhou Hao's arms. Unable to move her fingers, she could only breathe to recover. The climax back and forth a few times just now sent her to the peak of happiness several times, but correspondingly, too much physical strength was expended, and now she seems to be rubbed apart. Zhou Hao put his hand on Li Ruolin's back and slowly entered her true energy to help her regain her strength. Under Zhou Hao's strong anger, Li Ruolin instinctively felt lazy all over, as if bathing in the afternoon sun. After a long time, she gave Zhou Hao a faint look. You bad guy, you are about to toss people to death. At this time, she couldn't help but remember that in the cave of Qiuning Mountain, Dr. Gongsun said that ambergris, and even yang after its transformation, Zhou Hao's body is different from ordinary people, and an ordinary woman can't satisfy him. And on this sleepless night, Li Ruolin once again felt that Dr. Gongsun's words were right, and that she might not be able to support Zhou Hao on her own alone. Do I have to find a woman for him? Li Ruolin thought quietly in her heart, and then blamed herself. Not only was she so fascinated by this little enemy, but now she even thought of helping him find other women, which is really unbelievable. Thinking about it, Li Ruolin slapped Zhou Hao on the chest and said, It's all to blame you. Zhou Haotin felt confused and said aggrieved, What did I do wrong again? I don't care, it's your fault anyway. Of course Li Ruolin couldn't say what was in her heart, so she had to vent her depression to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile wryly when he watched his head teacher act spoiltly like Yang Jiabao. By the way, you said you were going to open a beverage company before. You didn't do it for my dad. Li Ruolin suddenly asked Zhou Hao. Although they are now 2-1, Li Ruolin still doesn't want Zhou Hao to do it. So much effort on my own. No, I really want to open a beverage company, but your dad happens to be a technical talent in this area. The so-called fat and water don't flow into outsiders' fields. Zhou Hao said. Li Ruolin nodded, and then said, then you let my parents and them go to Xiangqing. If you let them know that you are my student, what should we do? Zhou Hao's conditions and performance in all aspects made Li Chufan and his wife very satisfied. The only thing that makes Li Ruolin worry about is Zhou Hao's true age and identity. Just listen to Zhou Hao smile. Don't be afraid. You live in the dormitory of the school in Xiangqing. I will prepare another house for your parents and them. And I don't go to school often now. They probably won't know. You can be regarded as an improved version of Golden House, Sangjiao. Li Ruolin smiled and said, wait, what if my parents want to see your mom? Li Chufan and his wife don't know Zhou Hao's identity, but Yin Tong is know that Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin are teachers and students. This. Zhou Hao also frowned, then gritted his teeth. It's okay. At most, let me cooperate. After listening to Zhou Hao's words, thinking that she might be frank about her relationship with Zhou Hao to Yin Tong in the future, Li Ruolin couldn't help but feel anxious and expectant. The two went crazy all night, and now there was a dim morning light outside the window. Before the Li Chufan and his wife got up, Zhou Hao quickly packed up his clothes and went back to the guest room to avoid being caught by them. After taking a nap in bed, it was already past 8 in the morning when Zhou Hao got up again. After leaving the room, I saw Xie and Li Ruolin preparing breakfast in the kitchen, while Li Chufan was watching the news in the hall. However, Zhou Hao discovered that Li Chufan had obvious dark circles on both eyes. Xiao Zhou, did you sleep well last night? Li Chufan asked Zhou Hao with a smile. Zhou Hao felt a guilty conscience for a while, but he scratched his head and smiled. It's good. It's good. Of course, your daughter slept with me all night. After Zhou Hao sat down, Li Chufan deliberately said, I don't know if the nearby residential buildings were demolished. The rats there were all rushed here, and they screamed all night. Keep going. Hearing Li Chufan's words, Zhou Hao blushed immediately, and Li Chufan patted Zhou Hao's shoulder again. Young people, you have to cherish your body more. Otherwise, you will have more sequelae when you get old. Yes, uncle is right. At this time, Zhou Hao understood that the movement between himself and Li Ruolin last night must have caught the two elders. At the same time, in the kitchen, Xie was also whispering to his daughter, Ruolin, you are still young, and you must remember to take care of your body. Don't do things without scale because of your youth. Mom, what are you talking about? Li Ruolin buried her head and dared not look at her mother. Seeing her daughter's blushing face, Xie smiled and said, last night, your dad and I heard it. Alas, all night, your bodies cannot stand it. Or, let's make some deer whip soup. Xiao Zhou makes a supplement. Oh yes, you also have to drink some old hen soup. Mom, Li Ruolin was already too embarrassed to look up, remembering that her parents had heard the madness between herself and Zhou Hao last night, and she wished to find a hole to get in. Don't be shy. Xie took Li Ruolin's hand. Mom and your dad are both here, we understand. And we are not that kind of stubborn. As long as you two like it, we won't object. But Ruolin, when do you and Xiao Zhou plan to get married? Because if you have children before you get married, it's not so nice. By the way, Xiao Zhou's parents, have you met? That's good. After going to Xiangqing, we'll just visit them. Hearing that Xie had already talked about their marriage, Li Ruolin's face became even more red. However, in this respect, apart from Zhou Hao, Li Ruolin would never be the second person to be the husband of the companion in this life. At this moment, Zhou Hao heard the faint sound of a police car coming from outside. Zhou Hao thought of Liang Fengshan for the first time, and it seemed that he was going to attack himself. Zhou Hao immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhao Yuqin's number. Zhao Yuqin seemed to have just woke up, and there was a laziness in her voice. Little stunner, why are you so early? Can't I make a call on Mount Hung? Zhao Yuqin and Li Ruolin both like to call Zhou Hao a little ghost. Zhou Hao briefly told Zhao Yuqin the whole story, and he listened to Zhao Yuqin's jealousy. Mr. Li, it's your teacher's lover. That's why I called you a little pervert, even my own teacher. Sister, now is not the time to make a joke. Zhou Hao said bitterly. Okay, I can't stand you, little pervert. Every time I get into trouble, I will ask my sister to wipe your butt. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. It's not that Liang Fengshan is wrong first. How can I say that I caused the trouble? Then you stay steady. I'm still in Beijing. I'll help you contact the people in the Nanjing military region. Zhao Yuqin also expressed her little jealousy. She would never stand idly by about Zhou Hao. As soon as the phone was put down, the ear-piercing sound of the police car had come downstairs. Li Chufan also felt wrong and asked Zhou Hao, Xiao Zhou, it seems that something is wrong. My uncle, don't worry, Zhou Hao said. But as soon as the voice fell, there was a banging door slamming outside. Li Chufan looked at Zhou Hao, and when he saw Zhou Hao nodded, he hurriedly went over to open the door and saw the policeman in uniform standing at the door. Comrade police, what's the matter with you? Li Chufan asked suspiciously. The policeman saw Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin in the house. Sure enough, they are all here. After saying that, they pushed Li Chufan away and walked into the house. Two of the policemen immediately clasped Zhou Hao's hands, and there were 4 other policemen. Surrounded by Zhou Hao, he took out the gun without saying a word, all aimed at Zhou Hao's head. Zhou Hao did not resist either, but said to them with a deep face, What did I commit? Leading the police team, Zhou Hao said solemnly, Break into residential houses and abduct good women. Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu, who came out of the kitchen, hurriedly said, Comrade police, you must have misunderstood. He will not do such a thing. You must have misunderstood. There is no misunderstanding. We received a report. The person photographed in the surveillance video of the victim's house is him. The policeman said in a deep voice and looked at Li Ruolin. And isn't Mrs. Liang here? It was him, brought over by the kidnapper. Mrs. Liang. Hearing this name, even Zhou Hao was a little surprised, and Li Ruolin was also confused. That's her. The policeman pointed at Li Ruolin. Isn't she Li Ruolin, the wife of the victim, Mr. Liang Fengshan? She and Mr. Liang are legal couples. Li Ruolin said in astonishment. Which legal couple do I and the surname Liang belong to? To say that the surname Liang should be the one who really abducted a good woman. You should arrest him. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone heard a proud male voice coming from the door. Wife, I know I was wrong to make you angry, but you don't have to do this. Don't you even recognize your husband? Following this male voice, everyone saw more than a dozen armed policemen with live ammunition pouring in from the doorway, and the man protected by the armed police behind was a man of ordinary build and wearing a blue suit. And this man who looks less than 30 is Liang Fengshan, who is a legal husband and wife with Li Ruolin. Finally, he saw a young Master Liang, who had not been seen by anyone. Zhou Hao squinted his eyes to see young Master Liang, who had left the land that Zhang who had to fight back for many years. He sneered and said with a sneer, What a big handwriting. Liang Fengshan is also looking at Zhou Hao. Whether in figure or appearance, Zhou Hao is much better than him. Especially when Liang Fengshan saw Li Ruolin more radiant than when he saw her 2 days ago. He naturally guessed that Li Ruolin must have been moisturized by a man, and this man obviously saved her. Zhou Hao is walking. Right now Liang Fengshan gritted his teeth with hatred and looked at Zhou Hao with cold eyes. It's him. He broke into my house while I was away and robbed my wife and took him back for me. I see, Mr. Liang. The policeman responded and shouted to the other subordinates. Take him back. The 2 policemen around Zhou Hao sandwiched him and wanted to walk forward, and Liang Fengshan over there also said coldly, I know you can martial arts, but here is either a policeman or an armed policeman. If they hurt them, you will be waiting for the whole country. Wanted. Liang Fengshan did hit Zhou Hao's underbelly. After all, these police and armed police were different from Zhang Hu's subordinates. As long as Zhou Hao wanted to gain a foothold in China, he couldn't face the law enforcement officers who represented the country. In desperation, Zhou Hao could only temporarily yield and follow these policemen. Xiao Hao, Li Ruolin wanted to step forward, but was stopped by a policeman. And Liang Fengshan also walked towards Li Ruolin and wanted to grab her hand. Wife, that's the murderer who abducted you. You don't need to plead for him. You should come home with me. I will treat you well. Looking at Li Ruolin's gaze, it was full of lewdness and viciousness. Liang Fengshan, you better don't force me. If I want to kill you, no one here can stop it. Zhou Hao's voice came from the door, and its cold breath made everyone on the scene irritable to fight. There was a chill. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Liang Fengshan looked at Li Ruolin, who was close at hand, hesitated and said, "Okay, I'll take care of you first." He raised his eyes to Li Ruolin. "Wife, wait until I finish processing. About that guy, he will come back to find you. Come, send me my wife back." Immediately, two bodyguards in casual clothes came over and left the house with Li Ruolin and Li Chufan and his wife. Li Ruolin stared at Liang Fengshan with hatred before being taken away and shouted firmly, "The surname is Liang. I will not give in to you." Looking at Li Ruolin's disappearing back, Liang Fengshan smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, "Huh. I like women with stronger temperaments." The policeman smiled at Liang Fengshan just now. "Young Master Liang, what should I do next?" Liang Fengshan thought for a while and said, "Let me see that guy first. Let me see if that guy is really three-headed and six-armed." He stood at Li's hearing and looked around. "Also, hurry up and get here. All the residents in, don't waste my time. My time is very valuable." Then, Liang Fengshan followed the policeman to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Zhou Hao was detained in the detention room. At this time, he was sitting on an iron chair in the detention room. Perhaps he knew that he could martial arts. The police put more than a dozen iron chains on him, with his hands and feet, shackled on the chair. The door of the detention room was a very thick iron stick. From the outside, Zhou Hao looked like a beast locked in an iron cage. Soon after, Liang Fengshan arrived with the director of the Public Security Bureau, and the director personally gave him a chair. Liang Fengshan was sitting not far in front of the iron gate. On both sides of the iron gate, there was a policeman standing on each side. They were holding a light machine gun and aimed at Zhou Hao inside. As long as he moved slightly, the two policemen with the trigger will be pulled immediately. The first sentence Liang Fengshan sat down said to Zhou Hao, "You are very courageous." "Excuse me." Even though the shackles were added to his body, Zhou Hao was still very calm, and there was no trace of fear on his face. "No one has ever dared to grab food in their mouths. You are the first one." Liang Fengshan sneered at Zhou Hao, "But you are really good. So many well-trained guards in my villa actually asked you to give Li Ruolin to him. Bring it out." "Humph. You even instigated Zhang Hu. It's really good." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "My dad and his woman and son have been arrested, and he can't help but be disobedient." Outside, Liang Fengshan raised his head and said to the police chief next to him, "Did you hear that? Then accuse him of kidnapping and extortion." The director nodded and heard Zhou Hao say, "It's you?" Actually saying that Sister Lan is your legal wife, which surprised me. Liang Fengshan shrugged. "It's just a marriage certificate. How difficult it is. But with this marriage certificate, you are guilty of kidnapping my wife." Indeed, with Liang Fengshan's energy, let the Civil Affairs Bureau get him one. Proving a legal marriage is easy. But at this moment, I saw Liang Fengshan release a resentment in his eyes looking at Zhou Hao, and only listened to him gritted his teeth. "You son of a bitch. Even the woman I like dared to move, hum. Li Ruolin, it's so good for you. But you can only remember it in your heart in the future, because I will let people castrate your dog roots immediately, so that you can only be in the future." Regarding Liang Fengshan's words, Zhou Hao just smiled and shook his head. "Liang Fengshan, you are not afraid to push me in a hurry. I will go out and kill you?" Although you are strong in martial arts, no matter how strong you are, you can't be strong enough." Liang Fengshan sneered at Zhou Hao. "Besides, you can't move right now. You know, as long as I say it, you will be able to put you to death. In these years, are there fewer prisoners who died in the detention room? No one will notice if you are more than one. Liang Fengshan, do you know?" "What?" Liang Fengshan leaned on the back of the chair and looked at Zhou Hao with his legs folded. In his opinion, Zhou Hao's life and death were in his hands. Because of this, he was not in a hurry to kill Zhou Hao. Just listen to Zhou Hao saying, "Actually, I am not as simple as you think. In fact, I don't need to go to the last step and use force to deal with you. Although I can't beat you to the end, you don't know. What can it do to me? Oh, what's your origin? Please tell me and listen. and see if I, Liang Fengshan, can treat you on this 1/3 of acre. Liang Fengshan smiled confidently. At this moment, the mobile phone's ringtone suddenly rang, which was transmitted from the policeman behind Liang Fengshan. Both Liang Fengshan and the chief of the Public Security Bureau looked at the policeman. The policeman was also stunned for a moment. He took out a mobile phone from his arms and said, "This phone is not mine. It's that's suspect's." His chin was raised towards Zhou Hao. Liang Fengshan took the phone and put it to his ear, deliberately smiled, and said, "Hey, who do you call?" Zhao Yuqin's voice came over the phone. "You are not Zhou Hao? Then please give Zhou Hao the phone." Liang Fengshan heard that the phone was very nice, and he could almost tell that the other person was a beauty based on his voice. He smiled. "Zhou Hao? I'm sorry, Zhou Hao can't answer your call now. Hey, Zhou Hao is currently being detained. You are Liang Fengshan." Zhao Yuqin was quick to think and guessed who this person is. Liang Fengshan was also slightly surprised. "Beauty, do you know me too?" Zhao Yuqin was not in the mood to talk nonsense with him and said coldly, "You said that Zhou Hao was detained. It should be a good thing you did." She took a deep breath. "I warn you, you'd better let him go. If you dare to do anything to him, I won't let you go." "Oh, I'm so scared." Liang Fengshan is really not afraid. "Beauty, or come and find Zhou Hao yourself. If you beg me, I will consider letting him go, but it depends on the beauty. Sincerity, if you are willing to." Without seeing Liang Fengshan, just hearing the sound, Zhao Yuqin could almost imagine his ugly face and only listened to her coldly interrupting Liang Fengshan. "I have warned you, since you are toasting and not eating fine wine, then I'll use my method to solve it. Don't think that if you have a father who is the governor of the province, you will really be able to run wild and no one can control." He closed the phone with a pop. Liang Fengshan was stunned to listen to the busy tone on the phone and muttered to himself, "This is the first time I was dropped by a woman on the phone." Then he looked at Zhou Hao over there. "Your son Yinfu is not shallow. I know all beautiful women." Zhou Hao already knew that Zhao Yuqin should have made the call, and when he heard Liang Fengshan even molested Zhao Yuqin, Zhou Hao was very angry. If Liang Fengshan hadn't had a father who was the governor of Zhou Hao, he would really have to go out and twist Liang Fengshan's neck alive. As for Liang Fengshan, when he heard that Zhao Yuqin seemed to know his background, he also had some worries, but only some worries. Since growing up, he has never been afraid of anyone but his father. But at this moment, a policeman ran over there in a hurry and said a few words in the ear of the chief. The director changed his face when he heard that and couldn't help but said to Liang Fengshan, "Young Master Liang, there are a lot of soldiers from outside the city bureau. They say they are from the headquarters of the Nanjing military region, and some are from the military region of our province. Said that we arrested people from their military area and asked us to release them." And Zhou Hao over there smiled and said, "Hey, it's finally here." As he said, he violently stretched his arms and got up from the chair. With his movements, his hands, feet, and the iron chains on his body were fettered. All the ding-ding-dang-dong broke apart, and it did not cause any obstacle to Zhou Hao. Liang Fengshan and the public security chief and the others were all stunned watching Zhou Hao effortlessly break all the iron chains on his body. The two policemen outside the iron gate with light machine guns were the first to react, aiming at Zhou Hao and shouting loudly, "Don't move." While Liang Fengshan was surprised by Zhou Hao's strength, he also thought of those outside who claimed to be the headquarters of the Nanjing military region. Their purpose must be Zhou Hao. He also thought of Zhao Yuqin's words on the phone just now. Liang Fengshan immediately guessed Zhou Hao. The identity is not simple anymore. But he never thought about letting Zhou Hao go like this. He categorically shouted to the two police officers with guns, "Shoot! Shoot him!" He planned to kill Zhou Hao before the people from the Nanjing military region came in. As long as he told them that Zhou Hao violently attacked the police and was killed, they couldn't say anything. The two policemen didn't dare to shoot when they heard Liang Fengshan's words, but looked at the chief next to Liang Fengshan. The director also said to Liang Fengshan, "Young Master Liang, this person is the person they are looking for in the military area. If you kill him, do you dare not even listen to what I said?" Liang Fengshan glared at him. "Are you tired of sitting in the position of chief? Do you want me to send you to be a traffic policeman, huh?" When the chief's face changed, he was about to direct the two policemen to shoot. but Zhou Hao wouldn't let them do anything wrong. He shook the iron chain on his hand and hit one of the policemen outside the door, causing him to fall off the light machine gun in pain. Before the other policemen could react, Zhou Hao kicked to the ground, kicked a hoop that had fallen from the chain, and hit the policeman in the head. The iron ring slammed into the policeman's forehead and knocked him out on the spot, and Zhou Hao also used the iron chain to roll in the light machine gun that fell to the ground and hold it in his hand. Aiming at Liang Fengshan outside the door, he sneered and said, "I have no proof to kill someone. It seems that your wish is about to fall." Following Zhou Hao's words, 3 soldiers in green uniforms across the corridor pushed past the police and walked over. Seeing these people coming in, Liang Fengshan knew that his wish to kill Zhou Hao could not be realized, and the chief beside him shouted to the 3 soldiers coming here, "What about you who are from the military area? Could it be that people from the military area can rush into our public security bureau? I want your superiors to complain." However, he saw the head of a 40-year-old soldier with a grim expression. "No need. I am Su Gaolin, Deputy Chief of Staff of the Nanjing Military Command. And these 2 are Major General Wang Changwei, the Deputy Director of the Political Department of the Nanjing Military Command, and Major General Huang Dongjian, Political Commissar of the Jiangsu Military Region." Hearing what Su Gaolin said, both Liang Fengshan and the director were shocked. They secretly looked at the epaulets of the 3 of them, and they all saw that they were all major generals. The 2 of them thought that the most people from the military area would be school-level people, but they didn't expect that 3 general-level behemoths came. Any one of these 3 was beyond the reach of the Yangzhou City Public Security Bureau. At this time, Su Gaolin turned his head slightly to look at the detention room behind Liang Fengshan, and saw Zhou Hao, who was still holding a machine gun inside. So he asked, "Zhou Hao informed you that there is nothing wrong with you? Did they treat you? How about it?" Zhou Hao smiled. "They can't do anything to me yet." Huang Dongjian of the Jiangsu Military District yelled to the public security chief, "Don't open the door yet. These people in high positions in the military have naturally experienced on the real battlefield. This momentum can make ordinary people feel frustrated." This public security chief is also a character who upsets the storm in the bureau, but in Huang Dongjian's after a drink, he couldn't help but shrank. He glanced at Liang Fengshan and then said to Huang Dongjian, "Here, this is the suspect caught by our bureau. Even if you are from the military region, you cannot release the suspect without authorization in violation of discipline." Suspect SHD. Wang Changwei cursed immediately. "He is an important figure in our military. When will he become your suspect? You will take away people from our military casually. I want to raise your authority. Complain." The director's face changed again. His superior was the Provincial Public Security Department. But for generals like Wang Changwei, I believe the Public Security Department would not dare to offend too much. After repeated weighing, the chief gritted his teeth and asked people to open the door of the detention room. Zhou Hao walked out slowly and returned the light machine gun to the director's hand. At the same time, he looked at Liang Fengshan, who was very ugly, and said with a smile, "I said, I can't push you to the end. You can't take me anything." Looking at the smile on Zhou Hao's face, Liang Fengshan was so annoyed that blue veins appeared on his forehead. However, although his father is the governor of a province, the provincial government and the military region are not in the same system. If they really tear their faces, the military region will never look at Liang Xuantong's face. And Liang Fengshan also knew that these 3 generals would definitely not come alone. Thinking of the soldiers outside, Liang Fengshan knew that even if it was hard work, he was nothing but others. Zhou Hao came to Su Gaolin's 3 people and smiled at them. 3. I'm really embarrassed to be alarmed by me this time. Well, even if you are not a member of our military but just ordinary people, we can't let you be wronged. Su Gaolin smiled, and at the same time gave Liang Fengshan and the director a faint glance. "By the way, my girlfriend is still in their hands," Zhou Hao said. Wang Changwei, who was next to him, immediately stepped forward and came to Liang Fengshan. He was taller than Liang Fengshan. He looked at him so coldly. "Young Master Liang Hum, I just listened to your name in the military area. It's over. I'm really worried about it," he said. "Well, let's let go of your girlfriend as soon as possible, lest you don't look good on your face." In front of Wang Changwei, Liang Fengshan felt a pressure. Even in ordinary times, he was very reluctant to deal with people in the army, because many of them were too principled, and his temper was so hard and smelly that his dude could not stand it. Now, after hearing what Wang Changwei said, he said stiffly, "What is girlfriend? That is my legal wife. He wants to abduct my wife." Zhou Hao turned around to stare at Liang Fengshan and snorted coldly. "Then you mean you don't want to let people go? That's my own wife. Who am I to let go?" Liang Fengshan still refused to compromise. "Well, let's wait and see," Zhou Hao said. Wang Changwei narrowed his eyes to look at Liang Fengshan and said with a smile, "Okay, boy, you are amazing. I don't think that there are still people who dare to rob civilian girls so arrogantly these days. It seems that we people soldiers must also eliminate harm for the people." After that, Liang Fengshan was left with an ugly look, and he left the Public Security Bureau with Su Gaolin. When Zhou Hao walked out of the Public Security Bureau and saw the situation outside, he was surprised to see that 5 large trucks were parked at the door of the Public Security Bureau. They were full of soldiers with live ammunition. There would be more than 100 people. Zhou Hao thought to himself, Su Gaolin and the others wanted to attack the Public Security Bureau with such people. Compared with the soldiers who have been trained all the year round, the policemen in the Public Security Bureau are no opponents at all. Zhou Hao and Su Gaolin got into a jeep together and said politely to the 3 of them, "3, thank you very much today. Xiao Zhou, you don't have to be polite." In the face of Zhou Hao, Su Gaolin and the others were not as cold as they were in the Public Security Bureau. They only heard Su Gaolin smile and said, "Originally, Commander Zhu of our military region wanted to come here in person. However, he couldn't take time out of military affairs, so he sent us over. How can it bother Commander Zhu to come here in person?" He knew that this Commander Zhu was Zhu Yongquan, the commander of the Nanjing military region. Unlike Zhao Dingzhou, who had just served as the commander of the Guangzhou military region for 2 years, Zhu Yongquan had been in the Nanjing military region for many years. He is also a member of the Central Committee, a high-ranking military general. However, Zhou Hao did not expect that Zhu Yongquan would sell Zhao Yuqin's face so much. Even if he didn't come in person, Su Gaolin's identities were very high, and ordinary city leaders couldn't handle it. Su Gaolin saw Zhou Hao's thoughts and smiled. "Old man Zhao is our old leader of Commander Zhu. When we were fighting Yankees on the Korean Peninsula, Commander Zhu served as a soldier under Father Zhao. These years, Commander Zhu also depends on Mr. Zhao's support to achieve his current achievements. Commander Zhu can be said to be a protege led by Mr. Zhao." Hearing Su Gaolin's words, Zhou Hao knew more about the connections and energy of the Zhao family in his heart. It seems that Mr. Zhao's position in the Chinese military is very important. The commander of the 2 most important military regions in the country. It's his son, and one is his protege. This is not even the relationship between other senior generals and him. And this time, it was not that Mr. Zhao personally asked Zhu Yongquan for help, but Zhao Yuqin told him that his friend had been framed in Yangzhou, and Zhu Yongquan had to deal with it. Zhao Yuqin was originally the old man in the army like Zhu Yongquan who grew up, and Zhao Yuqin is the daughter of Mr. Zhao, which is equivalent to Zhu Yongquan's younger sister. Naturally, he is willing to help Zhao Yuqin's entrustment. "And we, Commander Zhu, have heard of you a long time ago." Wang Changwei smiled to Zhou Hao. "Now the black jade ointment produced by military enterprises under the Guangzhou military region is the prescription you provided. Haha. This black jade ointment is a good thing. The effect of stopping bleeding and relieving pain is much better than the commonly used Yunnan Baiyao in our army. It has greatly reduced the death rate of our soldiers. Our Commander Zhu has long wanted to see you. It is my honor to have the opportunity to meet Zhu Commander," Zhou Hao said. However, what he thought in his heart was that Zhu Yongquan wanted to see his purpose, and was afraid that he also wanted to provide him with 1 or 2 prescriptions. Because according to what Zhao Yuqin said before, the black jade plaster, produced by military industrial enterprises under the Guangzhou military region, has been sold to all military regions across the country and provided to soldiers in all military regions. Since the efficacy of black jade ointment is much better than that of Yunnan Baiyao commonly used by the military before, but the cost is slightly lower than that of Yunnan Baiyao, so now black jade ointment has gradually replaced Yunnan Baiyao, has become the main standing medicine of the domestic military. Black jade paste not only brought huge economic benefits to the Guangzhou military region, but also made Zhao Dingzhou very much appreciated. Coupled with his outstanding record and the energy of the Zhao family, the central government has now deliberately wanted to bring Zhao Dingzhou being elected as an alternate member of the Central Committee made people in other military regions very jealous. Since Zhu Yongquan has a close relationship with the Zhao family, he naturally knew that Zhou Hao was the one who provided Zhao Dingzhou with the black jade ointment prescription. Now Zhou Hao has accepted Zhu Yongquan's situation, and of course he has to express himself. Besides, it is extremely beneficial for Zhou Hao to win the Nanjing military region. However, what concerns Zhou Hao most now is to rescue Li Ruolin's family from Liang Fengshan's hands. When Zhou Hao told Su Gaolin about his intention to rescue Li Ruolin's family, Huang Dongjian smiled and said, "Since that kid Liang Fengshan's purpose is your girlfriend, then he will definitely look for her. We just need to follow him." Therefore, Su Gaolin asked the 5 large trucks guarding the Public Security Bureau to retreat first, and the jeep they were in also drove aside. Before long, Zhou Hao and the others saw Liang Fengshan's car driving out of the Public Security Bureau. "Follow him," Su Gaolin said to the driver. Following Liang Fengshan's car, Zhou Hao and the others left Yangzhou City and went to the outskirts. There is a luxurious villa on a small hill near the lake, but it also belongs to Liang Fengshan, and Li Ruolin's family should also be under house arrest there. It didn't take long for the 5 large trucks that had just evacuated from the Public Security Bureau to arrive. Su Gaolin and the others didn't give Liang Fengshan any chance, so they directly let one of the big cars hit the iron door outside the villa, and then, one by one, soldiers came down from the big cars and divided them into small teams, enclosing the villa. The team attacked. Compared with the villa that Zhou Hao had rushed into, the defense here was even tougher, and even the number of guards was much larger. Liang Fengshan came back from the Public Security Bureau angrily and was trying to find Li Ruolin to vent the anger that Zhou Hao aroused when there was a loud noise outside. Through the window, he saw that a military guard had knocked down the door of his villa. He immediately guessed that it was Zhou Hao and the others, and gritted his teeth and said, "Too much bullying." As he said, he saw the soldiers with guns and live ammunition attacking his villa, so he shouted to the guards, said, "Kill them for me. They trespassed into the houses and killed them all for me." But his guards were stunned. What they had to face was the active soldiers. They were not talking about any difference in strength, but for harming active soldiers. The charges were usually very heavy, even though Liang Fengshan was the governor of the province. But when things came, they knew Liang Fengshan would definitely not protect himself. Moreover, many of these people have retired from the army, and they have a special feeling for the soldiers. How can they kill those soldiers? So when the soldiers attacked, these guards pretended to resist, and then they were deliberately knocked down by the soldiers. It was considered injured on duty and was worthy of the job. Therefore, although there were many guards in Liang Fengshan's villa, they were all subdued in less than 2 minutes. However, Zhou Hao and Su Gaolin walked in slowly afterwards. Several soldiers found Li Ruolin and Li Chufan and his wife under house arrest in 2 rooms on the 2nd floor of the villa and walked them down with them. Report to the chief. The task of saving the hostages is completed. An officer in the lead saluted and shouted in front of Su Gaolin. "Xiao Hao." Li Ruolin didn't even look at Liang Fengshan, who was tightly surrounded by the soldiers, and ran to Zhou Hao's side, rushing into his arms. Li Chufan and his wife also came over with the support of the soldiers, and asked Zhou Hao with concern, "Xiao Zhou, are you all right?" Li Chufan saw the soldiers in the house. "Xiao Zhou, this is..." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I have something to do with the military, so they are here to help us." At the same time, he smoothed Li Ruolin's hair in his arms and said softly, "Are you okay?" Li Ruolin shook her head and leaned in Zhou Hao's arms with peace of mind. "Zhou Hao, what are you doing like this?" Liang Fengshan, who was surrounded by a few soldiers over there, yelled at Zhou Hao. "Even your military can't just break into the houses like this. You bastards, I won't compromise." I was shouting, but the phone in his arms rang. Liang Fengshan took out the phone. His face changed a little when he saw the number on it. He put the phone to his ear, took a breath, and said, "Dad, it's me. Look at what you are doing." Liang Xuantong scolded his son on the phone. You can also do the thing about robbing people's girls. Dad? Me? When did I rob civilian girls? Liang Fengshan said with a guilty conscience. Just listen to Liang Xuantong angrily said. The commander of the Nanjing military region has already told me that you are behaving in Yangzhou. Humph. Our family's face has been lost by you. Dad, Liang Fengshan was also very surprised when he heard that the commander of the Nanjing military region had contacted his father. Don't say anything. You will let me go, and you have to apologize to others. Then just get me home. Have you heard? Liang Fengshan is his only son, and Liang Xuantong loves him. Liang Fengshan did not mean that he would be messed up by Liang Fengshan. Especially Zhu Yongquan had already greeted him. The provincial government and the military are divided into two systems, and although Liang Xuantong has a high official position, Zhu Yongquan is not a good person, and the military's attitude has always been tough. Although the country intends to implement disarmament again in recent years, the central government is still very biased in its attitude. For the military, especially now that Hong Kong and Macau are approaching the return and the Taiwan Strait is not stable, the status of military generals in the center is even more important. Combining various factors, Liang Xuantong will never offend Zhu Yongquan, not to mention that he is still the one who is in the wrong this time. Those who have reached the level of Zhu Yongquan and Liang Xuantong will naturally not tore their faces and pinch each other. The final result is the negotiation and compromise between the two sides. Since childhood, Liang Fengshan feared his father the most, and he was able to run wild for so many years, and his greatest reliance was his father. Now that Liang Xuantong does not support him, it will be difficult for him to stand in stalemate with Zhou Hao. As for Liang Xuantong asking him to apologize to Zhou Hao, he certainly wouldn't do it. After putting down the phone, Liang Fengshan stared at Zhou Hao and said, Zhou Hao, you have a kind. Even my dad won't offend you. Thank you, Zhou Hao said with a smile. I hope you will stop to provoke me, and I won't look for you again. From then on, we won't be offended by the well water. Also, the so-called couple relationship between you and Sister Lan, you can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to revoke it immediately. Zhou Hao was upset when he remembered that Liang Fengshan had asked the Civil Affairs Bureau to issue a legal marriage certificate for him and Li Ruolin. The matter is over here. Zhou Hao can't really do anything to Liang Fengshan. Liang Fengshan can't help Zhou Hao. When Zhou Hao and Su Gaolin left with the soldiers, Liang Fengshan was still standing in a messy hall. The expression on his face kept changing, and suddenly he lifted an antique vase next to him and threw it to the ground fiercely, then kicked on the sofa repeatedly, yelling, "Wow," with anger. I won't just let it go. Zhou Hao, you wait for me. Liang Fengshan shouted in the room. Su Gaolin and the others personally sent Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin's family back to Tsufeng Street. Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin's family were very grateful to them. Su Gaolin said to Zhou Hao, Xiao Zhou, are you free tomorrow? Zhou Hao knew that Zhu Yongquan wanted to see him, so he said, I'm free. I also want to personally thank Zhu Commander. Then I will come here to pick you up tomorrow. Su Gaolin smiled. I will arrange for someone to protect Miss Li's family during your absence, and after this time, the kid surnamed Liang would not dare anymore. What happened to Miss Li? Okay, thank you. Then, Su Gaolin and Wang Changwei left. Li Chufan and his wife were also exhausted physically and mentally after being under house arrest by Liang Fengshan for most of the day. However, Li Chufan still said to Zhou Hao, Xiao Zhou, I didn't expect you to have a relationship with the army. If it weren't for their help this time, we don't know what to do. Regarding Liang Fengshan's blatantly framed and robbed women, Li Chufan still has lingering fears. By the way, I heard you call Ruolan the Sister Lan. Li Chufan asked Zhou Hao, Are you younger than Ruolan? Zhou Hao realized that he had just said that he had missed it, and he quickly smiled. In fact, Sister Lan is a bit older than me. Uncle and Auntie, you won't mind. No, Li Chufan said with a smile. It's just that we thought you were older than Ruolin. Because Zhou Hao's appearance is no different from that of an adult, his mature and capable way of doing things is also a good one. Such an old-fashioned feeling. So Li Chufan and his wife thought he was older than Li Ruolin. If you let them know that Zhou Hao is still Li Ruolin's student, they don't know how they will react. After knowing that Li Ruolin's family had returned safely, neighbors from Tsufeng Street all came over. Moreover, They have just received a notice from the Fengming Development Company, stating that the demolition compensation for each household will be increased from 20,000 to 100,000. But it turned out that Liang Xuantong learned that Liang Fengshan was bullying the residents of Tsufeng Street, and for fear of being grabbed by others to attack him, he immediately ordered Liang Fengshan to increase the demolition compensation. When Xie Ruqiu told the neighbors that Zhou Hao had rescued his family, these neighbors immediately guessed that the fact that the Fengming Development Company was willing to increase the compensation must also be related to Zhou Hao. Right now, the new aunt of Li's family even more praise. When Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu saw that the neighbors praised Zhou Hao so highly, they also felt bright on their faces and were very happy. Everyone in the neighborhood was envious when they heard that Zhou Hao wanted to take Li Chufan and his wife to Xiangqing and set up a house for them. I saw Xiaozhou nervously asking me where Rulin's family lived that day. I guessed that the relationship between Xiaozhou and Rulin was definitely not easy. That Annie laughed that day. Rulin is so lucky. Such a good husband-in-law. Laoli, Xiaozhou is so filial to you. You will be at ease in the future. Listening to this aunt's words, Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly, thinking that that day you still regarded me as a member of the demolition office. It took a long time before these neighborhoods left lively. Before leaving, one by one told Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu that they were so lucky that they had found such a good son-in-law. Xiaozhou don't mind. They are old neighbors who have been in the neighborhood for more than 10 years. They speak a little straighter. Li Chufan was afraid that Zhou Hao would be bored with those neighborhoods just now. Uncle, you are serious. These neighbors care about our family so much. I should be happy. Zhou Hao smiled. Seeing that Zhou Hao is so considerate, Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu were very happy. They felt that Zhou Hao was not only good in character, but also courageous, and he was so respectful and filial to himself. He was simply the best son-in-law. At this time, Zhou Hao's phone rang, and Zhou Hao quickly connected it as soon as he saw that it was Zhao Yuqin's number. "Little ghost, is your teacher's lover okay?" Zhao Yuqin said with a smile. "It's okay. Thank you, sister." "It's okay," Zhao Yuqin said. The guy surnamed Liang should have been taken back by his father. Thinking of Liang Fengshan even daring to molest herself, Zhao Yuqin was full of irritation, if not right. Liang Xuantong was scrupulous about his identity. She had already taught Liang Fengshan severely. She said to Zhou Hao, "By the way, come to Beijing in 2 days. My dad wants to see you." Elder Zhao, he wants to see me?" Zhou Hao said in surprise. "Sister, it won't be. He knows about us, right?" "It depends on what you are scared of." "Why?" "I don't want to admit it after eating it dry." Zhao Yuqin groaned. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. "Well, this is not eaten yet." "What does it mean you haven't eaten yet? Is there any place on your sister that you haven't seen and touched before? Doesn't that count?" Speaking of this, Zhao Yuqin couldn't help but blush. "I don't care. This time you must come to Beijing." Are you reluctant to be your teacher lover? Even your sister doesn't want to see you?" Of course not. Zhou Hao quickly denied. "Forget it. 2 days will be too rush." "Well, come to Beijing in a week. 1 week is enough for you to say goodbye to your teacher and lover." So, under Zhao Yuqin's half-force, Zhou Hao had to promise to 10 million Beijing in 2 days. However, Zhou Hao really didn't know why he wanted to see himself. "Xiao Hao, what's the matter?" Seeing Zhou Hao's frown after receiving the call, Li Rulin couldn't help but care. Zhou Hao said, "It's nothing. It's just going to Beijing to meet a big man in some time." Li Rulin now knows that Zhou Hao is not easy to let so many soldiers break into Liang Fengshan's villa. Seeing Zhou Hao's panic, she asked with some worry, "That person won't do anything to you. Let's see how scared you are." Zhou Hao shook his head. "This is not true. It's just that it's a national-level leader. Can you make me nervous?" Li Rulin was also shocked when she heard that Zhou Hao was going to meet with a national-level leader, but she still comforted Zhou Hao gently. "What are you worried about? You stand upright and do what others can do with you. Don't scare yourself." That's right. Under Li Rulin's enlightenment, Zhou Hao also recovered. "I thought, even if Mr. Zhao is a powerful figure at the national level, as long as he has done nothing wrong, he can't embarrass himself." As the Li family was exhausted physically and mentally by the events of these 2 days, after dinner, Li Chufan and his wife rested early. However, Zhou Hao felt that anyway, Li Chufan and the others knew about his previous turmoil with Li Ruolin, and they simply stayed in Li Ruolin's room overnight. However, because Li Ruolin suffered a series of changes in the past 2 days, Zhou Hao was tossed all night last night. She really didn't have the energy to deal with Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao was also considerate of this beloved person, so this night, Zhou Hao just hugged him. As Li Ruolin fell asleep without doing anything, Li Ruolin slept peacefully all night, full of security. The next day, Li Chufan went to the factory where he used to work and persuaded people from the technical department to work in Zhou Hao's company, and Su Gaolin really came here to pick up Zhou Hao in person. The headquarters of the Nanjing military region was in Nanjing, so Zhou Hao and Su Gaolin took the train from Yangzhou to Nanjing. After arriving in Nanjing, someone from the headquarters was waiting for them here at the train station. Entering the headquarters of the Nanjing city and even the military region, Zhou Hao finally met Zhu Yongquan in the headquarters fitness room. When Zhou Hao saw Zhu Yongquan, he was doing a pull-up exercise on the horizontal bar, accompanied by several officers. Zhou Hao knew that Zhu Yongquan was nearly 50 now, but he looked like a man in his 30s and 40s. The triceps on his arms were even stronger than those of young people. After Zhou Hao arrived, Zhu Yongquan jumped off the horizontal bar, took the towel handed by the officer next to him, wiped the sweat on his head, and smiled at Zhou Hao. "I used to exercise before, but now I feel uncomfortable without doing it for a day." Commander Zhu's body is much better than many people of the same age. Zhou Hao also smiled. Zhu Yongquan looked at Zhou Hao with great interest, and then laughed after a while. "Sure enough, it's handsome. It's no wonder that Yu Qin is so caring for you." Commander Zhu said and laughed. Zhou Hao quickly laughed. "Hee hee, I'm not kidding. I haven't seen Yu Qin caring so much for anyone outside of the house, and even people who watched her grow up couldn't help being jealous." Zhu Yongquan said. Zhou Hao quickly changed the subject. "Commander Zhu, thank you for this matter. Otherwise Liang Fengshan will not compromise so easily." Zhu Yongquan waved his hand. "It's just a matter of raising your hand. Don't worry about it. By the way, I heard that the black jade ointment produced in Dingzhou was the prescription you provided." When Zhou Hao heard this, he thought that he really came, and he never thought about hiding Zhu Yongquan. So he said, "Yes, it is the prescription passed down from my teacher. Brother Zhao has helped me a lot, and I think black jade ointment has a significant effect on external injuries. If it is Fong, it will be more effective." Black jade ointment is a good thing." Zhu Yongquan smiled. "When I saw it for the first time, I said, is this dark thing really better than Yunnan Baiyao? But people who passed by our military area, after using it, I have to take it. Xiao Hao, you have made a great contribution to our country." While speaking, Zhu Yongquan approached Zhou Hao, and his eyes looked like a weasel aiming at the hen, making Zhou Hao shudder. Just listen to Zhu Yongquan smiling and saying, "Xiao Hao, do you have any magical prescriptions like black jade paste? Our military region is also very interested. Otherwise, your previous black jade paste is also the Guangzhou military region. If we pay for it, then we will also pay for it from you." Zhou Hao felt that Zhu Yongquan at this time was not like a senior general, but like a cunning businessman. He said, "Commander Zhu, hey, you have called Dingzhou the eldest brother. Don't be so dismissive to me. Just call me Big Brother Zhu." Zhu Yongquan smiled. In fact, according to his age, Zhou Hao's father would be too old, but Zhou Hao is Zhao Yuqin's friend, and he and Zhou Hao are of the same generation based on seniority. "Brother Zhu, although my teacher has left a lot of prescriptions, most of them are healthcare medicines, which are not very suitable for soldiers." Zhou Hao said embarrassedly. Indeed, many of the prescriptions Zhou Hao has are medicines for the treatment of internal diseases or healthcare medicines for replenishing qi and nourishing the mind. There are few holy medicines for trauma, such as black jade ointment, that are suitable for the military. Is it necessary for Zhou Hao to provide soldiers? Is it a medicine for nourishing the kidney and nourishing essence? In this case, I am afraid it will make the already restless male army barracks even more uneasy. No. Zhu Yongquan was naturally unwilling and said to Zhou Hao, "Apart from black jade ointment, is there really no other medicine suitable for our soldiers to use regularly?" He thought Zhou Hao was unwilling to provide prescriptions, so said, "Otherwise, if you are willing to sell us the prescription, I will speak to you in front of the old man in the future, so that he will not object to you and Yu Qin." Zhou Hao laughed bitterly when he heard this. But he didn't expect that Zhu Yongquan would even do the pimping for the prescription. But he really has no other good trauma medicine to provide Zhu Yongquan. But at this moment, he had an inspiration in his heart and said to Zhu Yongquan, "Brother Zhu, I don't have the holy medicine for healing. Where's the poison? Are you interested in the poison?" Poison? Zhu Yongquan was taken aback when he heard Zhou Hao's words. Zhou Hao nodded. He remembered the highly toxic formulas in the interlayer of the book Shun Nong Bai Chao. He said to Zhu Yongquan, "Brother Zhu, I have some highly poisonous formula. There is a poison called 7-Dan. Although it is not fatal, if there is no antidote, the poisoned person will be unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights before waking up. There is also a kind of poison called yellow spring water, which can make the poisoned person instantly lose mobility and die due to blood clotting throughout the body within half an hour." Zhu Yong was completely astonished. He had just heard Zhou Hao's formula of poisonous medicine. He thought it was a biochemical weapon that has become so popular in the world. If this is the case, Zhu Yongquan is unacceptable because even in conventional warfare, the use of biological and chemical weapons is prohibited. This is a serious violation of humanity and has also been banned by all countries in the world. Although some countries have also researched and developed chemical weapons, they did not dare to risk the world's disgrace and blatantly use them in conventional warfare. So nowadays, biological and chemical weapons appear most often in certain terrorist attacks. As for the 2 poisons Zhou Hao mentioned, Zhu Yongquan was more interested in the 7 days before because this poison was not fatal, but would only cause the poisoned person to coma for 7 days and 7 nights. Moreover, according to Zhou Hao, the effect of this 7th day is very fast, and the poisoned person usually falls into a coma within 15 seconds and completely loses the ability to move. This has a great effect on the battlefield. It can make the enemy completely lose the ability to fight and resist, and it will not cause a large number of casualties like mustard gas and seriously violate humanitarianism. As for the yellow spring water, Zhu Yongquan hesitated for a while and then asked Zhou Hao, "Is there an antidote for this yellow spring water?" Zhou Hao nodded. "Yes, but it should be taken within half an hour of the poisoning, otherwise it will be difficult to save the gods. In this case, it still has some effect." Zhu Yongquan pondered. "By the way, these 2 poisons are not contagious, right?" "No," Zhou Hao said. "If these poisons are contagious, it will be difficult to control and can cause irreversible disasters at any time." Zhou Hao said to Zhu Yongquan, "The materials for Huangquan water are more difficult to find, so the production cost is also higher, while the medicinal materials of Qinrian are more common, so the cost is also low. And as far as I know, this kind of Qinrian can also be processed into potions and sprays, which should be more convenient to use." Zhu Yongquan nodded and said, "That yellow spring water is too toxic, and its application range should be much smaller. As for the 7 days, I'm very interested. Well, these 2 prescriptions, you make a price. You bought it." Previously, Zhou Hao sold the formula of black jade paste to Zhao Dingzhou at a price of 300 million yuan. That is because the black jade paste has a wide range of applications and can be used throughout the army and will be launched in the civilian market in the future. Correspondingly, the value of 7 sunshine and yellow spring water is not as high as black jade ointment, especially yellow spring water, whose violent and deadly toxicity greatly limits its practicality. In addition to making the enemy completely unable to resist on the battlefield, 7th and can also be researched and developed into drugs such as anesthetics, tranquilizers, or sleeping pills. The application range is much larger than that of yellow spring water. "Well, 200 million for 7 days, Zhou Hao said, "and the yellow spring water is only 20 million. Is this okay?" As soon as Zhu Yongquan heard it, his face was immediately pained. "Xiao Hao, there are not many funds available for our military area." Zhou Hao ignored Zhu Yongquan's complaint and said with a smile, "Yellow spring water can be reduced, but 7th day and, Brother Zhu, you know, as long as a certain amount of research and development, 7th day and can be derived into very good anesthesia or tranquilizing drugs. The value is not low. My price of 200 million is already very favorable." Even a high-ranking general like Zhu Yongquan found it very difficult to start a price with Zhou Hao. It made him feel that negotiating a price with Zhou Hao was more tiring than commanding a group army. In the end, Zhou Hao's price of 7 days was bitten by 200 million yuan and refused to let go, while the price of yellow spring water fell to 13 million. Although yellow spring water cannot be used in conventional warfare, it can still be used in some special missions. After the experts in our military area determine the effect of the medicine, the money can be transferred to you. Zhu Yongquan said to Zhou Hao, almost gritted his teeth. He finally knows that under Zhou Hao's handsome face, he is much older than his age, sophisticated and cunning. Brother Zhu, you don't want you to pay for it yourself? Don't do that. Zhou Hao smiled. After talking about official business, Zhu Yongquan invited Zhou Hao to visit here in the military area and let Zhou Hao have fun with the gun at the shooting range. With Zhou Hao's superhuman vision, he was a veritable 100-step piercing yang, which shocked Zhu Yongquan and the officers present. Zhu Yongquan also asked Zhou Hao if he had practiced marksmanship since he was a child. After having lunch with Zhu Yongquan and Su Gaolin and other generals in the dining hall of the headquarters, Zhou Hao left, and Zhu Yongquan and the others also had official duties to stay with Zhou Hao for too long, so Zhou Hao went back first. Brother Zhu, you said you wanted to speak nice things to me from Mr. Zhao. Don't forget. Before leaving, Zhou Hao reminded Zhu Yongquan. I will tell the old man that you are a cunning little fox, so don't worry. Zhu Yongquan joked. After that, Zhou Hao took the train back to Yangzhou. It was early evening when I returned to Li Rulan's home in Xufeng Street. As soon as he walked in, Zhou Hao saw that in addition to Li Rulan's family, there was a middle-aged man who was similar in age to Li Chufan, chatting with Li Chufan. It's up to the sky. Hee, Xiao Zhou, you are back. Li Chufan smiled at Zhou Hao. I will introduce you. This is Song Buqian, the deputy director of the technical department of our factory. He heard that you want to confess the entire technical department. Hard back, I want to come and see you in person. Zhou Hao quickly greeted Song Buqian. Hello, Uncle Song. Hello. Song Buqian responded with a smile. After Li Chufan's introduction, Zhou Hao learned that Song Buqian was a graduate of Harbin Institute of Technology. After graduation, he was assigned to the technical department of this state-owned factory. Li Chufan and Li Chufan are both the most outstanding talents in the technical department. The formula of fruit orange, it was conceived and developed by him and Li Chufan in cooperation. Song Buqian also sees that the smile of the factory now decreases year by year, especially when foreign-funded enterprises begin to enter the domestic and occupy the domestic beverage market. The future of this state-owned factory is even more bleak, and many people in the technology department are already planning to resign and go to the sea. Today, Li Chufan went to the factory and told them that Zhou Hao was going to build a beverage company and planned to hire back all the talents from the technical department. After hearing that Zhou Hao's company would provide them with more generous compensation and benefits than now, and a sound scientific research environment after that, many people in the technical department were tempted. It's just that they are not sure whether Zhou Hao's company can really be established. After all, this is related to their own future, and they have to be more cautious. To be sure, Song Buqian came to see Zhou Hao sincerely as the representative of the technical department. Uncle Song, you can rest assured that the company is now officially registered in Hong Kong, and the factory is under construction. After our production equipment is shipped from Germany, we can start production, Zhou Hao said. Although he was searching for medicine with Xiao Jiming in various parts of Hunan during this period, the preparation of the beverage company did not delay at all. The company's name is Tianhe Beverage Company, Limited, and the address of the factory is near Huayu Village. Since Fan Li's engineering team has been intensively building the road from Huayu Village to the outside, traffic is not a problem. In addition to the high-quality spring in Huayu Village, the people sent by Zhao Yuqin have also arrived in Jingyu County, Jilin Province, preparing to buy the high-quality and large-quantity mineral springs in Jingyu County. In a few days, Zhou Hao will go to Beijing and plan to stop by. Get this done. According to his plan, all the mineral springs in Jingyu County that meet the production requirements were bought, and he wanted to occupy as much water as possible while the current value of Jingyu County had not been fully discovered. Moreover, he will build another production base in Jingyu County. Uncle Song, at most in the second half of this year, our company's products will officially appear on the market. Zhou Hao said confidently. Since he set his sights on the national market from the beginning, the scale of the company is also very large. This requires constant investment of funds, but funds are the least problematic for Zhou Hao, especially during this year's financial turmoil. Zhou Hao has absolute certainty that he can double the billions of yuan he has now more than tenfold. After listening to Zhou Hao's description of the future market prospects and Tianhe company's development plan, Song Buqian couldn't help feeling full of enthusiasm. If Zhou Hao's Tianhe company can really develop as he said, that includes fruit orange, many of the formulas previously studied by their technicians that have not been approved by the factory, can shine in the future market. Okay, Song Buqian vigorously patted himself below his thigh and said to Zhou Hao excitedly, Xiao Zhou, then we will follow you. Uncle Song, I promise that your talents will not be concealed. I want to show the leaders in your factory. What a mistake they did not pass your research results before. Zhou Hao was also very happy. It is very clear that, although capital and market are important for an enterprise, talents are even more rare. These technical talents, headed by Li Chufan and Song Buqian, will also be the most important assets of Tianhe in the future. Because of his excitement, Song Buqian did not stay here for dinner and left in a hurry, saying that he would tell his colleagues in the technical department. However, before leaving, Zhou Hao also urged him, except for those in the technical department, not to tell anyone else about the incident, so as not to make a mess. Song Buqian is not a person who doesn't know the importance, naturally knows what to do. According to Zhou Hao's opinion, he and the people in the technical department will not immediately quit their jobs, but will wait until Zhou Hao's factory in Huayu Village is built before joining Zhou Hao's company. According to the construction progress of the plant in Huayu Village, it will be delivered to use around the middle of this year. The situation of technical talents such as Song Buqian also reminded Zhou Hao that many domestic beverage companies are now in an embarrassing situation, and they are even more suppressed in the competition with foreign companies such as Coca-Cola. Zhou Hao also knows that many technical talents in state-owned enterprises will be robbed by foreign-funded enterprises in the future. Instead of doing this, it is better to win them over when they feel that their future is uncertain. Zhao Yuqin was already helping Zhou Hao with a lot of things, so Zhou Hao didn't want to increase her burden. So this time Zhou Hao intends to ask the Yang family for help. The Yang family's business is spread all over the country and naturally has a wide network of contacts. Yang Hongyue is also the deputy governor of Jiangxi province, and it will do more with less. When having dinner with Li Chufan and the others, Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu had completely regarded Zhou Hao as family members and kept adding food and vegetables to his bowl. Even Li Rulin, who was their biological daughter, couldn't help but feel jealous. By the end of the night, Zhou Hao had already entered and exited Li Rulin's room without any fear. Just before going to bed, Xie Ruqiu pulled Li Rulin and said that young people should cherish their bodies and don't be too crazy when doing that. It made Li Rulin so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say, but Zhou Hao was too tough in this regard, and Li Rulin was speechless. After a day's rest, Li Rulin has recovered and allowed Zhou Hao to share the joy of fish and water with her. It's just that Li Rulin's squeak sound on the wooden bed was so loud that Zhou Hao couldn't wait to saw off all 4 of its legs. After a few passions, Li Rulin fell softly in Zhou Hao's arms, and a jade hand slowly stroking Zhou Hao's chest, feeling that Zhou Hao's muscles were stronger than when he was in the cave of Qiuning Mountain before. And more powerful, just such a gentle touch can make Li Rulin feel like a deer. Zhou Hao's hands also wandered freely on Li Rulin's beautiful body. Li Rulin was the first and so far only woman to have a relationship with Zhou Hao. With the Shun Nong Baichao prescription for contraception, Zhou Hao and Li Rulin didn't have to take other measures, so Li Rulin's body has always accepted Zhou Hao's essence without any hesitation. Because of this, Li Rulin's changes in the past few months are also obvious. She, who was originally beautiful and indispensable, now has a more subtle but seductive charm. Her skin is more delicate than before, and her figure is more beautiful than before. Plump. What Zhou Hao felt most deeply was her pair of crisp breasts, which had gradually transformed from the bamboo shoot shape before to the round and soft bell shape now, able to easily squeeze out a seductive cleavage. The changes in Li Rulin and Yang Jiabao made Zhou Hao more certain that his essence is really a woman's holy thing. Xiao Hao, when shall we return to Xiangqing? Li Rulin asked in Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao stroked her back and said, "It's okay anytime. I have asked someone to buy a house for your parents in Xiangqing. It is in the Wanluo community on the Beiqing market, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room." The Wanluo community tells Yuning Middle School that it's not far or near, it's about 20 minutes drive. Let Li Chufan and his wife live there. On the one hand, the transportation is convenient and the surrounding living facilities are complete. On the other hand, Zhou Hao does not want them to be too close to Li Rulin, so as not to disturb the world of Zhou Hao and Li Rulin and expose Zhou Hao as a student of Li Rulin. Li Rulin is ice and snow smart and can naturally guess Zhou Hao's intentions. However, Zhou Hao's filial piety to his parents is already impeccable. Not only did they arrange a place for them, but also helped Li Chufan arrange work. Li Rulin kissed Zhou Hao's neck lightly. "Xiao Hao, you are so kind." Zhou Hao hugged Li Rulin, leaving her the strongest shoulders. "By the way, I want to leave the day after tomorrow." Li Rulin raised her head and said to Zhou Hao, "Because one of my high school classmates will get married tomorrow, I want to attend her wedding banquet before leaving." "No problem." Zhou Hao smiled. "You have to accompany me tomorrow," Li Rulin said. She also wanted her friends and classmates to meet her boyfriend. Zhou Hao had excellent conditions in all aspects except for being younger. Li Rulin was sincerely proud. In the morning, when Li Rulin came out of the room, she happened to meet Xie Ruqiu, who was getting up to make breakfast. "Xiao Zhou is still sleeping?" Xie Ruqiu glanced at Li Rulin's room and saw Zhou Hao lying down on the bed sleeping soundly. Li Rulin blushed and closed the door, blocking Xie Ruqiu's gaze, and then went into the kitchen to make breakfast with Xie Ruqiu. Xie Ruqiu said to Li Rulin, "Boil some eggs for Xiao Zhou and make up for it." To say that Li Rulin's cooking skills are quite good, although they are not as good as those of the chefs in the hotel, but ordinary home-cooked dishes can be handled easily. She is a typical good woman who can go out of the hall and enter the kitchen and get a big bed. After eating a loving breakfast made by Li Rulin himself, and eating several eggs under Xie Ruqiu's ambiguous eyes, Zhou Hao went out with Li Rulin. Li Rulin's classmates' wedding banquet will be in the evening, and because Li Rulin's family will leave Yangzhou and move to Xiangqing, they will not be able to come often in the future, so Li Rulin wants to take a walk in Yangzhou, and Zhou Hao is naturally by her side. In fact, Yangzhou was originally a famous tourist destination in China. The beautiful lakes and green waters and the small buildings on the riverside are full of Jiangnan characteristics. The so-called fireworks in Yangzhou in March is the most beautiful time in Yangzhou, and the number of tourists in Yangzhou City is also the most in a year. Accompanying Li Rulin, Zhou Hao toured the slender West Lake, Daming Temple, He Garden, and other beautiful places. Both of them look very good. Walking between these beautiful views of Yangzhou, they seem to blend in, making other tourists envious. After a lot of satisfaction, it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Hao and Li Rulin went home first. After all, they were to attend the wedding banquet of their old classmates. They should always be careful about their clothes. They respect themselves and others. Due to its location in the south, Yangzhou is already warm in March. Li Rulin put on a beige silk over-the-knee dress, plus a light blue coat, which looked both dignified and graceful and quiet and lovely. Zhou Hao is more eye-catching. His figure is already very good. After putting on that dark gray slim suit, he has become more mature, and his appearance and temperament are better than those of the stars and models. After Li Rulin saw it, she showed off her splendor and asked, "When did you buy the clothes? They look good." Speaking of which, this was the first time she saw Zhou Hao dressed in a suit. It felt really great. No one would have guessed that Zhou Hao was just a middle school student. "I bought it recently. Isn't it good looking?" Zhou Hao smiled. Li Rulin shook her head. "It's so good looking." At the same time, she thought that she would be surprised when those old classmates saw Zhou Hao. "Come back early," Xie Ruqiu said to the two before leaving. The two elders have to pack their luggage and go to Xiangqing tomorrow. The two took a taxi to the Yangzhou Garden International Hotel, which is a 4-star hotel. It has just opened, and you can see the bright lights there. This year, people who can set up wedding banquets at 4 stars are already rich. It can be seen that Li Rulin's high school classmate or her husband's home is quite rich. A red card was erected in front of the hotel with the words Sun Yuan Lian Marriage on it. Follow the waiter to the banquet hall on the second floor and see the newcomer's family welcoming guests at the door. Rulin, aren't you Li Rulin? At this moment, there was a female voice that was as clear as an oriole coming out of the valley. Zhou Hao and Li Rulin both followed their reputations, and they saw a woman in her early 20s who was about the same age as Li Rulin. She was of medium build, slightly shorter than Li Rulin, with hair just over her neck and wearing a black professional dress, as if she had just arrived for a dinner after get-off work. She also looks very beautiful. Even if she compares with Li Rulin, she is only half inferior. This is because Li Rulin has been moisturized by Zhou Hao recently, and her whole body exudes a charming atmosphere. And this woman has a tough and capable temperament on her face. She is the kind of independent and self-reliant woman. You are? Su Lin. Li Rulin hesitated for a while and recognized her, and immediately stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Su Lin, it's really been a long time since we graduated from high school. We haven't contacted her, right? You haven't come to class reunions many times. Su Lin also smiled at Li Rulin. Yeah, it's been a long time since I saw you, but you are still so beautiful. Oh no, you are more beautiful than before. She turned her head to look at Zhou Hao behind Li Rulin. I can follow you. Joining Yuan Qingwen's wedding banquet. This must be your boyfriend. Hello, my name is Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded, and stretched out his hand to Su Lin. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.